Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are going to build this Fullstack marketplace app using latest Next.js with server components and server actions. So on the homepage, as you can see, we have here on the top just a logo, then a button to create a new ad, sign up and log in for our authentication. Then here in the middle, we can just search through all of the ads. So for now we have here no search phrase, but for example, if I search for, let's say, dress, I will see only those ads that have dress in name or description. I can also remove this and, for example, filter by category by clicking cars or, for example, clothes. I can also search or filter by price here with minimum and maximum price. And what is really interesting here is that we also have filtering by location. So I can do smaller radius here. Let's do even smaller, and then if I click search, I will only get ads from this circle. We are going to build this with Google Maps JavaScript API. Let me also show that if you make this circle bigger, it will automatically zoom out so we can see the full circle. And this is also a functionality that we are going to add. We can, of course, also move the circle and put it somewhere else. So I can put it, for example, here. Let's make it bigger, and then I will see only ads from this location. So now if we click on an ad, we will of course see all of its details. So we have title, price, category, some description, contact information, and of course here we have location. It's on a map that we can also like zoom in and zoom out. We can drag around to see where is it exactly. Then on the left side, we have, of course, photos for our ad, and we can use those buttons to change the photos left or right. We have also those thumbnails that we can click to see different photos. And behind this photo, as you can see, we are using the same photo that we use here. We use the same photo back here. It's just blurred and with some black overlay. But with this, we get this cool effect. As you can see, it changes here, but it also changes this background here that is behind this photo. If it's our own ad, we can of course delete or edit. So let me now click here, edit. And here we can add photos. We can change title, price, category, description, and contact information. And of course the location. We can just click on the map, click save, and it will be updated. Because we are logged in, we will get this drop down here for our avatar, where we can see a logout button and my ads. On my ads page, we can see all of my ads that I can just enter and click edit. Now let me show you how easy it is to create a new ad. You just click here, post an ad, and here we will have a form where we can add photos. I will use this Toyota Yaris. Let me put a title, Toyota Yaris, and let's put price like this, I don't know. Then let's do category cars, some description, contact information, and let's put the location, for example, here. Then if I click publish, we will see our ad here, and I can also go back here. I can zoom out here. I will need to change this, put this circle here, and then if I click search, we can find our ad. For this project, we are going to use latest Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS for styling, and Mongo for our database. For the upload and hosting of images, we are going to use ImageKit. They have a generous forever free plan and cool functionalities that we are going to use, like automatic thumbnails out of the box, solid images compression, and my favorite AI crop, so our thumbnails are centered on objects in the photos. This tutorial may look like it's very long, but that's because I wanted to explain as much as possible to make it easy to follow even for beginners. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always, we start with an open editor here with an empty directory. Mine is called marketplace, and an empty browser window here. So I will start here with my editor. I will open terminal, and as always, first we are going to install Next.js, and I'm going to go with the latest one, of course. So this time I'm going to use npm, and let's do create next app, and let's put a dot here so it will be installing in the same directory. Now let's do enter, and let's see, it's asking if we want to do Typescript. Yes. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. And customize the default import alias. No thanks, I'm good. So this time I'm using this pnpm. It's like npm or yarn, but even faster, and it works the same way as npm. Slightly different because it's installing in a different directory and then it's linking, but as you can see, it's much faster, and I'm going to use it also for installing extra packages. Right, but now our Next.js is installed, so we create a Next.js application here. We have a lot of files and directories, and now the next thing that we need to do is to start our app. So let's do just npm dev, and it should start our app. Yes, it did. So let's just open this, and we have our next app running. This time I'm going to use this app directory or app router, and let's hope that it's it will work for us. Now let's go to, let's see, page, and I will start by removing all of this content from here. So from this home page, I'm going to remove everything from this return, and I'm going just to put an empty div. We don't need this image here. Yeah, this looks fine. We have this black background, but it's defined here inside the styles. Let's see, global CSS. Let's remove all of this styling. Yeah, so we have just plain styling here. Right, so we have our Next.js installed. Everything looks fine. We have a test here, so we know it renders properly. We have a layout, looks like this. It's just a title, description. Maybe we can change this. So let's put here just marketplace, and here my cool marketplace. And let's see, this inter font will work fine. So I think this will be good for our layout for now and for our test page. Now this is homepage because it sits directly inside the app directory. Now let's go here and let's see, how do we want to build this page? First we want to have header, then a sidebar, and here some products, right? So let's do this. So let's start by going to layout, and we will need a header. So I don't want to put header here, or maybe let's start by putting this here, but ideally I want to have it as a separate component, right? So let's maybe put it as a separate component. I'm going to create a new directory inside source because I don't want to put my header inside the app directory. I want to put it in a separate directory called components, and here I'm going to put new file and header.tsx because now we are using TypeScript, so let's go with TSX extension. Let's do export default function, and let's do just header, and here just a return, and we are going to return a header tag. And well, inside header, what do you want to have? Some kind of logo and then some links on the side, right? So let's start with this. Let's put a logo. So let's put a logo. We don't need this. Let's put here marketplace. And we don't want to have an A tag. Instead, we want to use link from Next. So as you can see, I automatically imported this one. When I put a new tag, it automatically imports for me. So if it doesn't do it for you, you need to add this line for importing. All right, now the link will be to homepage, and this will work fine. I'm going to put it like this because I will put some extra class names. So let's put class name. And now I want this to be blue. So let's put text blue. Let's do maybe 600. So it will be a darker blue. And we don't see anything. This is because we don't use this component anywhere. So let's go to our layout. And here inside body, let's import this one header. Yes, like this. And this automatically imported this header component from components. So you need to add this line here as well. Now we have our header. Now we should have our marketplace here. Yes, we do. And we'll zoom in a little bit, 150%, so you guys can see it better. Now let's go to header. We are back at header, and now, well, I would like to make maybe a little small border under the header. So for the header, let's do border B for border bottom, and let's add some padding of at least 4. Let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. And now I want to have some kind of navigation on the right side. So maybe not navigation, or let's maybe call it just navigation. And we will have, let's say, buttons for login and register, and creating an ad. So we want to have 3 buttons. So this first button will be like this button. Let's say it will say post and ad. It's 1D. And then we want to have a button for login and button for register. Right, and those look like this. So let's style it a little bit. First, we want to have the whole navigation on the right side. So let's put on our header flex and justify between, so it will push this to the right. So now we have this, and let's see. For our buttons, we need something like this. I'm going to select all of those here, so I can write text at 3 places at the same time. And how do we want to style those buttons? Let's put some small border. Let's make this rounded a little bit, and let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of, let's say, 2, and on the top, on the sides of 2, and on the top and the bottom will be 1. So that's why we have px of 2 and py of 1. I think that with the latest Tailwind, we don't need to copy paste this like this, but instead we could do something like this. We can do asterisk, colon, and then text blue 600. And as you can see, all of those get the same styling of text blue 600. So we could just get all of those, and we can put it here. I will just remove those 2, but we need to add asterisk colon on all of those, so the navigation will know that it's for the children and not for the navigation itself. For the navigation itself, I want to put flex and gap of at least 4, maybe, yeah, 4. So those regular classes, flex and gap 2, are for the navigation, while this with asterisk colon mean that those classes are for the children, so for the buttons. So that's why we have, for example, border on the buttons and not on the navigation. If we could just put a border here without asterisk, as you can see, we get a border around all of the buttons, one border. If I remove it, the border disappears. All right. That's a cool feature, so we don't need to copy paste too much. But there are more things that I would like to add. As you can see, the marketplace is not in line with the buttons. Marketplace is more to the top. And this is because we need to add items center class here. So now it's more in line. I want this also to be bold. So let's do font bold. Let's make it bigger, like text 2XL. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is much better. So I would also like to have some icons. For post and add, I would like to have a plus. For login, I would like to have a login icon, like for a user or something like this, and same for register. First, let's style those buttons a little bit more. So for this post and add, I would like to have border of blue 600. So yeah, and same with the text blue 600. Yeah, something like this. And now I want to have a plus icon here for this post and add. Or maybe we should, post and add sounds fine. Post and add. We can also make changes to list your product or something like this. I think post and add sounds good for now. All right, for icons, most of the times I use hero icons because you can just copy and paste. But I think font awesome will work better because they have much more icons. So this time we are going to use font awesome, and I'm going to use React. So let's go to here, setup with React. And as you can see, we will go with free icons. So we just need to install all of those free packages. I will open my terminal. Here we have our app running. I will open a new tab here, and let's do npm add, and we want to add all those free. So let's add space, and the next one, let's copy, paste, space, and let's do next one. Oops, let's copy, let's paste, and yes, next one. Those are the icons, and we probably also need this one, this component. So let's copy, paste, and let's install all of those four. And as you can see, it's super fast, it's done. So now let's try to put an icon for our post and add. I will put this text inside the span. And now let's do font awesome icon. And this component has been also auto imported for me here, as you can see. Now for the icon, we want an icon FA plus, I think it was. Let's see, can we import FA plus from Fort Awesome Free Solid SVG icons? Yes, let's do this. And as you can see, this icon has been imported for me here. Let's go back here, and we have a big plus here, so that's good. Now, to make it more like icon to the left, I'm going to do inline flex. Yes, something like this. And now let's make this icon smaller. So let's do here class name, and let's put height of, let's try with 7. Too big, let's put 4. Yeah, that's better. We have inline flex, but I also need to have items center. So it will be centered, and let's put a gap of at least 1 for the button. Yeah, I think that's better. I will make it even smaller. Let's do H3. Now I think H4 was better. So let's do like this. Post and add. And let's see if I zoom out. I think it looks fine. Right, we have also login and register, and for the login and register, I'm going to, well, first I will change the order of those. So let's put first register. Maybe we can change it with sign up, and here will be login. I don't know if it's 2 words or 1 word. I always put it as 1 word. And this looks good, but for the login I want to make it more it will stand out more. So let's do background blue and the text white, and let's remove the border. So let's do border 0, so it looks like this, and more spacing. So spacing on the sides, let's do 4, and looks like we already have 4. No, we had 2. Let's see if we do 6. Nothing changes. And this is because of this one, I guess. So let's try to remove this one. And now it's wider, so that's good. Maybe it's too wide. Let's do 4. Now let's do 6. And now for the sign up. And because we removed this 2 padding on the sides, we don't have any padding on the sides for this one. So let's see. Let's add the padding on the sides of 2. Yes, and now let's fix this one, because this one looks fine, this one looks fine. Now for the sign up, let's remove the border. So border 0 doesn't work because we have this border for all of the buttons here. So let's remove it, and let's add it just for this one. So let's see, let's do here border. Yeah, and the sign up looks fine, except that I want to make the text more grayish. So let's do text gray 600, and I think it looks fine, but I also want to have more space here. And to do this, I'm going just to let's go on this one, and let's add more on the right of 4. Yeah, maybe this will work for now. Would be nice maybe with like a vertical line here or something like this. So I will put a span, and let's see, let's put a line like this, and let's style it a little bit. So let's make it gray. So let's do text gray 600. No, that's too bright. Let's do 400, maybe 200. Yeah, I think 200 will work good. 300 also looks fine. And let's make it a little bigger. So I'm going to do font, not font, let's do text for XL. That's too big, just XL. Yeah, it looks fine. So this looks just fine. Maybe we can do back to large. Yeah, we can remove actually this line, and we can do the same thing but with border. So we can do just border on the right, something like this. And as you can see, now this line is more thin because yeah, it's 1 pixel border. I can zoom in even more. You can see the border here from this span. Let's zoom out. I think this looks better with this just 1 pixel here. And maybe we can make border right too, so it's bigger. No, I think 1 pixel is enough. So this will work for now. And let's zoom out. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe we can have more padding here on the sides. Let's see, post and add. We have here 4 now. Yeah, I think this looks now better. All right, so our header is looks good now. The next thing for this is that I would like to have an subheader, so like additional header underneath, and it will basically have like categories, or maybe we can skip it. We can have categories on the side. So header looks fine. Now maybe we can put some sidebar, or we can maybe first put some products here in the middle, or we can go to post an ad, so we can have some ads to post to list first. I think that the next thing we should do is to have this post an ad, because then we will have some data, so we can add a lot of products and we can display them later. But before we will actually do this, there's another thing, and it's login and sign up. It's a good practice to allow post ads only for, or submit any data only for logged in users, because otherwise, if you allow submitting forms to anyone without logging in, you will have a lot of bots that will just submit empty forms or with some random data, and this is not secure, because they can send like 1 million requests and your database will go down. So we will start with this authentication, so I can log in and register. To do this, we are going to use Next.auth as always, because it's the simplest approach. So let's do pnpm add Next.auth. Yes, and this will just take a few seconds, only 2 seconds. So that's why I like pnpm. All right, so now let's go to Next.auth, and the first thing, let's go to get started, and let's see, we added this. As you can see, they have the installation scripts for both npm, which is the oldest and the slowest yarn. This is the one I used to use because, well, it was faster and so on. But nowadays I will try to use pnpm because it's the fastest. I'm also experimenting with ban, but it's I think it's still in beta. All right, so if you are using Next.js 13.2 or above with the new app router, we are doing this. There is another guide here, so let's open this one. And as you can see, we need to create this file here inside app API auth, then this directory, and then route.ts. So let's do this. Here inside app, we need to put this structure. So here I'm going to do just new file, and I'm going to just hit enter here. But you may need to create those directories manually, depending on your editor. If you're using VS Code or something more modern, it will create the structure for you. But what it did is actually inside the app directory, we created an API directory, and inside API directory, we created auth directory. Inside auth directory, we created this Next.auth with those dots and those square brackets here directory. And I can just close all of them and reopen. This means that all of the requests for auth will go to this route. So let's go here. As you can see, it's empty, and we can just copy paste this here. And let me explain maybe what it does. In case you don't know, it creates a handler for this route, and that's basically it. It creates a handler for both get and post. As you can see, we are exporting this handler as get and post. And so we are exporting the handler as with two names, get and post. It's the same as we would do like const, let's say get equals handler, and then we can also export it like export const get equals handler. This will not work, but we can do something like this, and we can do export const get. Oops, let's do get, and it would work the same way, but we would need to remove this Yeah, let's see. No, we need to put this here, export const get. And we can also add for the post, export const post equals handler. And it's the same as this line here, but it's shorter. So let's put this one back. Let's use shorter versions. Right, here for the next auth, for this handler, we are calling this next auth with this object here. This object is like options, all of the options. So I'm going to put it here, const of options equals object. And let's put auth options here. I'm going to also export it because we are going to use it later on other places to grab session and so on. So what do we need to have here? We need first, and the most important part, we need to have an adapter because we need to log in with something. We can log in with credentials. We can log in with other providers, not adapters. Adapters are like database and so on. And the most important thing is providers. You need to have at least one provider. I'm going with Google because it's the fastest one to implement. You can also do others like login with Facebook, login with, I don't know, HubSpot, Box, Dropbox, any of this one, Coinbase, even Instagram, Medium, Patreon, Strava, Twitch. There are many, but I'm going with Google. It's the fastest one to implement. So we just need to go to this configuration and it opens this Google console. I have a lot of projects here. I will create a new one for this one. And now I need to create a name for this one. So let's put marketplace and let's hit create. And let's now wait. Now it's created. Let's select this new project. And as you can see, first thing we need to configure consent screen, but it's super fast. External create. And now app name will be marketplace. Now let's support email, my email. And now one more email here. I will just put my email here. Let's do save and continue. And here I think we don't need to put anything. Save and continue. And back to Bash dashboard. And this one is okay. Let's go back to credentials. Let's hit create credentials, OAuth client ID, because we are going to log in with OAuth web application. And now we need to put those to our redirect URLs. So they are saying for production, you need to put this with your own domain. So like mycrazydomain.com or wherever you have. For now, I'm going to have only this localhost 3000 because as you can see, it runs on localhost 3000. So it's redirect URLs. So let's put it here. And now let's hit create. When you put this on Vercel or somewhere else, you will need to add another URL here later, so don't forget. Now, we have this client ID and client secret. So let's put this inside our secrets, inside a new file .env. And well, we need to put Google client ID. And we need Google client secret. So let's put Google client ID here and Google client secret. Let's see, Google client secret will go here. And for our next auth, we don't want to get rid of this warning about the secret. So I'm going to create a random string here for our secret. And now we have inside .env, we have Google Client ID, Google Client Secret, and just secret. All right, and now let's go back to this route. And let's see. Now, let's first put our secret, and let's do process.env.secret. and this looks fine. Now we need to have providers. It's an array, and we want to add our Google provider. So let's see here. Let's import Google provider. So let's go to the top here, and we just put it like this. So let's put this one here, and let's see. We have client ID with this client ID, Google client ID. Yes, correct. Google client secret. Correct. But we have a TypeScript error. Let's see. This needs to be a string, but it says that this needs to be a string, but this could also be an undefined. So this can be actually undefined. So to fix it, you can do either like, or if it's undefined, let's return empty string. So as you can see, we don't have this red underline here. Or another way would be just to do as string, and this will work as well. I think the best way of handling this TypeScript error would be to grab this and here at the top do if it doesn't exist or if it's empty, let's throw an error saying Google client ID is missing or something like this. I think this is the most correct way of doing this. Well, we will always have this, so I can rely that I always put it there. All right, so now let's see. This looks fine. We have our Google provider, and I think this will work with just this information. So let's try to go to our header, and let's try to implement our authentication here. So let's start with the login. We have some class names here. Let's put those here. Let's put the closing tag here. Let's add on click and arrow function. And on click, I want to do sign in. And let's import this function from Next.js React. And here we just put our provider, Google. And let's see, on click function. Yeah, now we have an error saying that, okay, because this is, we have an on click, you need to make it to a client component. So we need to put here use client on the top, and let's see, yeah, now it works. Let's see what happens if we click login. So I click login and I can log in. I will log in with my Gmail account. Yeah, sign into marketplace, continue, and we are logged in. I don't see any difference because we are always displaying the same stuff, but let me fix it. So to do this, I'm going to check for the session, but not inside the header. I think that I will put it inside my layout. So before we will display header, I will grab this session here, because our header is a client component, and to do this with client component, we would need to use our context. We would need to create context for the session. So I think it's easier to do it here in a server component. So let's do session equals, and let's do await get server session. Let's import this one, and here we need to also import our options. So now both this and this has been imported for me here and here. Now we have this red await because we need to add async here, and now it's fine. Now we can pass this session here. Let's do session on header to be session. We have red thing here because session is not a defined property. So let's go to header and let's define it here that we will have a session, and let's define that session is actually a session with capital S. Yeah, let's import it from this type. Let's import this type from Next.auth. So yeah, now let's see. Now we can use our session here. So let's go maybe here where we have our sign up and login buttons. So let's do something like this. If we have session and we have user, let's do end parenthesis. Let's put React fragment here, and let's put both of those buttons, sign in and sign up and login here. So now if I refresh, I still see those buttons. Okay, I see those buttons because we are showing them if we have a user. We should show them if we don't have a user. So let's do exclamation mark, and now we don't see them. All right, so if we are logged in, so if we have session with a user, let's do end parenthesis fragment. Let's put here a button to log out. So let's grab this sign up and let's put it here, and let's put logout. Yeah, and this looks fine. Maybe we could put an icon here for the logout. I don't know. Let's skip it for now. First, I'm going to put margin left of 4 here, and maybe also on the right side of the MX. And now we have a logout, and we want to add a functionality so it will actually log out. So let's put an on click here, and let's do arrow function inside. We don't need those. We will just do sign out from React, Next.auth React, as you can see here. And now let's do just sign out. And this should work. I can refresh. I'm still logged in. Let's hit logout. Yeah, I have been logged out. And this looks fine. But let's log in back with my account. And I think I would prefer to, instead of having this button, I would like to have my image or something like this, or my name. So let's remove this sign out. We will put it on our profile or something like this. Let's remove this button, and let's put here my name. So name of the logged in user, session username. We can put this, or we could also put the image like this. And this is the URL of the image, of course, but we can put an actual image. You can use EMG for image, but I think it's better to use Next image. So that's why I'm importing image from Next image. And here the source will be our session user image, and the text here, let's put avatar in case something's wrong. Now we will have an error because image with this source Google user content is missing width property. Okay, so let's put a width of I don't know, max 80. So let's do 80. Same with height. Let's put 80. And now this needs to be added to the host names. So this host name, it needs to be added to next config. All right, so this is where you can read more about this, but basically we need to go to our next config, which is not here, next environment, next config here. And we need to put those images with remote patterns. So here inside, let's put images, remote patterns, and we need to add this, let's see, lh3 Google user content.com. So let's put this here. We don't need port or anything else. And this can be also replaced with just asterisk here. And let's see if I refresh, will it work? Yes, it works. It's too big, but we'll fix it. We are adding this asterisk because there can be more like subdomains, LH4 and so on. Why we are doing this, if you do just img, you don't need to do this, but this is for security in case, I don't know, someone will hack and try to put an image from a different subdomain that you don't allow. It will scream that, hey, this is a shady image or something like this. All right, let's see what we have here. We have an error that this can be null and source only accepts strings. So let's just put here as string. Now let's make the image smaller. So let's change this to 40 by 40. I think this will be good enough. Yeah, and also let's put this inside a link with a link to just maybe account, and let's put this here. Now the buttons are too big, and this is because our image is also too big. So I'm going to make this smaller. Let's put 30 or maybe 20 and then see how it will look like. So now it's smaller than the button. I want to make this the same size as the button. So let's see how big is the button, so we can do the same sizing. This thing I can also zoom in, and let's see, button size is 33 pixels. Let's do something similar for the image. So let's do 34 and here 34, and we have something like this. Let's make it also rounded. So let's put some class names here, class name with double S here, and let's make it rounded medium. Yeah, I think this will work. We have some extra padding here and so on. Maybe we can make this even a little bigger. Let's do 36. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see how it looks like. We have this image. We have some padding on this image or on this link here. I don't know from where. Okay, it added this padding top and padding bottom because we have this thing here that for all of those, all of the children inside navigation, we are adding padding. I don't want this, so I will remove it. And now it's no padding here. Right, so let's see. This looks fine, and now we can have our account page. It doesn't work now. For now, we have 404. Let's go back. But now we have a working authentication, and we can go to post an ad and create products and stuff like this. So for this post an ad, let's see where it is. Let's search for post an ad. It's here, and it's a button. I'm going to change it to a link, and let's add the href, and it will go to /new. This will be the URL for the form. So if I click here, it will go to /new, and we get 404 because this page doesn't exist. Let's create it. So here I'm going to, let's see, we have app. Inside app, we need to create a new directory called new. And inside we need to create a page.js file. Page.tsx. So it's the page.tsx. And now we can do export default function, and let's call this one new add, just new add page. All right, and it will return, let's say, a form for now, empty form. It will say here maybe an h1, add your product, or maybe list your product. Yeah, so we'll have a text here. This looks fine. So for each product, if we want to fix this form, what do we need to have for a product? We need to have a title, we need to have a price, we need to have what else? Photos, description, and contact information. and the place. So few items. So let's put all of these things here. For the, let's use inputs for now. It will look really bad, but doesn't matter. Placeholder, title. Then let's put another input for price. Whoops, not input type price. Input type. Let's put maybe a number here for now. Placeholder will be, say, price. And what else do we need? We need an input for, we need a category. So let's maybe do a select with categories like cars. We need a, for also, what else? Electronics. I would just put few, but you can put more if you want. Properties. And I'm going to add an option that will be default. It will be selected and default, and it will be disabled, but it will be kind of like a placeholder. So let's name this one category, or maybe let's put here select a category. And thanks to this option, we have something like this. So we have select category that is selected, but we cannot change it. So if we put cars, we cannot select this select category. Only electronics or one of those three. We could add the emojis here. So for cars, we can do cars. For electronics, I can put the mobiles. And for properties, I can put like a home. All right, so this looks fine. Now the next, let's just add the space here. So what else? We have inputs for title, price, and select for electronic for category. We need a text area for the description. Let's remove this rows and calls. Maybe not description like this. Let's put a placeholder for this description. And we need also contact information text area with contact information. So let's do placeholder with mobile, and let's do something like this, 46, something like this, 123, 123. So let's see. Yeah, mobile. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Well, it doesn't look fine, but we can fix it. So let's see. We have description here and title, price, mobile, category here. It looks really bad, but we will fix it. So there will be a lot of styling just for this form. And I think we can just do some global styling. So I'll go to global CSS and I will do something like this. First, I will do that all inputs and all selects and all text areas, maybe not all inputs with a type of text and all inputs with a type of, what else do we have here? Number. So let's put number here. So for input type text, type number, select and text area, I want to apply some Tailwind classes. You could do also regular CSS like with and stuff like this, but I think it's just quicker with full, and let's do border, and let's do stuff like this. Let's do padding. It's faster than writing padding colon and like 10 pixels or something like this. So now it looks like this, a little bit better, but still bad. So let's see, let's add rounded corners. And now let's go back to the form because I want to style the form a little bit. Let's add class names here. And well, first I would like to make it more narrow. So let's do max width of SM and let's center it for now. So MX auto. So now we have something like this, better, but still not good. So now for all of those inputs, I would like to have some kind of labels. So let's put label here, and we need this HTML4. It's good to have it because now then we can click on those. So for this input of for the title, let's put this ID title input, title in, and here title in for HTML4, and here let's put title. So now if I click here, it will focus on this input. Let's do the same thing for the rest of the inputs. So let's put here label for price input, and this will say price. Here we will need to add ID of price input, and then we have an select. So let's do label of category input, and maybe let's put just category input, the whole word, category text, and here we need to put category input. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3. Now we have for description and contact information. So here let's do now label for description input. Here let's put description, and here ID will be description input. And now let's do contact information here. So let's do label contact input, and here let's do contact information, and here we need to put ID contact input, like this. And now as you can see, I can click on the labels. It will focus on the text area or input, but I want to style it a little bit more, so I will do something like this. For the forms, if we have a label inside the form, I want to apply some classes. I want the text to be super small, so let's put XS. I want the text to be more grayish, so let's put gray 600. I want the font to be bold, so let's see. So we have those bold, and I want this to be uppercase, and I will put margin top of 4 and margin bottom of 1, so we will have some nice looking spacing. So we have title, price, and let's maybe do more. Let's do 6 here. And I don't see any spacing here, maybe because we need to make it block. Yeah, now we have some spacing, as you can see, and it looks much better. So yeah, I think this looks fine. We don't need this list your product title here, and basically now we can have like images on the left side and then the rest of the form on the right side. So let's go back to our new page. Let's get rid of this list your product. And now we have this form here, and well, I'm going to put all of those inputs with the end text areas. I'm going to cut it from here, and I will put a div, and I will put everything here inside this div. I will create another div, and here I will do photos uploading thing, so we can upload the photos. So photos uploading, and then we have the rest of the form. Now I want to put it next to each other, so photos uploading should be on the left side. So here I'm going to put flex on the form, so we have photos uploading here, the rest here. We can now get rid of this max width of SM. Let's make it at least large, I think. Large is too narrow, so let's do 4XL. Let's make it bigger. Let's see, max width 4XL. I think it's even smaller. Let's see why. So form max width 4XL. Yeah, I don't know why, but let's make it like 8. No, there are no such things as. So let's see. let's do max width of, can we do like 100 something or 96? Let's do 96. And let's see. Okay, it's this big. And I don't know if it's big enough. Let's see. I think it's not. So let's do custom value here. Well, let's see with XL how big this will get. I think XL is big, but we need to make this those two divs are flex, so those take only as little space as possible. So to fix it, let's put grow on both of those. Grow, and this will add this flex grow properties. So now as you can see, we have, it takes all of this space that we made here max with XL, and it takes like this one 250 and here 322. Right, now this looks fine. I want to add a little bit of a gap, maybe not a little bit, let's do gap of 8, so we will have like a lot of spacing here. Yeah, this looks fine. And now for these photos, I want to have like a button or something, right? So let's do button. It will say add photos. Let's see, yeah, something like this. And let's style this button a little bit. Let's make it blue. So let's do background of blue 600, text should be white. Let's put this here, this here, so we'll have more spacing. Let's put padding of like 4, on the top and the bottom will be 2. So we have something like this, and of course we want to have rounded corners here. Right, for this div I want to have padding top of at least 8, so we have some spacing here. And let's also add like h2 add photos of the thing you want to sell, something like this. Maybe we could make this smaller. I don't know, maybe we can also put like another div with some styling. So let's put this h2 here, and here let's do background gray of 200, so we have something like this. And we can add some padding of 4 with rounded corners, and we have something like this. Add photos of, let's do your product, yeah, something like this. And this looks fine. Maybe we could add like a little bit of margin top for the button, so we have some spacing here. This looks fine. Maybe we can add an icon of a photo here. Yeah, let's do this. So let's do font awesome icon, and for the icon I want to have FA photo, if there's such thing. Let's see, FA phone, not phone, sorry, photo. And no, let's try with picture. No, so let's try to find one that will work. Font awesome, and let's search picture. Yeah, we have image, so the FA image, and let's import this one. And now let's see, yeah, it looks like this. Let's put this into a div, both the button and the icon. So let's put it like this, and it's next to each other, but well, we can put just the button in, or maybe we can just do class name flex and flex column, so it will be under. Yeah, for the icon we can do some class names of I want this to be bigger, so let's do height of, I don't know, 24, so it will be big. I want this to be also grayish. I don't know if it's with text, let's see. Yeah, I think it's with text, so let's do gray 400, so it's more, yeah, maybe like 200. 200 will be invisible because this is 200 as well. Let's change it to 100. Yeah, maybe 300 here. Yeah, and more spacing. I want more spacing here and more spacing here. So, and even this title should be centered. And so for this H2, let's do text center, text gray 600, and let's do uppercase, and let's make it smaller. I think let's do text XS. Now let's see, and yeah, more grayish 400, and let's put the text here and the closing tag here, and let's make it bold as well, the same way we have with labels. And I think this looks really nice. Maybe this one shouldn't be that blue, because the blue button should be somewhere here down to save the item, to save the product. So I'm going to copy this one, and under the form I will place this one, save, or maybe it will say publish. Yes, we have something like this, and this shouldn't be that blue, and I think instead it should be maybe like this one. So let's go here, and let's see, we don't want this background blue. Instead we want to have a border blue, blue 500, and let's see, now the text color should be 500 as well. Let's see, text white, let's change it to blue. Do we do a 600 or 500? 600, so let's put 600 here as well. And yeah, I think this looks fine. And maybe we can add an icon here, plus icon. So let's put add photos, and let's put font awesome icon FA plus, I think. Let's import this one, and now let's see, it will look fine. Okay, so I also want to have a gap here, so let's put inline flex and gap of 1. So let's see, yes, and now we also need items center and justify center, so it will be centered. Yeah, and this looks fine. Now for the publish button, I think the publish button looks fine. Maybe we can make it wider by increasing the sides of the padding. Yeah, and this looks fine. The form looks fine. So now we would need to maybe I would decrease a little bit of the spacing here for the labels. Let's go to globals, and let's see, margin top, let's do 4 instead of 6. Yeah, and this looks fine. We can increase the margin from the top for this right side. Let's see, more padding top of 2, so it will start on the same line more or less. Right, I think this looks fine. We could also do like description will be here and contact information will be here, and then we can have publish button here on the middle. Well, you can do some small adjustments yourself as you prefer. For now, I would leave as it is. I think it looks really nicely. And yeah, so we have title, price, category, description, and contact information. One more thing that we will need is a place, but we can add it later. I think I will add coordinates and this pop-up from the browser to share your location, or you can select on the map where you are. So this looks fine. So now, before we'll do like location thing, because it will be more advanced, I would like to have Google Maps with clicking where you are located, or you can share your information. Maybe we can put this put this here, or we can have that when you publish, you will have a pop-up saying, hey, you need to tell us where this item is located. So you can select a place, or you can click just share my position. For now, I think the form itself looks really nice. But so don't forget, I will actually add this. Where is it located? So on the left side, I'm going to add a div with this, with a label. But actually, yeah, let's put the label saying where is it located, and let's see where is it located. Yeah, and let's put a gray placeholder for now for Google Maps. So let's put a div and Google Maps here with selector. And here we will have let's just put background gray of 200, padding, and let's put minimum height of 12, and let's see, yeah, something like this. Let's make it rounded. I don't like those square-ish corners. And we also I want this text to be less visible. Text gray 400 will be enough. And let's put this center. We are going to remove this text. It will not be here. I just want to have a placeholder for now. Above this place for Google Maps, I will have a button saying share current location, and I want to have this pin icon here. So let's go to Font Awesome. I don't know. Let's see, map. We have this map pin, and I think this one, or maybe this one, location. Let's search for location. This one is the best one, I think. Location crosshairs. So let's use this one. Let's put the text inside a span, and let's put font awesome icon, and let's do FA location crosshairs. Yeah, and let's import this one. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. I'm going to add a little bit of styling for this button. So for this button, let's make this one flex with items center. Let's add a gap of 1. Let's add the padding on the top and the bottom. Let's put everything to the middle. So let's do justify center. And now let's see. It doesn't work. Item center, gap, padding, justify. I don't think it looks like it's centered. Let's see. We have a button here, and the flex thing doesn't work. Maybe we need to put width of full. Yeah, now it's in the middle. But it doesn't look like a button. So I'm going to put a border on this one, so it will be more like a button. Yeah, I think this is better. But we need to have some spacing between these things. So let's do margin temp of 2 from this gray area. And for this button, I'm going to make it more look like this one. So let's see, here is the button. Let's put border to be blue 600. Text will be also blue 600. Now let's see, and this is better. I of course want to have rounded corners, so let's see. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe we could use gray colors instead, but darker than this one. Yeah, let's try with gray. So let's do border will be gray of 600. Yes, and let's do the same with, let's remove this text thing. text color thing. And I think this looks good. Maybe we can make it a little bit brighter. So it's the border of this and text of gray 600. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And maybe we can do some spacing here from this one. So let's do class name margin top of 2. So we'll have more spacing. I don't know if it did anything. So let's do margin top of 4. And let's see. This didn't change anything because, let's see. I don't know why. Let's see. Margin top of 16. Now it did something. So let's see 8. 8 is too much. Let's do maybe just 6. I think 6 is okay. I will try it with 4. And I think 4 is fine. Yeah, I think this will work for now. And we could maybe have more spacing here. So it's gap 8. Let's do gap 12 here. And more spacing here as well. So let's do actually margin top of 8. Yeah. It feels a little bit cluttered here, and but we can fix it later. Because maybe later where we will have Google Maps, it will look better, and we can maybe move this somewhere else. And yeah, maybe we will not need this title here at all. Right, but no. First things first. And first things that we need is to fix this photo uploading thing. And I know I was most of the times using S3 with some API endpoints and so on. Today we are going to use a different tool to make it simpler for uploading photos. And not only for uploading, but also with transforming them to create thumbnails. So for this, we are going to use ImageKit. They have a free plan with 20 gigs of media and bandwidth. So it's more than enough for even medium-sized projects. So let's go, and I'm already logged in, as you can see. And the first thing we will need is API keys. So let's go to developer options, and well, we will need the keys, and I have my keys here. So I'm going to copy this one, and let's put this into my .env. So let's call this ImageKit public key, ImageKit public key. I want to have shorter names because writing Google Client Secret is it's long to type it. So ImageKit public key, or yeah, let's put it like this for now. But private key will have the same name. So let's do maybe ImageKit public key, like this. ImageKit private key. And now let's copy this one, and let's put this one here, private key. I will change it later so you guys cannot use it. Create your own account. And okay, we have keys. Now we will need to install components for uploading. So let's go to here, ImageKit React SDK, and let's see. We are going to need this package. So let's start by installing this one. And I can show you it's much simpler than this code shows, because they are showing a lot of examples here. And we are going to use make it simple. Before we will begin writing code here, I highly recommend you to check ImageKit's docs, and here you can find it at docs.imagekit.io. And here inside you have getting started guides for React, for example. So here inside you can find all the documentation and how everything works for React. Later here you have also all the information about image transformations and image optimization that we are going to use later in this project. So let's do pnpm add ImageKit.io React, and yeah, it's installed. And now we want to go back to our new page, and here we have our form for uploading photos, and we have this button for uploading, for adding photos. So here I'm going to add a component called, or maybe let's create a separate component for this. And let's go to components and let's do new file. And let's call this one uploader.tsx. Let's do export default function, uploader, and let's do return. And here, let's put React fragment for now, so we will not have any errors. But we need to use a component called ik upload, and we will also need to put some information here. So we will need to put, we will just put all of the props that we get from here. So let's do just props, and those props will be ImageKit upload props, and let's put those props here. But we need to put more information here, and this will be with ImageKit context. So let's put this here inside. And what we need to pass here is our public key, and to put public information directly into your client component, because this one will be a client component, we need to rename it. So let's go back to here and let's put here next public and ImageKit public key. Right, now let's here. Let's do process.env and next public, and here ImageKit public key. All right, and this will work. Now we also need to have an endpoint, and the endpoint we need to also get it from here. Developer options, and sorry, URL endpoints, and here is my endpoint that I can just copy. To make it fast, you can put it like this. To make it more robust or more proper, you can put it here. It needs to be public because we need to put it into a client component. So let's do next public ImageKit endpoint and point, and now let's put it here. And now let's go to back to uploader. Let's put process.env next public ImageKit endpoint and point. Right, and this looks fine. Now, as you can see, we are not using private key, but we should. Not here, because if you just put this private key here, anyone can see it. And to not put it here, we are going to create a small authentication for getting tokens for being authenticated. So basically, we will first here for this client component, we will put an authenticator. And this authenticator is just an async function. Let's put an async arrow function here, and it will do a request. So let's do await fetch. It will go to /API/ImageKit/auth. We will create this endpoint. Let's put response, and here we will just do return await a response to JSON. Right, and now we just need to create this endpoint. So let's go to API. Inside API, let's do new file. We want to first do ImageKit /auth/route.ts without X because it's not a component and not React component. And here I want to do something like this. I want this to export async function get. We could also do like const get. It does export const get. It doesn't matter with an arrow function. Or maybe I can show you. So let's do export const get equals, and now an arrow function, async arrow function. This will work as well. Or maybe we can rename it to handler and then export it. Doesn't matter. Let's do now. We want to first grab a session because only if you are logged in, you can upload images. Okay, so let's do get server session with auth options, and let's don't forget about await here. So if we have if we don't have a session, it will just return response JSON false, something like this, something simple and easy. Now here we have a session and we want to authenticate our ImageKit. So as the const ImageKit equals, and we have installed here ImageKit.io React, and now I will just install ImageKit. So we will have functionality for our backend for Node.js. So let's do import ImageKit from ImageKit, not ImageKit options, just ImageKit from and just ImageKit. And now we can just do, it's a class, so let's do ImageKit. And here we just put properties, and endpoint will be process that environment that it's a public information. So let's do public, next public, and it was ImageKit endpoint. Then we have let's see, public key. So as the process environment, public key was also as a public. So let's do next public, image key, public key. And we have also private key that we need to apply here. It's not as an declared as a public variable. Whoops, this should be k. So it's just without next public, it's just image key, ImageKit private key. So I will just copy this and I will put it here, and this looks fine. Now, as you can see, it's red because this can be actually undefined, but let's put that it's always a string, and we can assure a Typescript that it's always a string. Now, now we just need to return response JSON with our token, and to get the token we just do ImageKit and get authentication parameters, and that's it. Now this uploader component is not used, so let's use it. So let's go back to new page. Here we have a place for it, so let's use our uploader. Now let's see, choose file, no files chosen, so we have our input of type file. And let's see what happens here behind the scenes. So if I refresh, and I will show all of the network requests, you can see, let's see, here we have a bunch of requests. Let's see if we have any authentication requests. ImageKit, no. Let's see if we are using this authenticator. It's an async. We are doing a fetch request to API ImageKit auth. Okay, let's see if I will choose a file. Let's maybe take this MacBook. Let's see what will happen. Okay, then it's running this authentication first, and we are responding with token, expire, and signature. So it's fully automated. Then it does this upload. So we are sending this MacBook JPEG with this with the file binary data, and as a response we get this URL. So we can grab the URL and let's copy and let's open, and we have our image. So I think this is much simpler than using S3 on AWS, because you don't need to prepare buckets, you don't need to create users for AWS with all those permissions and stuff like this. It just creates and this just creates a file for you. And as you can see, for S3 to make you need to make files with unique names, because otherwise the names will collide. Here it's handled automatically. It adds this unique hash to the file name. So this is nice. So we have all of this as a response, and we just need to save it to our state, right? So we need to save it somewhere. So let's go here to the new page, and here for this uploader we can do on success. We have many functionality here. We can show preloader and so on. I will also do this, but first let's do something like this. On success, I want to grab the image and add it to our state. So let's do here files and set files equals use state. From React the default will be empty array, and here we are also going to add Typescript information that this will be an upload response from our ImageKit. Yeah, let's see. No, I think this is the wrong one. Let's import this from this. No, let's see. Something is wrong with my IDE. Let's see. This one, the first, should work. Okay, now it works. And the only issue is, okay, it's not one response. It's an array of responses because there will be many files. So we have also this use state is not allowed in server components. Yes, that's correct, because this one is a client component. Now let's see. We have some error here, unexpected token form. So let's see what's the issue here. We are returning a form. Why does it say unexpected token? Is it because of this thing? Let's see if we import it from other place like JavaScript. No, this didn't help. Let's remove this action for now. I think the problem is here. So let's put an arrow function here for now. And yes, that was the problem. It was even red here. Right, so now we have it. And now the small issue we see is that we have this and this, and it should be one. So, well, first maybe let's fix this on success. And to do this, I will do something like this. Here on success, we will have file information, and we want to put it to our files. So let's do set files with all the previous info. I want to return all of the previous info as a new array, and also this new file, right? And also under this button, I will print all of the files or file names. So let's do files map, and for all file, I want to put a div with file path. Yes. So now if I upload a MacBook, it will create a path here. Maybe we can put URL. Yeah, I will make it, we will show a thumbnail, but for now let's just put a link. Now an issue here is that we have those two buttons, and another issue is that we start to have too much code. So first I will put this thing as a separate component, and or maybe before I will do this, I will put I will put it as a separate component. So let's see, we have all this dark gray, not dark, it's just gray 100. It starts here, ends here. So I'm going to grab this thing, cut from here, and let's go to components, new file, and let's put here upload area.tsx, export default function upload area. Maybe we could call it media or uploaded images, something like this. Doesn't matter. Let's put return here, and let's paste all of this here. So as you can see, we don't have this set files and files. That's why it's red. And we can put this here as props. So let's put those as props here. So first is files, and then we need also set files. And we need to add the Typescript notation for those. So we could add this here, like files is upload response, an array of upload responses, and then set files is a set state hook. So but I think it would be easier if we just do type props equals, and here files is upload response array. So here we can just do props, and here we need to add set files. And for the state, I think it's like the dispatch from React, set state action from React, and here not any. Here we have an array of upload response. That's correct. And now we need to pass it. So let's go back to here. We removed this big div. So let's do upload area. And as you can see, because we added this with TypeScript, it says here that we need to pass files and our set files function. So we pass our state here, that is about the uploaded things here. Here we put we list our URLs of uploaded files. Let's do some little styling text XS or XS. We could make this as an A tag. Doesn't matter for now. I will change it to thumbnails. As you can see, it works. I can show it. I can upload one more. I can do, for example, this image of myself, or maybe, I don't know, do you want this one? I can also do this one. Let's do open. And as you can see, it's uploaded here. Looks fine. Now I want to put those two things into this. So to do this, I want to have this button inside this uploader. So or I want to have a reference or something like this to this input. So I can click on this button and actually click this thing. First, we need to add that this button is type of button, so it will not submit the form. And another thing, so now if we click, nothing happens. But now what we need to do is that when we click on it, it will actually click the thing here inside. So, and let's try with reference. So let's create a reference called file input ref, and create reference from React. And now let's try to pass this reference here. So for this uploader, let's pass the reference of file input reference. And now for this button, that is pretty, let's do on click. And on click, we will do file input reference, current, And let's do click, or maybe let's do console log first. So let's do console log to see how this looks like. So let's see if this works. Console. If I click, I can see that the reference is empty. Let's see why. Let's go to uploader. We have this upload here. Let's see, do we have any reference? Yes, looks like we do. Let's see here inside. This should return an input of type file with the reference. Let's remove this current. Let's see if this will change anything. No, current is null. But don't worry, we can fix it other way. Let's remove this reference, and let's remove reference from here, and let's remove the reference from here. And we can fix it by putting a label here instead of button. So we don't need to type button. And inside the button, we have icon and span, but we will actually also put this uploader inside. So let's put this here. And now if we click on this button, of course, it will open this file selector, but we want to hide this part and only show this part, right? So we can do something like this. We can put on this label that is actually button, a class name upload button like this. And let's go to our globals. And let's do something like this, upload button, and input type for the label with class upload button, the input of type file should be hidden. So we can do display hidden. Sorry, it's not, I think it should be hidden. Let's see. Or maybe it's display none. Sorry, I forgot. Display none. And now, as you can see, it's not there. We can just click on this and it clicks on the input of type file. We can also do this with apply and display, or maybe we can just do none, or maybe I think it was hidden. So let's do hidden, and another class cursor pointer. I want to add, so we will have this hand on this. Let's see, let's refresh. Didn't work. Let's see. Okay, because it's on the file. I don't want this to be here. I want this to be only on this upload button. So let's go to back here, cursor pointer, and now we should have this hand here. Yeah, we have an, this is from my browser. It's not an error actually. It's from an add-on that I'm using, an extension. But here we have an error for the select dropdown, but we'll fix it in a moment. Now let's focus on this. So if I upload something, I also want to see a preloader. So to do this, I will do is uploading and set is uploading equals use state. Default will be false because by default nothing is being uploaded. So we want to show something on the button. We want to make it disabled. So here we have the label. Here we have a lot of class names here. And I'm going to make it as a string, JavaScript string like this. And basically I will put this here, and I will add if here. So is uploading. If it's uploading, I will do this. Otherwise, I will do all of those. Few things will be the same. Few classes will be the same. So I can add something like this. I can put here. I can put all of this in parentheses, like this. Let's add this here, and here on the beginning I will put the classes that will be the same for both uploading or not. So I will put those two here, and same with margin, and default border. And let's see, same with paddings, rounded, infline effects, gap, item center, and justify. I will also move to defaults here, and border blue and text blue will be only for if it's not uploading. Okay, so now let's see, it still looks fine. Now I will do if it's uploading. I want to maybe do text of gray 400. And now let's see how it will look like. I will change it to true, and as you can see, it's grayed. It's gray out, and I want also to the cursor to be, cursor pointer should be only here if it's not uploading. Here we should have a cursor of let's see, cursor of crosshair. Let's see how this looks like. No, not this one. This one doesn't look good. Cursor of, let's see, disabled or something like this. Not allowed. And this one will work, yeah. And now inside this, we have this uploader here, and this uploader shouldn't be visible here if it's uploading, but it doesn't matter here. Maybe we can change this add photos to uploading and add disabled label. So let's change the text. The text is here, add photos. Let's cut it from here and is uploading. Then we will say uploading ... otherwise we'll have this text. So now we'll have uploading ... We should also maybe remove this plus. So let's see. Here I will do just if is uploading. Then let's do parentheses, span with uploading ... Otherwise, let's do React fragment with the icon and the span, and here we know it will be just add photos. Photos. Right, so here we have if it's uploading, then we say uploading ... Otherwise, React fragment, because we have two things here. Font awesome icon, fi plus, add photos. So now it says uploading because I've changed this to true. Let's change it to false. And now it's fine. We don't use this yet, but we'll fix it. So we don't need this on click here because it happens automatically because it's a label. And now on uploader, we can do on upload start, and we can do set is uploading to true. And when it's success, we will do set is uploading to false. And now let's see. If I click and I select maybe this, let's hit open. It says uploading ... and then we have this link here. I don't like that those columns or maybe those parts are changing the widths. So let's go back to a new page. We have this flex here on this form. I'm going to change it to grid, and I will add grid columns to it, so it will be the same widths on those two columns. And as you can see, it wraps this link. So now for this link, it looks fine, but it would be maybe nicer to have a thumbnail here, like a thumbnail of the actual image. For this, I think we should create a separate component. So inside components, let's do a new file, and let's call this one upload thumbnail.tsx. Export default function upload thumbnail, and let's do return. And here we will have props, but our props will be only information about the file, right? So here we'll have this upload response. Now, Let's put maybe just a link for now, props and the URL, and maybe an arrow or something like this, just for now. Let's put Rakwo, it's like an arrow. All right, let's see. Now let's use it. And let's go to upload area. And instead of this, let's put our upload thumbnail. And as you can see, we need to pass all of this. I think we can make it look better. Instead of props, I will do here file, and the file will be upload response. So now let's see, instead of props, let's put file URL, and here, let's get rid of this, upload thumbnail, file is file, simple as that. And we have this Rakwo thing here, but now we can do a prettier styling, like, for example, let's see, if file type is image equals image, then we can do return, and we can do ik, or maybe we can just do regular image with source of file URL. Whoops, not like this. File URL or file thumbnail URL. Let's see, and as you can see, it works, and it's square-ish, and it looks nice because it's a thumbnail. So as you can see, this ImageKit service automatically creates thumbnails for us. It creates those squares. We could also add here some transformation, like let's see, I think it was we can add here, let's put regular URL, and we can do transformation tr, and let's do width of 200 and the height of 200, and let's save. And as you can see, now it's cropped. In general, I recommend using SDK's built-in URL builder function to generate correct transformation URLs. You can just import the class like this, create an object, and then you have a URL function with all the options and full Typescript support. However, for trivial cases like this one, I will put it manually. To 200, we can do 100. Let's see. Yeah, it's blurred because, well, we should add style to be height of 100 pixels. Let's see, why is it stretch? Let's go to upload area. Let's put those files in a separate div so it will not stretch. Yeah, that is better. And now other thing that we can, let's see, if I remove the style, it should be 100 pixels. Yeah, we can do maybe 50 by 50, and yeah, and I will show you something else. Let's add a photo of me. Yes, as you can see here, and I'm going to make it 100 by 100, so it's bigger, and you can see the difference. As you can see, my head is not in the middle because my hair is clipped here, but let me show you a cool thing here. I will make this a little narrow here. Here I can add here also focus of auto, and now check my head here, it will change. As you can see, now it's more centered. Cool thing about this is they're using AI to automatically find the thing that should be in the middle of the picture. So if I do, for example, this picture, my head should be also in the middle. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, we can also search for unsplash, and let's search for person or an object, doesn't really matter, PC. And let's do something that is not in the middle. Let's search for man, it will be easier. Maybe let's find one with the head that is not in the middle, so we can see that that it works. So all of those are really centered. Okay, this one. I will download this one and let's upload this one. So I will do add photos and I have this guy here. Let's do open and let's see, I will remove this FO auto. Now, okay, it works. I thought that it didn't work, but as you can see, if you are just centering the image without checking what is on the picture, it's not it's centered, but not on the object. If you add this FO auto, as you can see, the main thing is in the middle. So I can see the heads, even if the heads are not in the middle. I hope it makes sense. It just uses like AI to center the photo on the thing that actually matters. So it's not the middle of the picture, it's the thing that should be in the middle. I could try with a different photo. Maybe let's try with this guy. As you can see, the middle of the picture is here. So let's download. I'm going to remove this FO auto for now. Let's add a photo here. And yeah, let's do open. And now it's uploading. And now, as you can see, now it's centered, this photo. It looks fine. But check what happens if we add this FO auto. I save it. And as you can see, the head of this guy is in the middle because the AI thought, okay, it's only this guy on the picture, so we should center to this guy. If I remove it, you can see that it has some blurred background, and this thing, you can see that it cropped the head because it just centers the picture. It doesn't matter if the guy will be, it will be centered. That's it. It's centered and cropped. But if you add this FO auto, you can see that it centers to the thing that actually matters. Okay, that is a cool thing, and we will keep it for now. Let's go further to next things. So we have our photos here, and now we want to display them differently. So let's go back to upload area. We have this div here. Let's put flex here. So yeah, something like this. And let's put flex wrap and let's make those smaller. So I want this to be, let's see, I will put each of those into a div. Let's put a div here with some class names, and let's put this here. Let's put size of this to 12. Let's see. Yeah, 12 is okay. Let's check 16. No, maybe 14. 14 is nice. And let's add a gap of 2. Yeah. And let's add a margin top of 2. Yes, that looks good. Maybe we can make this either bigger. So let's see, maybe 18. Let's see, 16. So we'll have 3. And I think this looks fine. Now I also would like this to be centered, rounded corners. So let's do rounded and overflow hidden. Let's see. Yeah, that looks really nice. We can add links to the original images. So for example, for this image here, if we know if it's an image, we can add an a tag with the image here, and the ref link will be to file URL, the original URL to the full picture, not this one that is cropped and focused on the main thing. So let's do file.url, and let's also add target of blank, so it will open a new tab. Now I can just click and it will open the photo for me, so I can see the whole picture. And we will also create a slider for the pictures. For example, when you open an ad or a listing, you can see bigger pictures on the page. But for now, we just fix this uploading, and I think it looks nice. All right, now before we can save all of this information here, it would be nice to have this one working. So let me see. We need to go first to this page, and this is this new page. And here, let's see. I can get rid of those imports that are not used. So we don't need this uploader because we have this upload area. And this looks fine. Maybe we could put all of this form text fields into separate components. Then it would be a little cleaner. So let's maybe do this. So we have title input, and maybe let's call this component add inputs or add the form. Maybe not add the form because it will not have the form itself, but I will call it just inputs. So or maybe text inputs. So let's go here to components, and I always do new file, and then I do the export default and so on. But I also have this thing, and here I just type the name. So let's do add text inputs, and it will create me this. It will auto generate this export default function, add text inputs, and here with the correct file name with tsx. So I will use it, so it will be faster to create components. All right, but here we just need to put all of the inputs. So let's go back to this new page, and I want to grab the text area, selecting those two inputs. So here is where the text area ends, and here is the first label. Let's put it here into this React fragment. We need to use React fragment because we have several things here. If it would be only one, then we can skip the React fragment. Now let's go back, and here let's put our add text inputs like this. And now, as you can see, this component is much smaller, and that's good. Now I want to fix this Google Maps here. I don't want to have it, and to fix it, I would like to use something. Well, we could go to the Google Maps JavaScript documentation, and we could just, develop this ourselves. But there are ready components for this, for React. So let's use it. React Google Map picker, yeah. So here it is, and it's just a simple picker for the map. So let's install this. Let's copy this. Let's open terminal here. As you remember, we use pnpm. So let's use pnpm add this one, and in 2.3 seconds installed. And now let's see. We just need to grab it like this, import map picker. So let's go to the top and let's import it like this. And now let's try to put it here, Google Maps here. Let's put map picker. And we need the default location and API key. Let's see, default location and API key. For default location, maybe we can just use something like this. Doesn't really matter, it just to me need to be an object. We can change it in a minute. And then we have API key. So for API key, we need to generate this. So let's do Google Maps API key. And let's grab one. Create API keys console. I need to go to this page, looks like, and I need to pick the project marketplace. And now let's see, finish account setup. Can we skip this? APIs and services, keys and credentials, probably here. Looks like we need to pick a billing account, but as long as you keep this under a certain amount of project and the free quota, it should be fine. So after you enable billing, you should get an API key. I will change it later so you guys cannot charge me money, but it's for free. If you just go under the free tier, you will not be charged anything. So let's go back here. I placed the key here, so now if I refresh, I should see a map. There's something wrong here. Let's try to map type ID. Do we need this? Let's see. Map type ID will be let's do satellite, or maybe let's do street. No, let's do satellite. Let's see what else do we have. Road map. Let's see. It needs to be, let's see, map picker, map type ID. Let's see, road map. I'll try to put this here. Okay, I think we need to use this enum here. Map type ID. So let's do this. Map type ID. No, this cannot be used. That is okay. I'm going to just skip this part, and let's see how we can get this map to work. So we have this did not match. Let's click here, and now let's see. We need to add more things. Let's do HTTP refers, and let's add HTTP localhost 3000. Maybe then it will work. Let's do restrict key, and now let's see if I refresh. Still nothing. Looks like it's enabled. Let's do enter an address. We can try our map. So let's do, I will try my address, and looks like it looks like it works. Let's see, I will hit close. It's enabled. Let's go back to keys and credentials. Maps API key. Let's do show key. I think it's not the same, but let's see. Maybe it is. I think it is. So let's do refresh. Still nothing. Let's see what requests we are sending here. So we do places with this key, and it says okay, and the preview looks fine, but we still get this error. I think this is just a warning from Next.js. Let's see if we have something else. Maybe something is missing for our maps. So let's see, let's go back to this, and let's put this example here. So I'm going to put this example here above, and let's see, I copied too much. We just need this part. Let's put this here, and we don't need this, we don't need those two, we don't need this, we don't need this, and for default location let's put this. And let's see, do we have anything here? No, still nothing. Let's see if it will help if I just put all of this, including the functionality for state. So let's do this. Let's put this to the top here, and let's also get default zoom and default location somewhere here. Let's see if this will do anything. No, as I thought it will not. So let's get rid of this. And let's also get rid of that. So now our API key is in place, but even though I refresh, it still doesn't seem to work. And we can see here we have some warning. ID did not match. Server says this ID and client says this ID. And this is maybe because this part is rendered twice. So to fix it, we could easily do something like this. We could create a state to show map and set show map equals use state. Default will be false. And so now if we go back here to our map picker, we can do that. This will be only show if we have show map to true, then parentheses, and let's display it. So now it's not visible because it's always false, but now we can also do something like this. When this renders, when this component renders, we will immediately do set show map to true. so we can show the map. And now we have this gray area here where the map should be rendered. And well, if I refresh, I can see the map. But as you can see, this red pointer disappears. So there's something wrong with this map, and I guess we'll have some more warnings from the Google Maps, as you can see, that we should use advanced market element, and there are some deprecated things. And so this lib seems to be old. So I think the best way to overcome this map picker would be to use Google Maps JavaScript library and not some random libs that we can find on npm or on the Yarn website. And because if we just let me open this, if I just search for this one, yeah, it has 4,000 downloads, but let's go to repo. As you can see, it's public archived, it's archived, and it's really old. The last commit was 3 years ago. So yeah, this wasn't updated a really long time, so we need to build our own place picker. So I will just copy this, and I will save it maybe in my .env. I actually have it here, but let's make sure it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. So let's get rid of this map picker and this show map. Here will be our map picker, map picker here. And let's also get rid of this use effect and show map. We don't need use effect here anymore. And now let's uninstall this React Google Map Picker also. We don't need it. Let's do npm remove React Google Map Picker. And now let's go to the Google Maps documentation. So let's start by we need to first load. Let's start with Google Maps API documentation, JavaScript documentation. Maybe let's go here, v3, and let's go to guides. And here we have some overview. We have API keys, so we can skip this part, load the maps. Okay, we want to show it here. As you can see, map picker here. I think it would be easier to create a component. So let's do a new component. I will call it location picker, and created this file location picker.tsx because it's a component, and we have this structure export default function location picker return, and we have this React fragment. Here I can put picker maps Google, something like this. And now let's use it here, location picker. And now let's see, yeah, picker maps Google, that's correct. And now we want to first load the library. Here's some weird way of doing this, and even if I would try to, let's do use effect, and let's see if we can just place it, we will have some issues that well, H is any type, and there are some weird things going on, and it will be really hard to type it with Typescript because I don't really know what is going on here. But they have this, you can load with this loader, and this is what I'm going to use. So let's do npm add this, and now we can import this loader. Let's import the loader here. And okay, now we have the loader, so we can do like this. So let's do const loader equals new loader with capital L, and now we just need to put the API key here, and we can grab it from process environment, and I think it was called, let's see, I will just copy next public maps key as string. We can assure it's always a string, And this is fine. Now we can do loader, import library, and here we can do maybe let's do maps. We will need maps, and maybe let's put all of this into a separate function. So I will put a function maybe here, function load map. Yeah, and let's put this here, and here we will just do load map like this. Right, and as you can see, this is an async function, so we need to add a wait and async here. So now we can do const, how to import it like this, const map await import library. Maybe I can just copy as Google Maps library. No, I will just copy. I will just do the same way. So let's do const map equals this. And this is a map class. We will also need to have this advanced marker element. So as you remember, we had this error that we shouldn't use marker. We should use advanced marker element. So let's do advanced marker element, I think it was, from await loader import library marker, not market. Now let's see if we have both of those. Console log, let's do map and advanced marker should be, not market. Marker here and marker here. All right, and now let's see. If I go and I inspect here and I refresh, we get some stuff here. Advanced marker element is a class and map is also a function or a class. All right, so this looks fine. Now we can do stuff with those two. So first we want to generate a map. So let's do const map equals, keep in mind this is map with lower m and this is with capital M. So this is a class and this will be an created map that we create. So the new map, and here first we will need is an ID or element for the map. We don't have any, so let's put it here. Div with ID map. Yeah, let's do maybe map element. And here let's do a document, get element by ID map element. All right, and then we have some options. For the options, we will need to put map ID, otherwise it will be complaining. And here I will just put map. And we need to put center, where is the center of the map, latitude and longitude. So let's put 0 and longitude also 0. And what else? We will also need to have zoom. Let's put maybe 4. Right, now we can create a pin or a marker. So let's do const pin equals new advanced marker element, and here we will need to pass our map and position. Let's do the same position for now, and let's see if this will actually work. So now if I refresh, nothing works. Let's see, we load the map, we have this API key. Let's see if this runs actually, alert test. Yeah, this thing runs. We have some test alerts. And we have this load map element. Let's see if I rename it to just map. Let's see if the key is there. So let's do console log on this key. If I refresh, I cannot see this. Let's see. Let's refresh again. Nothing there. Let's do an object. Yeah, let's save, refresh. I cannot see this. So something's wrong. Let's see, location picker. Let's see if we are using this on our page. Yes, we do. Now let's see. Let's do here console log, so we know we are running this effect, use effect. If I refresh, no, we don't. We have this use effect. We have this location picker. but it looks like it's not used in here. Let's see. Location picker colon. So it should be here, but nothing seems to be loading. Let's see if we have any errors. And we actually do. So I'm going to fix them. First is this default value on the select option. So I will just fix it. Select. I think it's inside the form. So let's go to the form, add the text inputs, and let's see, we have the select here. Let's do default value, and let's do here 0, 0. Now let's see if I refresh, only error here, and here I'm going to restart here npm dev once again. Let's do refresh. We still get some warnings here. Let's scroll to the top. Use default value or value props on select instead of selected. Okay, so we shouldn't have this selected thing. And let's see if I refresh. I think now it's fixed. All right, now let's see, this Google Maps already loaded. Okay, we have this effect thing here. So let's go back to location picker. So here we have this effect. Let's see if we have this API key, if this will be console logged. Let's refresh. Yes, it seems to be working. Let's see. So map, document get element by ID map. Right, so I think the issue is here. Let's also add here use effect. Let's see, refresh, and nothing have changed. I think we shouldn't do get element by ID, and instead we should get a reference. So let's create a reference. So let's do div reference equals create ref from React, and let's see. Let's put this reference here, div reference, and let's see what is the issue here. Okay, HTML div element, we should add it to Typescript here to create ref. So let's put that this will be div HTML div element, and this Typescript error disappeared. Now let's see if we can just do something like this, div reference. Let's see if that current, and now let's see if this will work. Now let's see how it looks like. So let's do console log and div reference dot current, and let's see what's inside. So we have our element here. We still have this warning, Google Maps already loaded outside. So let's see, we have this location picker. Right, where is it loaded? It's loaded in two places. So let's see where Google Maps already loaded outside. Let's see, maybe I will change the zoom to 8. Will it change anything? No, it will not. There's something with this div. As you can see, it's overflow hidden. So let's see why. Okay, I think I know what is the issue here. Our div is just too small to show anything. So let's do width of 200 pixels, and same with height. Let's do also 200 pixels, and now we should have something. Yes, we do. And we have this working nicely with reference. So that's nice. We can get rid of this console log. And now there are some extra things we can add here, like get rid of those stuff. So let's go to documentation, and I want to have API reference. So let's maybe search for the API reference, Google Maps map documentation API reference. Yes, here, and now let's go to maps, map, and here is our map class. and we can see here we have map options, and we can see all of those options. Like for example, I want to do this initial enable disable state of type control. Yeah, I want to use it because I want to do this to false, and I think this will get rid of those two between the regular map and satellite. And yes, it did. All right, so this works, and we have the pin. So let's maybe do zoom to 3. Let's refresh. Okay, now what else? I think I want to remove this guy for street view. So let's scroll to S, street view control. So let's do street view control to false. Yes. If I refresh, yeah, it looks fine. Now we can drag and we see the spin, but we need to be able to select other places. Also, I want the width to be bigger. So let's do maybe try with full, and yeah. And let's maybe disable this full screen thing, or maybe let's skip it. Let's skip the full screen in case someone wants to do like this. All right, but now we have a pin, but I want to be able to select other places, like here in Portugal, that I can zoom into Portugal and select that what I saw is here. So to do this, we need to write some more Google Maps JavaScript code. So we need to do on the map we created, we need to add the listener, and this will be a click listener, and then we will get an event data. So with this event data, we want to grab the position, and it's inside latitude longitude object, I think. So let's see how it looks like. Console log, and now let's see. If I go to console, I click somewhere here, I probably need to refresh first. If I click, we get an event data here, and we have this lat LNG. So it's called lat, like this, lat LNG. And now let's see. Now let's see what happens if I click. Yeah, both of those are functions. So I need to do something like this: latitude and event lat long and longitude, right? And now let's see. If I click somewhere, we have coordinates. That is good. So now maybe let's put those into constants. So let's put latitude to this, and the const longitude to this. Right, and now it would be nice to type this because it's not in anything. So let's see how we can type this. The map is, I don't know, but we can find out. So they have this Typescript information here, this guide that we can use. So they do have this those extra types, I think, here. Yeah, here. So maybe we can check this one, and yeah, let's maybe add it to the to our project. So let's do pnpm add this, and yeah, and now let's see, let's go back here, and we have, for example, map options, and here now we installed this types for Google Maps, and as you can see, we have some errors here, because this one, for example, needs to be as HTML div element. Okay, that's fine. And now we have an error here. So for example, let's see what's this. It's any. Let's see what's here inside. Handler is a function. Okay, so that's basically it. Let's see, how is it called? So we can go to actually to the maps object, and the maps API here, and handler, add handler. I think it was called add handler. Let's see. No, add listener. Add listener. Let's see. Add listener. Returns maps event listener. Handler is a function. Okay, it's just a function without saying what's passed there. So let's put that this is an object that is not typed, because I don't see any other way of knowing, because, well, they didn't type it. And I don't want to type it manually with all the stuff it contains. Maybe we can do console log on this and see if we will have any name that we can search. So let's click. No, there is no information here. So it's a DOM event with some extra stuff. So let's put here that this is actually any. And here we will do something like this. If we have, maybe we can get rid of this. It's not needed. But I think a prettier way will be to check for all of this. If we have event lat lng, and we have both of those are functions. So let's do, and type of this is a function, then we know we can do, then we know we can do this. And we also need to check for the other thing. So let's do maybe like this. And here let's check also, and type of event lat lng longitude is a function. Then we know we can also put this here inside. And probably not needed, but well, let's see if it still works. No, it doesn't. Probably because this is not type of a function. Let's see, console log type of, and let's see what's the type of this. So if I refresh function, that's weird. So function, but well, let's see, what do we have here inside? Yeah, this looks fine. Let's see which one, if we comment those two. Okay, here we don't have anything to check. So let's do latitude, longitude, so we can see some stuff. Works fine, I think. Let's refresh. Yes, and now let's uncomment those two. Refresh. Yeah, works fine. All right, so this works. So we have latitude and longitude, and now we can put it to our marker. So we have this latitude, longitude, and it has those two functions. But I think it can be simplified with just pin, location, and the event, and here we will just do this latitude and longitude, and maybe it will solve by itself. So let's see. No, location doesn't work. Okay, it's position. So let's see. Yeah, now it works, as you can see. This is the way to do this. Maybe we can add the question mark. No, doesn't help with this warning, unresolved variable, because we cannot type it. Right, so this should work. Now we can get rid of this LP, and let's go to this new page, and let's remove this LP, and now we can select other places, and we can get coordinates. Now, we don't do anything with the coordinates inside our React app. So on this location picker, I will define the type of position, and it will be latitude, that will be a number, and longitude, that will be also a number. And we will have an onChange that we will pass, And on change will be a function where we pass this information. So let's put get latitude and longitude. And this will get long here. So let's put this function separately here. Type and location handler with capital O, and location change handler, and this will be a function. So we put latitude, and maybe we can put both latitude and longitude as one position thing, position, and let's put pose as a name, and here we need equals, and this will return nothing, void. So here we can put location change handler. Maybe we can do something like this. Put this here, and this here. Right. So we have on change property that is required. So let's add it here on the new page. So as you can see, we need this on change. Here, I want to grab the position, and I want to save it to my state here, alongside with the files and others. So let's do position, or maybe let's call it location. Location set location equals use state, and well, maybe we could do here type it a little bit. I will first rename it from position to location, and here also let's change it to location, and now let's use it here. So let's type it with location. We cannot import it. Let's see, we need to export this thing first. Location from this component. All right, and now here on change, we will get the location. We need to pass the location change handler. We will get location. So let's put location, let's grab it, and let's save it to our set location to location. Right, let's see. This looks fine. This is just a warning from one of my extensions in Google Chrome, so that's not an issue. Right, so now we can select stuff, and maybe we can print the location. So let's try this. Here inside location picker, let's do a JSON stringify location. And now if I select, nothing changes. Let's see why. We have location, we do set location. We have this handler, but this handler on change is not used. So that's why. Let's put it here. And we need to grab back our latitude and longitude. So let's do latitude const longitude, and let's do longitude function. And now let's do on change. And let's pass latitude and longitude like this. And now let's see if this will work. No, if I refresh, maybe then, yeah, we have our coordinates here. So that is nice. We can go back to the new page, and well, our location picker works. We can get rid of this JSON, and well, we have our map picker working, and maybe we can also get rid of this padding 4. We don't need this padding. Let's see. Yeah, but I want to have those rounded corners, so let's do rounded, overflow, hidden. Now let's see. Yeah, now even the map has rounded corners. That is nice. Where is it located? I want to make it smaller. Let's put maybe where. Yes, and maybe even the button can be smaller, because this form becomes cluttered. So I want just the icon. I can remove this show your current location, and I want to put it more to the right, maybe here. So let's see, here we have this where, And then we have the button. I want to put a div with flex where we will have both where and the button. So yeah, something like this, but the button should be much smaller. Let's get rid of this padding and let's put button into, let's remove this with full. Let's put it into separate div so it will be not stretched by this flex. Yeah, so it's this small now. Let's add a little bit of padding 1. Yeah, and now we have this flex here. Let's put justify between, so it will be spaced here between. And now let's add items center, so it will be centered. Yeah, I think it looks better. Maybe we can get rid of the border. Let's remove this border gray. We don't need this. And let's maybe pull it down more. Let's see. This button is here. The square thing is here. It has a lot of margin stuff. Let's get rid of those margins from this label. Let's do class name, margin top of 0. Yes. And let's do the same with margin bottom of 0. Let's see. Yeah. And we have still like a lot of spacing here. Let's see why. Let's see, here we have it this is from the one below. Margin top 2, let's remove it. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we could put back a little bit of border for the button, so everyone will know that this is a button. And a little bit of margin bottom would be nice. So maybe for this one, margin bottom of half, or maybe 1. Yeah, 1 will be good. Yeah. So yeah, this will work nicely. We could change maybe the default to somewhere in Stockholm. Let's check the defaults here. Here we have the header. Let's find this form. Loading, new, here is the state for this current location. I want to make it middle of Stockholm. So let's maybe put here somewhere in tab. And I will just copy those if I can. Let's go here to location. And let's put the default here. Const location default. Location default. Latitude will be this. And longitude will be this. So let's put LNG and this. And now let's use this default for both the center of the map and the position of the pin. So now if I refresh, yeah, I get this here. I can zoom in the map a little bit. Yeah, maybe even more. Let's do 6. Yeah, this looks fine. Now I would like this button to work. So we would need to have something called position API geolocation thing. Here we have it, geolocation API, and this is simple. They have even examples here, example code. And let's see, let's go to our button, to this new page, and let's see, where's this button? This button is here, and let's do on click, and let's add that this is type of the regular button, so it will not submit the form. On click, I want to do handle find my position click. Let's call this function like this. I need to define it, of course. So let's put this here, function handle find my position click. And now let's see how to do this. So show my location, allow this time, locating, and as you can see, this is what we need. So geo find me is the name of the function. And what it does is, here we have another function for success where we have position. Here we have function for error. Let's see what happens in between. So we run this geo find me, but I don't see any. Okay, here is error only, and here is success, and the rest of the code is for checking the geolocation. So we check if we have support for this. Not supported, so we can focus only on this part. So the thing that we need is this. So let's put this here, and we need to have two callbacks, error and success. For error, I'm going to use just console error, and for success, let's do console log. Now let's see what happens if we click on the button. I will open my console here. Let's click here, allow on error visit, and yeah, we have coordinates. It's inside coordinates, so let's use it. Instead of console log, I'm going to put callback here, a real callback. So let's put event, arrow function. And do we know what's inside the event? Yes, we do. It's typed. So we have coordinates, and then we have latitude and longitude. So we need to make an object like latitude like this, and longitude lng, and then let's get longitude from the course, longitude like this, and those coordinates we want to put into location, into our location. So let's use this set location, and let's put this here. So this should work. So if I do something, and also if we share the position, I would like to zoom in a little bit, because now if I click here, nothing have changed. Let's see why. Set location. Okay, because it only sets the location for the state and not for the map here. Let's see. So the thing is that I want to set here the location as well. I want to tell what the location should be. So I will grab this location default, and I will put it above into this new page thing. And I'm going to put this into here, location default. And now I want to pass this location to our location picker. So let's put location equals and location. As you can see, the location is not defined, so we need to define it here. So let's do location is just a location, not like this. We need to type it here below. So let's do location is location. All right, and instead of onChange, we are going to have this set location, and set location is dispatch. It will be a set location, so it's a set state action of location. We can do semicolons here, and now let's see. We don't have any location default. Instead, we will do just location here. And because we have now set location, we need to do this like this. And because we dictate what the location should be, we need to have a use effect for this. So let's do use effect, and let's do arrow function, and we need to pass here the location object. And basically what we want to do is we want to change the location of our map if the location changes. So how can we do this? We need to grab this map outside of this function. So let's put this map to our state somewhere here. So let's do const map set map equals use state, and let's put it. So let's do set map to map from here. Let's see what's the issue. Argument of type map is not assignable of to set state action undefined. Okay, so we need to type it that this will be always a map. And let's see, map. It's not the regular map, so can we search for, let's see, if we know what this is, can we find this? Can we just import it from, let's do import type map from, I think it's like definitely typed. Let's see. No, it's types and Google Maps. Let's see. So what do they have? Can I find? They have this MVC object. Let's maybe see. And here they have this map. Let's try to grab it. We grab it like this because it's a class. Why can't we have this? Okay, so maybe we need to grab it here, and let's do as Google Map. Or maybe we need to make it like this. No. What's the error if we place it like this? Map doesn't exist here. All right, so how can we grab the map? I need map from, let's go back to types, Google Maps, and let's see what's the issue here. And this is not a module, so let's try with import type. No, still an issue. Let's see if we can find something here. No, I think we can. We have a loader here. Let's search here if we have class map. No, we don't. Do we have any type? We have type of Google. Let's try to import this one. So let's search for Google. No, there's nothing we can import here. I'm going to put n here for now. And we have an error, set location is not a function. Where is it? Location picker. Okay, and this is not a function because it's not passed yet. And we don't need this location change handler. Let's go back to our new page. And here, as you see, we need to pass our set location. Simple as that. And now it should work. Let's see if I refresh. Will we have any errors? No, it looks fine. So now we can change the location. And let's see what happens if I click here. Nothing happens because let's go back to this location picker where we have this. When this location changes, we don't do anything. And this location comes from the property here. So what we want to do is grab the map that we saved to state, and we want to set the position. Was it position or location? I think it's location to our location. And let's see if this will work. If I do, let's see, can I set properties undefined setting location? Okay, so map is undefined. So we first need to check if we have a map. Let's put like this. And now let's select here. Let's search my, share my position. Continue allowing, yeah. So this doesn't seem to work because nothing happens. But let's see what happens if I do just console log on this location. So if I click here, we have latitude and longitude. So it changes, but nothing happens with this map. I think it's because we shouldn't set location, we should set center. And we need to do the same with the pin, right? So we need to put this into state. Set pin equals use state. I'm going to put n here. And now let's see here, and we need to put this pin first. So after we initialize the pin, let's put the pin to our state. And then if we have map and we have the pin, then we can put map center to location and pin position is the position. Let's see. Yeah. Pin position to location as well. So if I click here and then I click here, no, still nothing happens. Let's see if I refresh. If I click here, then I click here. Okay, it goes to where I'm actually located. So if I click here, it used to go to the correct location. Okay, it went. If I click here, and then I click there. Okay, it moved, but it didn't change the center, and we have a lot of errors here. Now, one problem we have, one error, is that if I refresh the page, I can select different places. Yes, that's cool. Then I can even click this button to find the coordinates of my current location, and this works fine as well. But then when I start to drag the map, as you can see, we have a lot of errors for every drag, saying a.lat is not a function. So it looks like Google Maps is trying to grab the position we set using this button and then run some function on this lat. And it's not the case where we just click somewhere. And it's not the case because when we click somewhere on the map, we run this thing. So as you can see from the event, we grab the lat lng, and this is basically an object of class lat lng class. So this one has actually this function lat, and it just returns the latitude. But where we when we use this button, we run this thing, and basically we then dictate what the location should be. And as you can see, location then becomes just a simple object of latitude that is a number and longitude that is also a number. So this is not a function. And then when we set it to map, center, and position on the pin, then when we drag the map, Google Maps is trying to grab the center of the map, the location, and tries to run the latitude function or longitude. And this doesn't work. So how can we fix it? We can try to create, we can try to convert this simple object to an object of latitude and longitude, but I couldn't find how to import this class. So another way around this would be to just create a new map and new pin. So when you click this button, we will just recreate the map and recreate the pin. So let's see how we can do this. We have this load map, and what it does is it just takes just uses this loader, creates a map, and puts this location, and location is dictated from the prop, so that's cool. Same with the pin. So basically we can just get rid of this, and we can do just load map, and that should be it. So now when we load the page, when we render this component, we will run load map, so the map will render with the default position for the pin. So let me show you, it's somewhere here in the middle of the Stockholm. And when we do this location will be actually converted using this Google Maps class lat.lng. So now there's no problem when I drag, and when I click and I drag, it's fine too. Let's see, Karlstad, yes, it's fine. But as you remember, when we click this button and it moved this pin, there was a problem that I cannot drag anymore, but now I can. So yeah, this was nice to get rid of this error or the warning. The app worked, so we didn't have to fix it, but we did it anyway. So it's nice to have it working. I will also get rid of those console logs. And just to be sure that everything works, I would like to print the location somewhere here. So let's me just do stringify, and let's do a location, and I want to see how it looks like. So we have this latitude and longitude, and when I click, it changes. It also refreshes, re-renders this this map every time I click, and that is not so good. Let's see why it happens. I think it happens because we set the location, and then it runs again this load map functionality. So ideally we would like to exclude the click thing. So here we do click, we set the location, but then it also runs this use effect. And we don't want to do this. We want to run this use effect only when we change the location from this button. So how we can detect that we clicked the button? Well, we can see what type of location we have here. So we can do console log, and let's do location. And I will put this as an object like this, so we will now see location with the name location, so we know. So when I click like this, you can see that we get location. It looks like this. And when I click this thing to do GPS thing, we have, well, the exact same format. But let's see what we have in prototype here. Nothing exciting. Okay, so it looks like we get the same thing. So this approach will not work. So let's see, we do this click, and then we set location to latitude and longitude. And that's why this thing runs, and we reload the map. We don't want to do this. Instead, we want to reload the map only when we click this button. So I think the way to fix it would be to change this component from controlled to uncontrolled. Right now we tell from the form what the location should be, and then when we click somewhere here, we update this using the set location. So we tell back to our parent, hey, it changed, the location changed because we clicked, and then we re-render this component with this new location that it previously informed us about. And I think we can fix this issue of re-rendering if we change this to an uncontrolled component. Let me explain you why. Because then if we have an uncontrolled component, we can just click things here, and we can just notify our parent, hey, the location have changed to this, and that's all. But the parent component will not dictate what the location should be, and then it will not re-render every time we notify the parent what is the new location. And then when we click on this from the parent, we will actually just ask this child component to change to this new location, and we will assume that it's changed. So we need to change few small words here. The first thing will be that we will not have location because it's not a controlled component anymore. We will have default location instead. So let's change it to default location. And here where we load the map, we will have default location, and same here, default location. And then instead of set location, we will have on change. So let's do on change. So we will only notify our parent on change, and on change will not be a set state action. Instead, it will be just a function where we just a regular function that returns void, but we pass here our location, that is a location object, so latitude and longitude. It looks like this. Right, so now let's see. Here, instead of set location, we will do onChange to notify the parent. And let's see, when we load the component, we will load the map, and then when the location changes, location never changes because we don't have this property anymore. So let's get rid for now of this. And now let's go back to our new page and let's see. We have some errors here. It doesn't have required properties. We don't have a default location. So let's do default location and let's change it to default location. Looks like this thing is not okay. Let's change it to here is leave location default. Right, and then we need to handle this on change. On change, we will have this location, and I want to set it to location like this. So as you can see, we do not dictate what is the current location for this component anymore. Instead, we only ask kindly, okay, can you please make this as a default? And then when this child component says, okay, something has changed, then we save it here inside our form to this location. But as you can see, we don't use this location anymore to tell the child component what the location should be, and that's so we can get rid of this default of this re-rendering problem. So this works and it doesn't re-render the component anymore, so it's faster. But this button doesn't work anymore. It doesn't do anything. So let's see what it does. So when we click this button, we run this, and we get the coordinates, and we run this set location. So we save it to our state inside our form, but we don't update the pin and the map. So to fix it, we need to somehow notify the child component that we actually clicked this this button. So I think we can go in here and let's see. We only set the location, and I think we will need another state. We will need a state for not only location but also GPS coordinates. So let's do GPS coordinates. Let's do like this and set GPS coordinates. Let's see. Yeah, and let's do just an object here. By default, it will be null, but it will be location or null. All right, and instead of doing set location, we will also set the location, but we will also do set GPS coordinates to just let's see. We'll do set GPS coordinates to the same object that we have here above. So we can just do, maybe we can paste it here again, but we can also do location equals this, and then we can just replace those two with location. Okay, and then we can tell what are the GPS coordinates to our location picker. So let's do GPS coords equals GPS coordinates. It's red because it's not defined here inside. So let's go here and let's do GPS coords, and here same thing, GPS coords, and it will be just location or null. All right, and now we can listen on this and to see if it changes with use effect, and let's put it here. And now if it changes, then we can reload the map and we can recreate the map and the pin. Right, so now let's see. Now, when I click here, here, everything is fine. Then if I click here, it will render the map and the pin. Yeah, and then I can still click around if I want to. And let's just make sure that here everything is fine. So let's do JSON, and let's do span with text XS. And here let's do JSON stringify, and let's do location. Oops, like this. And now let's see if it works. I will render the page, reload the page just in case. Everything changes, the location changes, and it looks fine. If I click here, let's see, wait a second, and it's changed as well. And if I click here, it also works, and we don't have any errors, so that is good. I can now get rid of this console log, and let's see that we don't have any console logs here. No, we don't. So now it works fine. We don't use this map and pin state anymore, so we can get rid of those actually. So let's get rid of those, and we don't need to set the state for the pin and for the map. So yeah, that will clean up a little bit. Also, looks like we can replace those two use effects with just a one, because as you can see, they do the same thing. And the first one, this one will run this when it renders the first time. That's why we have empty parentheses. And this, when GPS coordinates, will change. But on the beginning, it's null, and then it changes to like location object, like with latitude and longitude. But I think we can just get rid of this, and this will also run when we render the component. So as you can see, everything works fine. So even if you watch for changes in a specific object, with use effect, it will also run when the component renders, because when it renders the first time, it will change this state. It will change this from, well, null to from undefined to null or something like this. We can probably check it. Let's see console log, and let's see GPS coords, and let's see if I refresh. Yeah, it's set to null. So and it's rendered. So yeah, and that works too. We can just have just one use effect, and it still works fine. We can get rid of those unused imports, and let's see here on our new add page, we don't use location, but we will use where we submit the data. But everything seems to work. This is just from my extension in Google Chrome. And let's just test one more time. If I click here, it should point somewhere here because I'm there. Yeah, it's fine. And yeah, everything seems to work now without any errors. So now the next part will be to grab everything and save into a database. All right, so now to save everything, we would need to save the location, we would need to save the photos, the title, price, category, description, contact information. And I think I will use for this the latest Next.js 13 server actions. So let's see how we can do this. We have our form here, it ends here, and inside we have this upload area with state for files, and then we have this location picker with state location. So we have add text inputs where we have all of those inputs on the right side, and then for the left side we have everything inside our state, so it's location and files. Right, so now let's start by creating a function that will gather all of the information. So we need two states from the left side and then all of the information from the right side. So an easy way to do this with server actions would be to add an action on the form tag. So now let's see, and the action will be will need to be a function handle submit like this, and let's put action here, action handle submit. And now to gather all of the information from those inputs, we would need either to have the state for those, or when we use the form action, we can actually get all of the information if we just have names for all of the inputs. So I will just put the name, and those will be then uncontrolled inputs. Let's put title here. Here we have price, so let's put name price, and then we will have here select for the category, and then we will have here description, and the last will be contact. All right, so now let's go back to our new page, and let's grab the event. This will not be event. Event will be only if you do on submit on the form, but when you do action, this is like Next.js 13 functionality with app router, and this will have passed form data. So it's the form data, and let's type it form data, and basically we can do just console log form data to see what's inside, if we have all of the information from the right side. So let's see, I will refresh just in case. Let's put some things here to see if we will have some information here. We have form data, and well, it has some things here, but we need to extract from this object. So let's try to do this. Let's do const, and let's do title, price, category, description, and contact from form data. Let's see, looks like it doesn't exist there, and we cannot extract it this way. I know that we can do something like this, form data and then get title, but then we would need to do the same thing for all of those. Maybe let's do this. Description, let's just do 2. So let's do contact and title to see just that we get all of this information. And now let's do console log and title contact. If we know we have those 2, then we know we have also the rest. So now let's see, if I click publish, you can see that I have title T and contact, those random strings. I just come up that there is a way to extract all of the data. So we can actually do something like this, const data, and we can do object from entries and then form data. And then let's do console log data, and we should see all of the information. So let's see data, and here we have category empty. Why is it empty? Contact and description price, and only the category is empty. Let's see why. Let's go to those inputs. Okay, because we don't have any values here. So let's put cars, electronics, electronics, and here properties. Okay, now let's go back, and I need to reload the page. So let's go and let's do title here, price 5. Let's put maybe test here. Let's select electronics, test description, and contact publish. And let's open the data, and as you can see, we have all of the information here. So this works. So let's go back to our new page, and we have the data here. Now we can just get rid of this console log. We can just use form data to add more stuff. We can add stuff that are missing from this form data, and those are those 2 states. So we need to add our files and location. We can just do form data set and location to location, And as you can see, we have an error because we cannot add objects here and to form data. So let's do latitude, allocation latitude. Well, this didn't work. Let's see why. Looks like maybe we need to do to string, right? Or maybe it's because this can be null. No, it looks like it's always a number. So let's do form data. Let's do same thing with longitude, lng, location, lng to string. And now we have latitude and longitude, so we have the location. Now for the files, there's many information about the files. So if I do just console log and I will do files here, you can see, let me upload this image here, uploading, and then when I do publish, you can see that we have here an array of files, and each file is like an object with some information here. I think that an easy way to handle this would be just to parse it to JSON. So let's do form data. We could actually loop through all of those files and set every file as a new property of the form data, but it will be much simpler and faster. Maybe not better, but much faster to set it like this, files. And here let's do JSON stringify files, and then we can unstringify it on the server side. So here let's put files, and now we have all of the data inside our form data object. So let's see how it looks like. Object from entries, and let's do form data. Now let's see. We could actually do the same thing with the latitude and longitude, so the location. Maybe let's do this. Let's put this like this, and then we have an error that says you cannot set that the form data set doesn't handle the location. Location is not assignable to parameter blob, and yeah, so it can be either blob or a string. So let's set it to string with JSON stringify location, and now it's fine. Let's just rename it from latitude to location. Right, so now let's hit publish. I will just here, let's do. As you can see, category, contact, and all of those text fields are fine. Those are just strings, even the price, and though maybe the price should be converted to a numeric format, so an integer. And then with files, we have JSONs that are stringified for files and location. All right, so now we will need to have server actions. Inside app, I will put a new directory called actions, and I will create my first action to, what do we need to do? We need to save all of this. We need to save this add into database. So let's create a new file inside actions called add, but with a small letter add actions.ts without x because it's not a component. This will be a server-side action. So what do we need to do here? We need to do create a function. So let's do export default, not default, export async function called create add. All right, and it will take form data, and that's it for now. Then what do you want to do? We have the form data. Maybe we can just do console log object from entries and just see that that it's fine. Or maybe before we will do this, let's define it here. Data equals, and let's put this here. And then as you remember, all of the inputs are fine, but with the files and location, we need to unserialize it from those weird strings back to objects. So I think we can do something like this. We have this data, but we want to grab files and locations separately, and then the rest of the data. So now let's see how this looks like. Let's do files, location, and data. Basically, this should be fine with just an object of a key and key and value, key and value, key and value, key and value, and those we need to unstringify. So we need to do parse with JSON parse. But first let's see that this will actually work. I will also do return true, just so we will have some return value. And now let's go back here. Let's remove this console log from the client side, and let's try to use our server functionality here. So let's do here await, and then let's do our create add, and let's put our form data here, and we need to add async here. So looks fine. The import looks fine as well. So now let's see what happens if I hit the publish. As you can see, we have all of this information, and but I think it's not from the backend. Let's see. No, it's not. So let's refresh and let's try again. I will upload one photo, and let's put some information here. This we will fix it in a moment. It's a missing key property, and let's see, we have data, and we have files, and we have location. And I'm wondering if this is the console log from our action. And to be sure, I will do server 1, and let's try to get this console log again. Yeah, server 1. So our action works. Let's just put use server here just to be sure. And let's see, I will hit here clear, publish, and now I don't see anything. Let's see here, but now here, because we changed to a server, we have server 1, and then we see all of this console logs. So the data looks fine, but for those strings we need to unserialize them. So but the data looks fine, and the data itself, as you can see, we have all of the information. So with all of this data, what do we need to do? We want to save it to a database. How we can do this? We need to create a database first, and I will use Mongoose and Mongo database. It's the quickest database to set up. So let's do Mongo Atlas, and I will just create a free database for this project. Let's sign in. Okay, here I will create new project in this dropdown, and now let's see. I will call it marketplace, and let's hit next, and that's it. Let's just create this project. And now let's see, we have to create database for this project, and it will be a free database. So I will do create deployment now. Let's see, do we need something else? No, I think it's fine. Well, CAPTCHA, I love those. Let's do like this. So now we have username and password. I will maybe change this to just my first name. And we need to, and nowadays you can preview the password even after you close this pop-up, I think. So I will just copy just in case this password. But now let's see, choose a connection method. Okay, I need to first click this create database user. Okay, now let's see, choose connection method. And I can do like MongoDB for VS Code. Doesn't matter what you choose there, I think. You can just go back and you will have almost the same information here. So if I go back and I click here, you can see the information here is the same. So I'm going to copy this, and here you can toggle show password. And before it was always hidden with password like this. So we had to copy in advance, but nowadays you can just click show password and just copy the whole thing. So let's go to our .env file and let's add MongoDB URL and let's put it like this. So now let's see how it looks like. We have all of the information. We have username, we have password. We don't have any database name here, but let's just put name. I like to name my databases. We can put marketplace here. But if you don't put anything after the slash, I think the default will be test. All right, so now we have our database. We have connection string to this. Let's go back to add actions. And here we want to save it to our database, right? So how we can do this, we need to connect to our database, and I will use Mongoose for this. So let's go here to our terminal and let's do npm add mongoose. All right, and now this is installing. Meanwhile, we can start create our models or one model. So I think I will do this in source, not inside app. We could maybe do this inside app, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, maybe we can do this outside of the app. So I will do new directory and let's do models like this. And now inside I will create my first model called just add.ts without x because it's not a component, it will be a model for our backend. So let's do const, and the first we need to define the schema. So let's call it just add schema equals new schema. Let's import this. I cannot find it. So let's see. Schema. I cannot find mongoose. Let's see. npm add mongoose. Let's see mongoose. And now schema. Okay, let's do this way then. But it should be possible to just import schema like this. And let's get rid of this. Yeah, so we can import like this. Import schema from Mongoose. And now we can do schema. And here we just put all of the information about our fields and properties. I will also add the timestamps to true because I want to know automatically when something has been created, when an ad has been created or updated. Here, let's see, do we have an error? It should be timestamps, I think. Yeah. Now, let's add all of the properties. So let's check our form here. So we need title, price, category. Let's do title. It will be a string like this. And let's do price. It will be an integer. So let's do number. And then we have a category string. And description will be also a string. Then we have contact. It will be also a string. And those are JavaScript classes, so that's why those are uppercase. Those are not typings from TypeScript. Right, so we have all of those fields from the right side. Now let's see what we have here. We have files and location. So let's define those. First we have files, and for files, the files is an array of what? Of upload response from or response upload. Let's see how it's named. Let's go to add actions, not add actions to our form, and let's see upload response. That's how it's called. So maybe we can import this class. Is it class? Let's see. Interface. So okay, so it's TypeScript interface. So let's just do that this will be an array of objects. So let's do here object and this. Now let's see what else do we need here. We need to have location, and this will be an object. just an object. So we can do just object like this. And what else do we need? I think that's it. Well, one small thing, we need to know who created this. So we need to have, let's say user email, and it will be a string. All right, and now we have everything except the type. So let's type it. So the type for this will be, let's call it just add, type add. And well, I will just put the title string. As you can see, here we have lowercase, price is a number. Then we have category, that is string, description, that is string, contact, that is string. And then we have files, that is upload response, an array of upload responses. And then we have location, and location is an object, but we will define it more precisely here, where we have latitude, that is a number, and we have longitude, that is also a number. And then we have user email, that is a string. All right. I want to change a few things here, and I want to change that. Yeah, this is type of string, so this is same thing, but I also want to add required to true here. So user email is always required, no matter what. So we have our schema. Do we have, can we type the schema directly here? Let's see how this looks like. Let's try to type the schema directly here. Can we do like this, add? Yeah, I think we can. So add schema is a schema for add, okay? And then let's do const, export const, and let's do add model equals, and now let's see. First we want to check if we have an existing model inside models. Let's see if we have add model here. Otherwise, maybe we can just call it like this, add, and or maybe we should do add model. And then if we don't have add model inside models, we need to create new model. So let's do model function. The name will be add, and here we will use our add schema. All right, so now here maybe we can do as add. Let's see what's the problem here. Conversion of type model any to type add, maybe mistake because neither type sufficiently overlaps. Okay, so they say that this can be actually any model, but we know that if it's dot add, it will be actually an add model. But it will not be just add with the properties, it will be model of add. So it will be more like let's see, more like model of add. Here we can type it with add, and then let's see how this will look like. Same. Let's see if we can type it also here. Shouldn't be possible because it's an array. Yeah, that's correct. But let's try to put this into parentheses, and let's add as model. We have this type here and type of add, and then it works. Then we know that model add model will always be a model of add. Okay, so this should work. Now let's go to our add actions, and well, now we can get rid of this console log, and we can save. We can create and put to our database our first model. We can create an add and we can put it to our database. But first we need to connect to our database. I'll create a small helper function called, let's do async function connect, and let's do just mongoose. Let's import from, and then let's do connect. And here we just need to process environment MongoDB URL as string and this will connect, and maybe we can just return also here, and then we can do something like this: await connect. And after we connect, we want to create our document inside database. So let's import our add model, and then we want to do create, and this will be async function. So let's add await here, and here we want to put all of the information. So we can put all of the data like this, because this is just a texts, an object of text from the right side. But for the left side, as you remember, we had to unstringify it. So let's do files, and it will not be files like this. And instead we will do JSON parse first, and same with our location. Location will be JSON parse location. And now let's see, we have some TypeScript errors. Let's see why. Let's see what's happening here. We don't know what's the files. Files is form data entry value, so it's either string or file. But we know it's a string, so let's do as string. And here let's also do as string, because we know that those two comes from those are always strings or objects that are stringified to JSON. Right, so this should work. We can maybe get the result, and the result will be our add document. So let's put it like this, and we can return it here, add document. There's one small thing that is missing here. We put all of the stuff from the right side, inputs, then from the left side we have files and location, but we forgot about user email. And here we need to grab user email from our session. So let's do this. Let's do const session equals await get server session, and here auth options imported, yes. And here let's do session user email. I'm adding this question marks in case any of this is empty. Right, this should work. Let's see why we have a warning here. Okay, local variable is redundant. So it's basically says that we can get rid of this return and just return all of this here. Yeah, that's correct. And we have one line less of code. Let's go back to our new page and let's see. Here we have this handle submit. We run this server action, but we need to have a result assigned to this, so we can print with console log our result. Let's put it as an object, so it will be named. And let's see. We have all of the stuff here. One photo. Let's put location maybe here. Now let's hit publish, and we have an error. So let's see what happened. Maximum call stack size exceeded. So we have some kind of loop. Let's see what's happened here inside. We have a connect. We get the server. Let's see, do we have any useful information here, or we don't? No, looks like we don't have any information. There's something with string replace. All right, so maybe let's first, let's grab this and let's put this to a separate constant. So let's do const and let's do new add data. And let's put this as an object. Here, let's put new add data. And let's comment this and let's just do return new add data. So we can see that we collect everything correctly, Yeah. So let's do test. Let's do 5 here. Something, I don't know, test, add photos. Anything will work. Let's pick location like this. It's uploading. Now this looks fine. Let's do publish. And we have a result, and it looks fine. We have all of the data, and as you can see, location and files are parsed to objects. So that's good. Now, so the problem is actually with this part. So let's see. Let's uncomment this. Let's remove this return and let's put this here above. And then let's see if was it the return that was the problem or was it the creation. So now I saved this and let's hit publish again. And as you can see, we have a result once again with the data, but not the document that we created. So I think it was the return. So to fix it, I will do something like this. Let's do const new add document. Let's assign it as it was. But here, instead of returning like this, because we know this was failing, I think the problem is somewhere when where Next.js is trying to convert this object to a simple object to send it over to the client. So to make it simple, I will do JSON stringify new add document, and here I will do also JSON parse on the same thing on this string. So now let's see if I hit publish once again, we have result, and let's see, we have an ID. So it's now the document information that we pass along. And if I go to here, close database, I can browse collections, and as you can see, we will have some, it created this sample database for us, but let's don't focus on this. This one comes from the Atlas. But here we have our marketplace and we have our ads collection, and as you can see, we have some free documents, and the last one is the one that ends with 7B80, and this is the one that we just created, 7B80. So now we can see that it works. We get the information back about the document. So well, we created and saved the add to the to our database. So it's saved. What do we want to do now? We don't want to just hit publish and that's it. We want to give some feedback to the user. I think the first thing we want to do is to have like preloader for the publish button. So let's see. I want to have something like, is it loading or is it saving? Something like this. So let's do state for is saving and set is saving. Use state, default will be false. And let's put, just in case, that this is a boolean, so it's typed. And then when we handle submit, let's do set is saving to true. And after this create out, let's do set is saving to false, because it's already saved now, because we have the result. Now we have this publish button here. And what I want to do is, I want to do something like this. Here I will do is saving, and if it's saving, I will do saving ... or if it's not, I will do just publish. So we don't need this. And now let's see if I put like test here, and let's clear this. If I hit publish, nothing changes. I don't know if it's that fast. Let's see if I throttle to slow 3G. Let's clear this, publish. Now it doesn't update anything. So let's see, is saving is not updated. Let's see what happens if I remove this set is saving to false. If I click here, no, nothing changes. Let's remove this throttling to no throttling. Let's hit, okay, then it's saving. And if I uncomment this, let's see, I will put test here. Let's add the throttling, slow 3G. It's pending, but I don't see this saving thing. So it's saving, let's see, is saving, should be true. We collect the data. Looks like our component will not re-render when we run our server function. But I think there's a way around this. So let's get rid of this set is saving. Let's remove this state. And instead, let's put back here publish. And instead I will put this into a separate component. So let me copy this components and let's do new. I'm going to use my template. I will call it just submit button. Let's do OK. And here I'm going to just place it like this. And now let's see. For our props, I will do children. So instead of publish, I will have children. And we need to type it. So let's do children. Children will be React Node. And I actually would prefer to React Node, to put it like this, from React. And we don't need to import the whole React thing. Now we will also have we only will have children, and here we can grab thing called I think it was use form state. We should be able to import it from React, or I think it was from React DOM. So let's see, import use form state. Let's see, maybe we can do use form. Let's import it first. Import use form state from React DOM. And here let's do const state equals use form state. Let's call it like this. Let's see what's the issue here. Well, maybe it wasn't use form state. I think it was use form status. Let's see, use form status. Let's do like this. And let's see what the problem is. It's not callable. Let's see. It should be callable like this. Okay, I think I know what's wrong. This way we import the whole thing, the whole React DOM. What we need to do is to import it like this. Now it's fine. So we can do const status equals use form status. And then let's see, do we know what's the status? It's the form status. Okay, what's this? It's this, and then we have form status pending or form status not pending. So let's see once again. Let's instead of children, or maybe let's print the children and the status. So this cannot be printed. Let's do that if this is let's do pending. Can we do like this? No. Let's check the documentation for this. Use form status. Okay, so we need to grab it this way. So we need to grab it like this, pending. And then if it's pending, that is true or false. So we can do like this. If it's pending, then we can do parentheses and say here pending, or maybe just saving ... but let's put this inside maybe a span. And if it's not pending, let's do parentheses. And well, let's put the span with our children here inside. Or actually we could just, well, yeah, let's use spans for now. Let's close this thing and let's see what happens now if I put something test here and let's hit publish. Nothing happens because we are not using our new component. Instead of this publish, let's use our submit button. Yeah, and we need to put children in here. So let's put publish and submit button like this. So now let's put here publish, saving, and then it changed back to publish. I can show you once again. I will hit publish, saving it says, and then publish again. All right, so it works. It changes this information here. Let's go back here. I want to make it prettier a little bit. So I want to change the styles of this to, for example, I want this to be disabled first if it's pending. And then if it's pending, I want to change the background blue color. So first let's change this to a string like this. Then let's put an parenthesis here and check if it's pending. Then I want to have those classes, otherwise those. And if it's not pending, I want to have this blue. If it is pending, I want to have background gray of, let's say, 400. Right, so now let's see how this will work. If I click, yeah, it has been gray. So let's do slow 3G. And check this, it's saving and it's ... and it's gray, so everything seems to work. And yeah, that looks nice. Now let's go back to this page. Everything works with this submit button. What I want to do now is that when we save something, when we save our ad, I want to, well, do something about it. So not only just do save and that's all. So when you save your ad, you should be probably redirected to your ad, right? So from this result, let's just get rid of this throttling. From the result, we can grab the underscore ID and we can redirect to this underscore ID. How we can do this? We just do redirect, and I think it's a function that will be automatically imported for us from Next Navigation. And we want to redirect to, let's say, /add and / and the ID. So let's do result that underscore ID. And that's it. Now let's see if I click publish again. We are redirected to /add and then this ID. And it's 404 because we need to create this page, right? So yeah, I think this will be our next part, that we need to show a page with an ad that we created. So we need to show all of this information alongside with who created this, or maybe not who created this, I don't know. And then also the photos and the location. All right, so now it would be nice to fix this ad page. So we have /add /ID, but well, we have 404. So let's fix it. First, let's see, we have an error here on the header saying that it can be session or a null is not assignable to session. So let's go here inside. And let's see, this is either, this can be only session. Let's do that. It can be also null, just to get rid of this error. And let's see, now it's fixed. We don't have an error. Right, now let's see, we want to have this type of URL. So let's first go to app. Let's create a new directory. First, we will need add. And then we need to have directory for this ID param. So let's do square brackets ID, and inside we need to create a page file. So let's do page.tsx, and let's call it maybe export default function. Let's call it add page, yeah, or maybe we can call it single add page. Now let's do return, and here inside let's just do return div, and let's grab arguments and let's print them. I want to know what we have here inside. So if I just save it, we can see that we have params and we have ID here. So basically we can just let's put this here as use server. And we can just grab from IDs. We can grab, we can define that the params, we can type those. So let's see, arguments look always like this. We have params, and inside params we have ID. So let's type it. Let's type props, and props looks like this, that we have params. And inside the params, we always have ID, that is a string. And what else? We have also search params, that is an object. So let's do object. And let's maybe do that. Here we will have a key of string. It's an object where we have key of string and string. Let's see, we probably don't need to have those. We can just do like this. Key of string, the key of string. No, not like this. Let's do like this, and here, or maybe an easier version would be just to do object. Yeah. Or we could also do like key, string, and then string, something like this. But I guess this needs to be an object as well, like this. Yeah, and then it will work. Now we need to type those as props. So now our arcs should work. Several actions must be async functions. So let's do export default async function. Now let's see. Yeah, looks fine. And we can also remove this. We can see what's inside the arcs because we typed those. So we have search params and params. Inside params we have ID. All right, so now inside, let's just put an empty div, and for our add page, we want to have photos on the left side, and then on the right side some text information. So let's maybe start with the right side. We will have two parts. The left will be photos and the right will be texts. So let's put it like this. And now, let's see. First, let's put those divs next to each other. So let's put here flex. Let's see. So those will be next to each other, yes. And now, let's say this one. Let's say this one will take only small amount of page. So let's do maybe width of 52. Let's add some border to see how big this will be. So it's only this big. Yeah, I think it's fine. So this one should grow as big as possible. So let's do grow, and let's do that. This one will have background of black. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, this looks fine. And then we'll have text on the left side. All right, so maybe now instead of texts, we can get rid of this border. We can add some padding of 4, let's say. And well, first we need a title of our ad. But first we need to fetch it, right? So to fetch this, we need to first connect to our database. As you remember, we connected within our actions, and here we have it. So maybe we can put it somewhere else also. So let's maybe put it not inside app, not inside models. Let's create another directory called libs. And let's create a file called helpers.ts. And here I'm going to put this connect. Let's do export async function connect. And then let's go back to this add page. And here, first we will do connect. Let's import this from libs helpers. Yes, here await. This will connect. Then we need to get our add model imported. Yes, and let's find one by ID. Our ID is inside the arcs. And then we have params, and then we have ID. And let's put it into a constant called add document equals await. Don't forget about this await. And now we want to print title. So let's do add document title. And let's see, we have far away. Yeah, this is one add that I created with this title. So this is fine. Let's see what's the error here. It says that add doc can be null. And it's true, because if this is the ID that we don't have in our database, then this will be null. So what can we do? We can do something like this. If no add document, then return not found. Yeah, something like this. And then we don't have an error here, so that's fine. All right, so we have a title here. Maybe we can make this thing a little bit wider. We have here width of 52. Let's do maybe 64. And well, now I would like to make this title a little bigger. So let's put this inside an H1. Here, let's add some class name that I want this to be text large, and I want this to be bold, font bold. Yes, this looks fine. And this looks good. Now we can put maybe a description. So let's put paragraph here, and here let's do add doc description. And yes, now we don't have any description here. Let's also print the category name. And also I would like to have a label here as well. So let's put label, and let's put description like this. And yeah, and for this ad, we don't have that much information. We don't have any description. We don't have any photos. So maybe I will create an ad that will have all of this. So it will be easier for us to see everything. Let's go to post an ad, and let's add some photos. Yeah, let's pick this photo. And for the title, I'm going to put nice, let's put maybe winter jacket, something like this. And I will also add another photo. It doesn't matter that it doesn't fit the photos. Let's do price 200, category, properties, description. Well, let's put some lorem ipsum here, so we'll have some a longer text, maybe something this long. Let's copy, let's put it here. For the contact, let's put something like a real phone number. And for the location, I want this to be in Uppsala. Here, let's hit publish. And now we have this. And this is much better. The problem I have is that the description doesn't look like I want, and this is because, let's go to globals. Here we have labels. Only labels within form have this styling. Let's remove it. Now all labels have this styling. That's better. And now let's go back to here, and let's see. Now we have description. I want also to have contact information. So let's go here, contact, and let's put here add doc contact. So we have contact information down here. What else do we need? I would like to make description smaller. So let's do class name, text sm. Yes, maybe even xs. Now I think SM will be good enough because we have zoomed in on this page. So that's why. I want more padding actually. So let's put even more padding, and I would like to have more width here. So maybe let's do width of 80. Yeah. Or maybe let's put like width of 1/4. Can we do 1/3? Yeah. Let's do 2 of 5. Yeah, 2 of 5 will be good. So we have this. Now I also need to have something like category. Yeah, I forgot about category. So let's put here. Let's put. I think there's a good HTML tag to use it, and I think it was DT, DD, DL tags, but I don't remember how to use it. Okay, this way. So first is DL, that starts the list, DL, and then we have DT and DD, DT and DD. All right, so DT will be the title and DD will be the data. So the title, and then it goes on. So for example, you have more of those two. So let's put here category, and here let's put the real category. So let's put add document and category. All right, now let's see, let's go here. So we have category properties. That's cool. Now let's put maybe this next to each other. So for this thing, or maybe I will style all of it inside globals, so I don't need to repeat. DT will be always, let's do apply inline block. Let's see, DT didn't help, and maybe because this one is block. Let's try to do DD also like apply inline block. Now it's next to each other. That's better. Okay, maybe it shouldn't be next to each other. I can put it under each other. Maybe you can do, or I don't know. No, I think I will get rid of this and I will use regular bold and spans instead. So let's do bold of category, and span next to it will be the actual category. So let's do here category, and let's put all of this into a span so it will be separated from the rest. So we have category, and then we have the actual category. Let's put some spacing here. No breaking space. So we have some spacing in between those. And I think this looks fine. We can maybe add some spacing here. And or maybe we can do the same styling as we do for those. So let's put label for just category. And here let's put paragraph with add category, add document category, and I think that is better. All right, so now this kind of works. We have all of the information, I think, here. So now maybe we should add some photos. Before we will do this, I think we need to have I would like to take this black and it should go all the way down. So there are many ways to do this. First will behave full here on this div that is flex, but or have screen actually. But as you can see, then we have some extra spacing here, scroll, because of this header. But we can do something like this. We can measure the header, and I can see it's like 104 pixels, and I can put this like this style, and the height will be calculate 100 view height minus 105 pixels. Let's see. Yes, almost. Let's see. I probably measured something wrong here. No, it's actually 100 pixels, but let's see what happens if we make this smaller, 65. Now we have a little bit of scroll, so we need to do like 70. Now we don't have any scroll, but we have this white space here. I think that doing this way is not correct, because we can't just do some calculations, or we can, but it's too advanced and it's too hacky. I don't want to make this this way. So instead I will make this flex position absolute, or absolute. So let's do absolute, and let's do inset of 0. So now it's this big, even above the header. but from the top I will change to 12. And now, as you can see, this thing starts here, almost there. So let's try with 14. And actually, maybe it will be easier to go to header and define the height here. So let's do on the header, let's do height of, can we do 14? Yes, let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine. Let's see what happens if we do like 24. Will it adjust? Yes, it does adjust automatically. If we remove the height, it will be this big. Let's add height of like 14, then it's smaller. Let's do 16. Yeah, something like this will work. So 16. So let's go back to here, top 16. And now I think it looks good. So yeah, now we want to fix the photos, right? We want to display the photos. Here we have div for the photos, and well, here I want to display big photo, and here I will have small photos. All right, so first let's put a div for the big photo, and here div for thumbnails. We can add here text will be white just in case, and here a big photo. All right, so big photo, thumbnails, and now the big photo should take as much of space as possible, and thumbnails should be small. So let's put that this one will be flex and flex column, and this way we can do class name here that this one will grow. So now this takes as much of space as possible, and the thumbnails takes little space. All right, so now we maybe can start with the thumbnails. Let's add some padding here. Let's do maybe padding 4, and let's show all of the thumbnails. So as you remember, we can go to add doc, and then we have photos, no, files. We have files, and then we can map through them, and for each file we can display whoops, it's not like this. Let's go back, map, and for each file, parentheses, and here we can do file thumbnail, or is it just thumbnail? Let's see, we created before upload thumbnail. Yeah, let's pass the file, and let's see how this will look like. So we have 2 of those. Now we want to place them next to each other, right? So let's go here. Let's put flex, and let's put a gap of 4 maybe. Now for each thumbnail, I want those to be a little bit smaller, so I will put those into divs, and here I will do a size of 12. Let's see how this will look like. Now those are really small, so let's see. Let's do maybe 24. Yeah, that's too big. Let's do maybe 18. Yeah, still too big. Let's do, I don't know, 14. Yeah, 14 will be nice. Now, a big photo here. Yeah, so instead of this big photo, I want to... first, we need to check that we have a file. So let's do add document files is... the length of the files is bigger than 0. Let's do end, parentheses, and here I will print a div, and I want to show big thumbnail. So instead of, I don't want to have thumbnail, I want to show a big preview. So how we can do this? I think it would be nice to have it as a separate component. Same that we have with thumbnail. So let's go to components. We have upload thumbnail. I think we can also have something like upload view. Yeah. And this will take some props. It will be file, and we can type it that file is upload response. Yeah. So we have all the same data here. Now, For now, I will just do file name. And now let's go to our add page. And here let's just use upload view. And here let's just pass our file of 0, the first file from files. Let's see. No, files is not defined. We need to add document files of 0. Later we will change it to active file, but for now, as you can see, this thing works. Now let's style it a little bit. Here inside we can first check that if it's an image, so let's do file type is an image. If this is an image, then we can do return. Let's put this return lower here. We can return an image that takes the whole space. So let's do, I think we can go the same way, or let's see. We can print image, or we can also use, we can do image, or we can do next image. Let's try next image. So let's do image. And then we have a source that will be file source, let's see, URL. And the text will be just photo for now. And I think here we will need to have width and height. So let's do 1000 by 1000 for now. And let's see how this will look like. So now we have this error that we need to add this source to the next config. But the guys from ImageKit fixed even a prettier component for us. So I can do just ImageKit and the Next.js. So we will have a ready component with some extra optimization. So here, my image, and it just extends this image. So let's go to components and let's do React component. Let's call it my image. And here, well, I will just paste this. Let's see, we need to add some Typescript. So source is, let's see, we have some props for the loader. So let's define those type props for the loader props equals, we have source that is string, we have width that is number, we have quality that is number. So those can be loader props, no errors. And then we have props here. And for those props, we need to define those as, well, those are the same as we have for next image, right? So let's do image props. Let's see, image props from next image. Yes, that's correct. Let's see what's wrong here. Here is something wrong, and it's with the quality. Quality can be not either number or undefined, but for us it's always number. So let's change also that it can be, let's add that this can be undefined. Right? Now let's see any more errors. Looks like quality is required, but it shouldn't be. So let's add the question mark here, and now everything seems to work nice. Let's also export this component. Export, let's also do default. This doesn't work like this. We need to do const, and then here let's do export default my image. Is it like this? Yes. Right, so this will work, and then instead of this, instead of those, I think we can just do a props. Yes, and yeah, so we can just pass all of the props. So let's go back to upload the view, and here instead of this image, let's use my image. Here we need to pass source and alternative text, and our text here will be photo, and let's do product photo. And here for the source, let's do file URL, And now let's see if we go here. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose it by marking it with use server. So let me see, let's remove this, not used anymore. Let's go to my image and let's try use server here, and let's see if this will help. It needs to be async function, so let's do here async. Let's save, and functions cannot be passed directly to client components. Okay, so this cannot be server, so let's do client. Use client, and let's see if this fixes the problem. It's missing the required width property. All right, so for the width, let's see. Let's go to upload view, and here let's pass the width of 2048, and same with height 2048. Let's also put those props next, not next to each other, but in a column. And I would like to have class name, and I want the width to be full with full and height to be auto. So now let's see what we will get. The image that doesn't work. Let's see why. The image is here. So we have source set. Let's see. Let's copy this and let's try to open this. Not found. Okay. Your ImageKit ID. Okay, so something is missing there. Let's see your ImageKit ID. So here we have the endpoint that we forgot to change. Let's go to our .env file because we have our endpoint here. Next, public ImageKit endpoint. Let's put this here with process.environment.this, and now let's see. Let's put this as string. All right, so now if I refresh, we still have an error. Let's see why. Let's try to get this URL and see how this looks like. Let's open this here. Not found. Okay, so it looks like we have endpoints 2 times. So as you can see, same thing 2 times. And so we don't need to pass the URL of this file, and instead we need to pass the, I guess, path. Whoops, file path. Now let's see. Let's go here. Yeah, now it works. As you can see, it pushes this to the right, and it's not good. So I want to go back to my add page. This one grows with the photo, and it's correct. And this one with the text, we should put here shrink to 0, so it will not shrink, I guess. Let's see, didn't help. Let's also add grow, and it didn't help. So I think what will help is, let's see. No, here we have the thumbnails, so it's not here. Here we need to add grow, and let's add shrink to 0, and now it's fine. All right, so we have our preview file here, and well, I guess we need to make it centered, and we also need to we want to make it centered, so more to the bottom here, and yeah, then it will be better. So let's start there. Let's see, we have upload view here. We want to make it centered, so this one grows to the full height. What I want to do now is to take this and make it centered. This one grows. Let's make this also flex, and this one and also items center. So now it should be in the middle. Yes, that's fine. Now this looks fine, Maybe we could add a little bit of spacing on the sides. Yeah, so let's see. Let's do padding on all sides of 4, and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think this looks better. But let's see with 8. Will it be too big? Yeah, I think this 8 is too big. So let's do just 4. And yeah. Now, what I would like to do is that I can click on those and change it. All right. So when I click on this one, it will open in the new tab. I don't want this behavior. And instead, I would like to change this main picture to this one. So as you can see here in this preview, we always show the first one, but instead we should show the active one. We cannot do any state because this is server component, but what we can do is we can export some part of this, the thumbnails and the main one, to a separate component. So let's do this. Let's see. We will need to create a component. Here is the whole left side, I think. Yeah, this div is the whole left side. And basically we need those two that are inside. So we need, the first one is the preview and the second one is thumbnails. So I will cut those two from the left side, and here I can put left just as a placeholder, left. And now let me create a new component. I will call it gallery. Let's do new, create component here, gallery. And here we have this React fragment. I'm going to just paste this. And as you can see, we are using this add document, but basically we only need files. So let's define files as a property, and files will always be an array of upload responses. So let's put like this. And here, let's just remove this add document. We have files, and let's use it. Let's see if this will work. Let's go back here and let's put our gallery, and let's pass our files like this, files, all of the files, and looks like it works. So that's cool. Now let's go here inside. Let's put on the top use client, and let's create state for our gallery, the active picture, active file, set active file equals files, no, equals use state, and default will be the first file. So let's do files, and the first one like this, otherwise it will be null. And here we can just put that it's an upload response or null. So we have everything typed. Right, and now instead of this one, this file 0, we will do active file. And instead of checking like this, we have any files, I will do if we have active file. All right. And now we have this thumbnail, but always when you click on it, it will open this URL. Instead, I would like to have like on click function. Let me see. I want to define props here, and here I want to add on click. But instead of doing this, adding more stuff here, I could define the props here to make it prettier. So let's put this, let's cut it, let's put props here, let's put type props equals this, and let's put this here. Yeah, now we need to add on click, and on click will be click event, or however it's called, mouse event, mouse click event. Can we do mouse? Let's do just mouse event, and here maybe we can add what type of element is it? It is, but it doesn't matter now. Now let's see. We have this on click that we can use, but as you can see, it's href. So we need to fix this. Here, let's first do function handle click, and in here we will do, if we have on click, then we will do on click that is passed. And actually it's not a just mouse event, it's a function where we have event information and then returns void like this. Now let's see, this should be a function, so let's see what's the issue here. Okay, no, should be an argument, so we need to pass this. And let's do also prevent default just in case. And let's see, we have here mouse event. Yeah, now let's also do return. And if we don't have it, so we can just put it underneath. If we don't have on click, we will do the default, so we will just do navigation thing. So let's just do well, we want to navigate into on a new tab, but let's just do for now location ref to be file URL. And now let's get rid of this ref like this, and let's also add on click, and let's do handle click. This doesn't seem to work. Let's see why. Because it should be mouse event handler instead. So let's put here mouse event handler of what? Of HTML anchor element, HTML anchor element, and let's import this thing from React. And now let's see. Now we still have an error. Type mouse event void is not assignable to this. Handle click. So let's see what's the issue here. Argument of type mouse event is not same as this. So let's add it here. Here HTML anchor element mouse event. Let's see, doesn't help. Does it help? No, it does not. So let's remove it and let's see. Back here, type of this is not assignable to type of this, but we don't have the first one anymore. So let's do like this, event. Let's grab event and let's call it with our function. All right, now let's see what's the issue here. Argument of type. This is not assignable to parameter of type mouse event. Right, so basically we need to grab those, I guess, and we need to put it here. Now let's see what's the issue here. Mouse event is not generic. Okay, let's see here. Maybe it's not the same mouse event. Let's see, mouse event. Yes, and what's the issue here then? Mouse event, element, mouse event. Okay, we should probably now put this here. And I forgot about M here. Now let's see, on click. Now we have several things here. Now something went bananas here. I want to go back a little bit. On click will be regular function, and there will be no event pass here. And here we will have a regular function that returns void, and that's it. And with this handle click, we will get an event. Let's see, and this handle click, we need to specify what's this event thing, and it's mouse event. Let's get rid of those, and now let's see, let's maybe put this way. It will be a little simpler. And now for this event here, let's try with React import, and let's do mouse event. And now everything seems to be fine. We have no errors here, only this, that we shouldn't use the image and we should use next image. So let's try with this image, and or maybe instead of image we should use our my image. All right, so let's add also alternative text that will be thumbnail and product thumbnail. Let's put this into separate lines, and Also, we need to have, let's see, width. That will be, let's say, 200 or maybe 300. Same with height. And now let's see. Now those do not work because here we need to do file path, and now they do work. Except this FO auto, because as you can see now those are not centered with this how was it called? It was called the AI autofocus. So let's go to here and let's see how this looks like. So it adds this width and the quality, and I guess we should also pass information about if we want to crop it with AI. So let's put here AI crop, and let's add it here, AI crop. It will be Boolean, and let's see here, if we have AI crop, then to params we are going to push a param called I think it was FO auto. Yes, so let's copy this. Let's put this here, and this should work. Now we also need to have it here. So for the loader, we will have arguments here, and we will call this way. We'll put all of the arguments here, but we also want to grab from here if we want to crop it with AI. So let's put those image props here as a new thing. So let's do type of my image props. That will be image props and more things, and our more things will be AI crop. That will be a boolean. Now here let's do my image props, and this way we can do something like this. Instead of grabbing all of the props, we will grab all of the props, but we will also grab AI crop separately like this. Let's see if this will work. What is wrong here? No value exists in scope of shorten, either declare one or provide an initializer. Let's see if no AI crop, then let's do, or maybe let's put this as it was. So we just do props like this, and let's see, let's put this way, and here we can also do AI crop, props, AI crop, and this should work. So now let's see. This doesn't work yet, as you can see, but let's go to upload thumbnails. Here we will just need this regular source, and let's try AI crop. Whoops, it looks like it's required. It shouldn't be required. Let's add a question mark here. So let's put AI crop to be true. And now, well, it's not cropped anymore. So let's go back here, and let's see. Let's do maybe here. I think this is client components. Yes, it is. So let's do console log on params. And let's see how the params will look like. So here we have some params, and we have two params. So it looks fine, but we don't have any param for the height, and that's why maybe it's not cropped. So let's go to upload thumbnails. Looks like we have height here, but height, we don't have height here. So let's grab height, and we need to add it to here. Height will be a number, and I think both width and height will be optional here. And here we can check if we have height. If we have height, then we will add params push, and the param will look like this. It will be h and then the height. All right, so now let's see. If I save, still nothing. If I refresh, still nothing. Let's see, if we have have, we add param like this. All right, and let me see how the param string will look like. Console log, and let's do param string. And now let's see inside our console. Let's see, we have some objects here. Param string, we have with, we have FO auto, but we don't have any have. Let's see why. Let's go back here. We have have here. It passed here. We have arguments. We have arguments that look like this. Let's see. Image loader props. We have with, but we don't pass in this args. We don't have any have. So let's go here. With will be required. Have will be optional. But we need to add it. So let's do that. Have will come from props have. And let's see, we have some error here. Okay, because we need to add have here. That is an optional number. We could also put this into separate lines so it will be easier to see everything. And now let's see, if I close this thing, well, almost there. Now those are squares and are kind of cropped. This one is cropped from here and here, but well, let's see what we have inside our params string. So let's go here. Okay, width is 640. So this is wrong. Let's go here. Thumbnail 300, 300. So how do we get 640? Something is wrong. Let's go back to gallery, upload thumbnail. We don't have any on click, but we can add it on click. It shouldn't be required. We need to make it not required. So here question mark, and we don't need this import anymore. And now let's see, where do we get the 640 from? Let's go here, and well, we have some width and have 300. That's fine. But for those params, we get width of 640. Let's see why. Let's go back to my image. Let's search for 640. Nothing here. If we search for 640 inside our project, we don't get anything here. But it is somehow passed to this params string. Let's see our other params. So let's do width, have, and quality. So here you can see we have actually width passed as 640 from this image. Let's see if we will define this way, props width. And now let's see. Let's add also width here that is required, or it can be optional. What's the problem here? Now it cannot be optional, it needs to be required. And then it's 300 by 300, and now it's cropped. Right, so now everything works. I can refresh, and well, seems to work, except that the main image is also cropped, but it shouldn't be. So let's go back to gallery, and let's see. Upload view, we need to go here inside, and have. Let's see if I remove the have, then it says that it's missing have. So we need to always have. But let's also add to my image thing called crop. And crop will be here false. Or yeah, or we can check if we have AI crop. Let's go to my image. And here, as you remember, we pass this have. And we should pass have, I think, only if we have AI crop. Let's see if I refresh. Yeah, now as you can see, this image is not cropped, and those images are cropped with AI. So that's better. So we do cropping only if we have both have and AI crop. All right, so this seems to work, and it looks fine. Now we need to make this on click thing, and we can get rid of this console log from here. let's fix this on click event. Let's go to gallery. We have this on click, and here we have file. For the on click, what do we want to do? For this on click, I want to change the active file to this file. So let's do set active file to this file. So now if I click here, nothing happens. Oh, it actually does. It does change stuff here. And it seems to work. Yes. And the small issue is that this should scale automatically. So this image is too big. Let's see. And we need to fix it. Let's go to here, this div, and let's do class name, and let's do max width full, and here max height of full. And now for the upload view, we want to do max height of full, and then we want to do, let's just do it like this, but this doesn't change anything. So this looks fine, but this doesn't look fine because it takes too much space and it pushes down our thumbnails. So clicking works. It's only here the styling that is not perfect. Also the thumbnails could be centered, but this can be fixed in a moment. First, let's fix that it will not scroll. So we have height auto, but looks like this div is too big anyway. So we say it should grow, and this one shouldn't. This one should grow, but as you can see, this one goes outside of this one. So let's see what happens if we add even shrink here. Nothing happens. And if we go here and if we remove it, then this looks fine, but not if we have image inside. So let's see. I will go back to the gallery, and let's see. I will add here height of full, and then let's see, height full, and still too big. Let's see if I remove this and this div, will it help anything? If I click this one, no, this div is still too big. So we have this flex column, but those two go outside. And I think the issue is with the image. So let's see, we have height on this image, and if we could do like max height to 400 pixels or something smaller, let's do 200 pixels, and the width should be actually auto, almost there, auto, then it's better, as you can see, but the max height should be like 100% or something like this, or fit content, max content, something like this. So let's try to fix it. Let's go to this upload view, and we have this width. Let's change it to auto, height auto, and now let's change it first max width to 64, and same with height, max height 64. And then it kind of looks fine. If we change it from 64 to 32, it will be small and it's fine. Let's see the divs that are here inside. As you can see, this div looks fine. Let's also go to this one, and let's uncomment this div. Let's see how it will look like. So as you can see, this looks fine. Let's also add to this one with full. Yeah, fine. And now we need to change stuff in this image to make it max height should be this, the height of this div. Right, so because this div is the correct sizing, we can use it to add relative, and for this absolute, and stretch this one to do the same size as this one. So let's see if this will work. Let's go to here, and here, instead of hey full and with full, we'll do something like this: relative, and here absolute, and inset 0. And now let's see here, we have this inset 0. Maybe we should do inset 4 to get this padding. Yeah, this is good. Now let's see for this image. If we do remove the max height and max width, we are almost there. So this is a much better result. Let's see if I remove those from here. This looks fine. This looks almost fine. Let's see why it's almost and not fully perfect. So here we have this one. Here we have this one that is absolute inset 0. And here we have the photo. So this is better, but it's not perfect. As you can see, it stretches the width to the max width of this div. And let's see what happens if we do max height of 100%. Okay, then it's perfect. So let's add it: max width to full and max height to full. This way, yeah, it looks now fine. So now we can do like this, but the small issue is that this is not centered. So let's see. If I put my console here, I make this thing bigger, it looks fine, but it's not centered. Let's see if we can do display flex and justify content center, align items center. Okay, this will work. So let's change the div here to, let's see, here flex and items center, and align items, align center, align, not justify center. Yes. So now it's centered. This one is centered as well. So everything looks fine. Yeah. And we can change the images. That is really nice. All right. So another thing we could add would be pillows. So we have here upload view, but maybe we could actually add like an arrow to the right and arrow to the left. So let's maybe do this. So I'm going to add React fragment here. Let's put the photo here, and I will put another div that will be absolute and inset 4. And here I will have flex and justify between, and I will have two buttons, left and button right. And let's see if we will get it. Yeah, here we have left and right. So that is nice. Instead of left and right, we of course want to have arrows. So let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA chevron left. Let's see, let's import this, and let's do the same thing with this one. Font awesome icon, FA chevron right. Let's import this one, chevron right. Let's import. Yes, now let's see how this looks like. Well, I would say it looks fine. I would like to style those a little bit. So I want those to be, let's see, I want those to have a shadow and circle-ish shadow. So let's select those two, and let's do something like this: padding of 2, background, let's say gray of 400 divided by 5, so it will be like 50%. And then let's see if I save it. Well, I don't see any gray a background. Let's do a background gray 500 and let's see. Okay, it looks like this. Well, it shouldn't be this big, but this is because we should have first a div, I guess, here inside with those two buttons. Let's see, and then let's see, items center here, and this justify between should go here for this div. Class name, flex, justify between. Okay, now it's better, but it's not perfect. I guess this is because here we need to do flex column, almost there. Let's see, flex column inset for, let's see what is wrong here. Let me inspect this. Let's bring this to the bottom. And let's see, here we have the arrows, and as you can see, this should be first centered to the middle, and but it's not. Items center, and we have one item here, and it's not centered. Let's remove this flex call first. Okay, then it's centered to the middle, but then on this div we need to make it full width. So let's do width full, and now it's better. Now we have those paddings and gray backgrounds. Let's do, instead of paddings, let's do flex items center, and let's add size of 12, size -12. Let's see, we have something like this. We also want to have justify center, so the arrows are centered here. Yeah, and also I want to have rounded full, so I will have circles. All right, now for those gray backgrounds, I want to do /75. So those are more transparent. Let's do maybe even more. Let's do 90. Let's see how this will look like. I think we should go other way. So let's check 20. Yeah, that's better. But I want more visibility. So let's do 30 or maybe 40. And when you hover, I want this to be bigger. So if you hover, it will be 80. Okay, so now, yeah. And maybe we can add animation, so it will not just change the color, animate, or not animate. I think it's transition we are looking for. Yeah, so it will slowly change the color, slower. The arrows do not work, as you can see, because we need to add on clicks on those buttons. So first, let's fix the functions for this. Let's do function next, and if we want to do next file, then we want to find first the index of the active one. So let's do const active file index, and we want to do something like this. We want to go to all files. We want to find index where the file the file is file ID is the same as active file ID. All right. And then if we have this index, so for example, on the beginning it will be 0 because we show the first image. Then we will do something like this. We want to have the next index. So we will do something like this. We will do const next index equals. And basically we can do active file index +1. But if it's the last one, if the active one is the last one, so we need to reset this to 0. So if you are here, the index is 1, active file index is 1, and we know we have only 2 images, then the next one will be actually the first one. So it will go in loops. So let's see, if active file index is same as files length -1, then it will be 0, otherwise it will be next. So let's just do alert for now, next index, and let's see if this will work. We need to assign this function to this button on click next. All right, and now let's see, on click 1. Okay, seems to work. So let's go here, and now we want to find the next file. Const next file equals, and it's just file of this index. So let's do files of this next index, and let's do set active file next file. All right, now let's see if I click here. Yeah, it works, and it loops through those files, so that's good. Now the previous function, previous, and basically it will be almost the same. So the previous index will be if the active one is 0, so if we add the first, then the previous will be the last one. So let's do files length -1, otherwise it will be active -1. Right, and here we will do prev index, and here we will have previous file, and here we will have previous file. Right, you should maybe stop for a second to understand what's going on here. Let's see if this works. No, because we need to assign this functionality here. On click equals prev, and now let's see. Yeah, seems to work just fine. And now let's see. Yeah, I'm worried that this image doesn't take the full width. Let's see why. We have this image here. Let's see here, and well, it should take the whole space. Why is it this small? Maybe we don't have a bigger size of this image? I don't know. Or maybe we do. Yeah, now it looks fine. And yeah, also the right side should shrink. So let's go to this page, and let's see, we have grow here. The left side should grow, and it should be, let's see, let's assign here the width should be 3 of 5, and now let's see. Yeah, now it's better, and we can loop through the images, and I think it works fine. And we can click also on those images. Yeah, perfectly. We should have a hand cursor on this on those thumbnails. Let's go here, cursor pointer. So yeah, we can click on those. Looks fine, and those should be centered, as I said before. Let's do justify center. Yeah, and now those thumbnails are centered, and or almost centered. I think they are fully centered. Let's see. I think they are centered. Yeah. Now I think it looks good. We have the gallery with arrows, seems to work, and we have winter jacket description, and everything seems to work fine, and we have our page done here for the basic preview of the ad. Now I would like to add that for this image here that we have, and for the whole div, I would like to have the same photo, but in the background, and blurred a little bit with black color. So let me go to here, and well, here I would like to add a div that will have, of course, this, maybe not here, but here I would have a div. Will also be absolute, and it will be inset of 0 this time. And I want this, or maybe let's just put an image directly here. The image source will be, or maybe we should do actually my image. the source will be active file path here, file path, and here will be background as alternative text. And for the width and height, let's put just width, let's do 248, and let's do the same with for width, height, sorry, 248. And now let's see what will happen here. We have two images next to each other or behind each other. So I wanted this here, and this will go here. And now I will add some class names to this one, and those class names will be fit cover, I think it was fit, or I think it was object cover, and we will actually need a div that will be absolute and inset 0. So let's try to put this image here. Yeah, so we have something like this, and the thumbnails are not visible. But first I want the image to be like 50% transparent. Let's see, opacity of 50, and yeah, or maybe even less. Let's do 20. Yeah, something like this. And I want the one behind to be blurred. So and this one should have overflow hidden. So yeah, something like this. But it should stretch maybe all the way even behind the thumbnails. So I will grab it. Let's see. This one have this absolute inset 0, but it doesn't go all the way to the bottom. Let's see. If I inspect here, we can see this one is here inside, and then we have thumbnails here. But the one with the absolute positioning and overflow hidden is inside the div that we need to, so we need to cut it from here, and we need to put it somewhere. Whoops, let's see where it was. It was here, and the problem is, let's see, it was here. So we have those two. Let's try to put this one outside. So here, if we have active file, let's do end parenthesis, and let's do this one. So now we have something like this, and we even get this on top of this description thing, which is not that really good. Maybe here on the left side we should get also relative thing. So let's do relative, and now I think it's better. But I also want this to be blurred. So let's go here, and this image should be blur. Let's see if we can do large. Yeah, so now we can see the image we have also behind, but it's blurred large. Let's do medium. Yeah, I think this looks really awesome. Let's do just blur without any of those. Yeah, I think it looks really, really nice. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we can do opacity 30. Yeah, this looks amazing. For this photo, it doesn't stretch all the way. I don't know why, but for this it does. Maybe the photo is too small. And also the thumbnails should be above. So let's see how we can fix it. Here we have the thumbnails. Let's do relative and z index of 10. Now it should be, those should be above. Yeah. But here we should see why it's not. So let's see this one here. Well, it goes here, but the image doesn't cover everything. Okay, I think it's because the image is too small. If I will find and try to add, let's do add photo. Let's try to find an image that is really big. Maybe this, and let's add forest here. Price 1, 2, 3. Cars, doesn't matter, test, and here 1, 2, 3, 4. Here in Eskilstuna, publish, and I think it's here behind, but it's not stretched all the way. Let's see why. I think it's because we need to do width full and height full. Let's see if this will help. Yes, it did. So even if we go back to this one, we can see that even this one stretches all the way to the bottom now. So now it's fixed and looks really nice. You can adjust the opacity if you want, or blur if you are not happy with this effect, but well, for me it looks really nicely. We could also do rounded corners on the photos and thumbnails. Let's maybe do this. So let's do rounded and overflow hidden on the thumbnail. So we have like this, and now on the main photo, let's go to here, upload view, my image. Let's do rounded, just rounded. Yeah, and the photo looks better with those rounded corners. All right, so we are done here with this cool gallery thing. I think the next part will be really important, which will be our homepage, where we can do search and so on. All right, so for our homepage, as you can see, we just have a test here, and it doesn't look nice. So let's go to our app and let's go to our page here, and we have our test. And what do we want to have on homepage? On the homepage, I want to list all different ads and then have some search functionality on the left side. So let's this will be our main div that will be have a class name of flex, and it will have like 2 columns. So the first column will be a div with let's say background gray and 300, so we can have some shadow here or something like this. Let's put left here, and then another one will have right side, and let's put also background gray of 400, so we'll have some colors. We have left and right. Right, so let's put here width of full, and they still did not take the whole width. Let's see why. If I just do here inspect, let's see, here we have this div. Okay, because none of those should grow. So let's add that both of them should grow, and those now should be 50-50. Yes, they are. And now we can assign that the first one will be like width of 1/4, and this one will go to 3/4, something like this. And I think this looks nice. Now we of course don't need the colors. On the right side we just want to show the ads, and on the left side we want to have all of this search functionality. So first let's maybe list through some ads. Here I think we will need an API endpoint. So I will go to API and let's create a directory. Maybe let's create a file, but I'll create directory 2. So let's do add, or maybe we should do ads, and then /route.ts. And it created this ads directory and route.ts inside. So here I would like to do something like export function get, and it will be an async function. So let's do like this. And now I want to do, first I want to connect. So let's do connect with our database. Let's import this from helpers. Let's do await here, and then after we connect it to the database, let's for now just return all of the ads. So let's do return response JSON, and let's do const ads adds documents equals await, and let's do document model, not document model, add model, and let's do just find, no params inside. Let's do just adds docs here, and this should work fine, I guess. Now let's go back here to our start page, and let's add the use client on the top, and here we can do use effect, arrow function, no dependencies, and we want to do fetch on /API/adds. Was it adds? Yes. And then we want to do then response, and with the response we want to do JSON then, and we will have adds documents here, and with those, what do we want to do with those? We want to save them into a state, so let's do adds and set adds equals use state, and let's set them set adds and adds documents here. Let's see, and let's see if this will work. Let's loop through those adds map, and here the default will be empty array, and for each add, let's do parentheses div add title, and it actually works. We have a lot of tests here, but it works. And the title is red because it's not typed here. Let's do that it's an add model, or maybe we can just do add. No, we cannot type it this way. That's strange, maybe because we cannot import from the models. So let's see, models, add, we have type add. Okay, we are not exporting it. Let's try export this. Let's go back here and let's import this one. Yeah, we could import it. Let's see. Looks fine to me. Now let's see here. This is an array of adds, so it should be like this. And now title is not red anymore, so that is really nice. Now this looks fine, but instead of just having lines of titles, I want to make it prettier. So the first part will be to somehow show like a box. So let's do, here we will have a grid, and let's do grid columns, I don't know, 6 for large screens, and let's add a gap of 4, and now let's see, we have something like this. Okay, now for each add we will have this div, and we will have, let's say, a border. The border will be red for now with 500, so you can see how it looks like. Yeah, and in each ad we want to show a thumbnail of this product, right? So on the product we want to do show the thumbnail, upload thumbnail of the first file. So let's do add files of 0, but this can be actually empty. So let's just first check that we have something here. The files length is bigger than 0. Let's do end parentheses, and let's put this thing here inside. All right, so now as you can see, we have images only on some of those, but that's fine. Now we need to add the titles as well. So let's put div here, additional div. We need to have React fragment, and maybe not React fragment. Let's put, okay, sorry, here we should have only this upload thumbnail. The rest of the information will be here outside this if, because we want to show information even if we don't have any images, any uploads. here, first I want to show a title. Maybe let's use H2 or H3. So let's do file, or no, it's add title, and I want to show the price as well. So yeah, let's see here, maybe H, not H, I would do paragraph for the price. Let's put dollar here, and I will print here add price. Yeah, so we have 200 here because we fixed those. Here we have some empty tests. I will remove them in a while. Right, let's focus on those two. They look fine. For the whole thing, let's add minimum height of 12. Let's see how this will affect everything. No, it didn't do anything. 24, and now those are a little bit bigger. And I want to make them flex column, and everything should be aligned to the bottom. So let's do justify, and so everything will be to the bottom. Yes, that's fine. And now I want the images to be rounded. So let's see here. Let's put div, and the thumbnail should go inside the div. Class name, let's do rounded, and the overflow hidden. I want the rounded to be bigger, so let's do medium. Yes, and I want to get rid of this border. So now we have something like this, and we should get some padding from the left and from the right and from the bottom as well. So for the whole right thing, let's add a padding of, I don't know, 8. Maybe 8 is too much. Let's do 4. Where was it? Here. Let's do 4. And the grid should be separate in case we would like to put a header here. So let's put a separate div here, and let's put this loop here inside, and let's put this columns and grid and gap here into this one. This doesn't change anything, of course, and then, but now we can put something like this. We can put H2, let's say H2 your, or maybe just latest products. Let's see, latest products, looks fine. Now maybe we can get rid of this dark gray color. Let's see, yeah. Now I want I want here to have a little bit of spacing. So for this paragraph, I will do margin top of 1, and I want this to be bold, the price to be bold. Yes, I think it looks fine, and maybe it would be nice to show maybe category or something else. But first I will put more realistic products. So I will get rid of those empty products. Let's go to here to my database, and I'm going just to remove all of those. Let's drop it. Let's drop this collection, and now if I refresh, everything is gone. But I'm going to add some more ads with some real images and real titles. All right, so now I created some more ads, or added some more products. So we can see I put them only in 2 categories, clothes and cars. So you can see we have several clothes and several cars. And now we can see that our design is well, not so good. So let's fix it a little bit. So the first thing we can see is the problem with well, different sizing on everything. You can see that because everything is aligned to the bottom, everything is aligned to this line here. Some titles are bigger, some titles are smaller, and this is the issue. So we should actually align it to the top. So let's go to our home page where it is, let's see here, page, and justify start. So now everything should be justify start. Let's refresh. Everything should be aligned to the top. Yes, that is much better. And now I think everything is still zoomed in. So I think that the title should be smaller. Let's see how it looks like when I zoom out. When I zoom out, it looks like this. I think we have too many products. So we have calls 6. Let's change it to calls 4. So yeah, I think this is so much better. So this is when we zoom out to 100%, and now I will zoom in a little bit to 150 so we can see some more info. We have this gap of 4. I will change it to gap X on 4, and gap Y will be bigger. It will be 8. So we'll have more spacing between the lines, the rows. Maybe I will change it to just 6 will be good enough. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Almost like on Facebook Marketplace. And well, for now we have latest products. Let's maybe slide this a little bit. So let's change this class name, and let's do bold, font bold. Let's add some margin top of 4, margin bottom of 2. Let's see how this will look like. I think it looks fine, but I want more spacing to the bottom. Let's do 4 here, and less from the top. Let's do only margin top 2. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now, those are not the latest products. The last one I added is this one. So let's add the sort. Let's change the sorting inside our ads route. So here we have filter part. Then what's the next part? Filter projection and then options. So for projection we are going to put null, and for options I think here we have sort, and for sort I'm going to do object, and here let's add the created at -1. So now if I refresh, yeah, this one is first. Now the first and most important thing is that now when I click on those, it will just open the image, and that is bad. So now let's go to our page here, and let's see, here we have our single ad. Here we have thumbnail. We can add on click, and for this on click I'm going just to do nothing. And for this whole thing, maybe first, before I will do this, for this div that is around the thumbnail, I will change this div to a link, and I will add a ref to the URL of this ad. So let's do /ad/ and then the ID. So add ID, and well, looks like ID is undefined for now here. We will fix it in a moment. First, for this title, I will do the same thing. So here, let's change to link with ref to /add/ and then add and underscore ID. So now if I click, nothing happens. Let's see why. If I click, nothing happens. If I click here, then it opens. Okay, so this doesn't seem to work when I click here, but title does work. I can click here and it opens, but when I click here, it doesn't open. I can do maybe something like this. Navigate, or maybe better, redirect. And let's put this to the redirect. So we can put this back to a div, and here let's put our redirect. Now let's see, if I click here, nothing happens. And We have this on click, but nothing changes. Let's see if we have an error inside the console. Nothing about this redirection. Only some warnings. So we can click on this thing, but we cannot click on the photo. And I think photo is really important. But I know how we can fix it. Let's change this back to empty arrow function. And we will do here, we will add relative. And then I will add absolute div. I can add the background to red 500 and inset 0. So you can see it takes the whole size. And now instead of a div, I will make this to a link with href, and the href will be this URL. So now let's save. Now when I click on those, it will go to the URL. So now I can just remove this background and it's fine. So I can click here, I can click here, and I can click here, and I can change the photos. Everything works. So that is nice. Now we can open different ads and we can change photos. Everything looks fine. So now I would like to, as you can see on our homepage, we have this small error that ID doesn't exist on ad. Let's see why. I will change this redirect, remove this redirect. We don't need this. Let's go to add. And as you can see, it's fine. It looks fine. But the problem is it's actually model of add. So let's go back here and let's try to import model of add. So now it should disappear. No, it doesn't. Let's see why. It should be here. We should have array. No, it should be here. Right. What's the issue? Let's see. Files. File does not exist on model add. Well, actually it does. Maybe the proper way will be to just put here that we can actually have underscore ID that is a string. And now let's go back here and then it's fine. Right, so now I think the next part will be to have some search bar here. Search bar and the price minimum, maximum, and maybe area. Where do you want to, how far you want to search from your local area, and then a big button to search. Alright, so the first thing I would like to add here on the sidebar would be to have some search with text. So for example, we want to search for Volvo, so we just type Volvo in the text bar, in the text input, right? So here is our left thing, but as you can see here alongside we have quite a bit of code. So I think maybe we can export it first. As you can see, we loop through our ads, and this thing, this block here is actually just one tile of an ad. So maybe we can create this one first to clean up the code a little bit. So let's do new. I will go with this React component, and let's do add the square. It's not really square. Let's do add item like this, and here inside I'm going to put all of this that we have in here. So let's cut from here and let's put this here. And well, we need to have some properties. We need the add, and we need to type it that the add is actually our add. So we need to import, we need to import this. Yeah, so now it's imported this type. And now let's go back here, and here let's put our add, how was it called? Add item, and our add will be passed with properties. So now it looks like this, and our home page is much cleaner. All right, now to the left side, what do we want to do here? Text input to search with. So let's do input, type text, and let's do placeholder with search ... And let's see how it looks like. Well, almost fine. We would need some padding, of course. So let's go maybe here. Let's add padding of 4 on all sides, and we have this kind of input. I think it looks fine, but well, first, we want to get rid of this gray background here. So let's do just background white, and let's see how this will look like. I think it looks fine, but I think we want to have gray background here instead. So here, let's do light gray background, maybe 200. I think this is too dark. Let's do maybe just 100. Yeah, I think this looks nice. And well, I would like to have border here on the right side. So let's do border right. Now let's see. Yeah, so we have something like this. Now, let's see if I zoom out, it looks like this. Okay, I think it looks fine. Maybe instead of search, I will add the search marketplace without dots. And let's see, I would do uppercase here as well. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So here I want to type, for example, let's say Toyota. And if I hit enter, it should do the search. All right, so first we will need then to make a form, because it's better to have a form rather than just inputs lying around. So it's always a good practice to have inputs inside form. We can put a form here, or I can change this div to a form. Let's see, I will change this div to a form. Nothing have changed, as you can see. I will put this class name here, those class names, and let's see if I can add action here. So for action, I'm going to put a function handle search, and let's see what happens if I put here handle search like this. And now let's see if we can grab something from if we can grab form data like this. The console log form data, and this will be our form data. And now let's see if this will work. Let's go here, console, and test. If I hit enter, we actually get form data. Let's see if we have the actual data here inside. So let's do object from entries form data and test2, enter. Let's see, and no, it's empty. Okay, but it's empty because this input doesn't have any name. So let's put phrase here, and now let's do test, and let's see if I hit enter. Yeah, it works. So now what I want to do is maybe let's fix this error here. We have few errors and warnings. We don't have key property on the loop here. So here, let's add the key, add ID. And there is another one about this AI crop. Looks like React doesn't like if React does not recognize the AI crop prop on the DOM element. If we intentionally want to do appear on the DOM as a custom attribute, spell it lowercase instead. If you accidentally pass it from a parent component, remove it. Okay, so we have AI crop somewhere where it shouldn't be. AI crop, let's see where it is. It is on the my image, AI crop, and here we have the props. And as you can see, we pass it to the image. We pass it here to the loader, but we pass it also, all of them, including those, to the image. And I don't want to pass the AI crop. So I want here to pass all the props except the AI crop. So how can I do this? I can do something like this. Instead of this, I put parentheses. I will extract with, have, and well, let's see. With, have, AI crop, and ... props, rest of the props. And now let's see what's the issue here. The issue is that maybe we should get rid of those parentheses here. Let's see. Yeah. And now this works. Now we don't have any with inside props, so we just remove those. Yeah, and because with it has the same name here, we can do just with, and same with have, and same with AI crop. And here we will have all of the props that are not here. Right, and this should fix this warning. Let's see. Here we have Rx. All right, let's refresh. No, something is off. Okay, I think that even here for the props we need to have with and have. So we still need to pass those. So let's do with, have, and have. Let's see if this will work. Looks like it does. Let's see if I open one. Can I still see all the images? Yes, it looks fine. And now everything seems to work. Let's see if we have any errors. We have here missing key inside gallery. Okay, let's go to gallery, and we have a missing key here. So let's put this here. Here, let's do key, file, and something with ID, file ID. Now we don't have any red warnings, only about images. Right, so now let's go back to the left side on the app page. And let's see, what do we have here? We have a form, and we have some things that are not needed anymore, so we don't need those two imports, and upload thumbnail is not needed anymore. Now we know that we have this data from the input, so basically we can we can just handle the search. But before I will do this, I will also do a submit button here with a text like what do we want to put here? Let's do search like this. And yeah, I think this looks fine, but well, we will have many more filters, so maybe we don't need this submit button yet. And people will know that we just need to hit enter here. All right, so this seems to work now. We have handle search, we have the data here. So the const data equals this. And now using this data, inside we have, this is an object of phrase and so on. We can just send it to the same endpoint, right? So let's try to do this. So maybe we will make it as params. So let's do const params equals new search params, URL search params. Let's put this data here. Let's see what's wrong here. So it needs to be, key will need to be string, and form data entry value needs to be there as well. And for us, we can have an array of strings here. Let's see how this looks like. Okay, and here we need to have, let's see, once again. So this is what we have inside the data, and this is what we need there. So either a string or an array of strings, or a record where we have strings. So I think we should go with this one, record of strings. So how we can convert it. Well, we can just put here that this will be always a record of strings. So let's put record string, and looks like this will not be good enough because this can actually return like a blob or something else. So how we can type it then? Well, we can do empty params. So let's do params like this, and then we can loop through the data. So we don't need to do like this. We can do instead the for let key in form data, and then we can do params set key, and now the value will be form data get key. And now, as you can see, only here we have a problem because this can return form data entry value that can be either a string or an array to string or an array of strings or a blob, so file, and we need to have only string. So let's do something like this: const value equals, let's put this here, and now we can do here, if we put this here, we still have this error, but we can do something like this: if type of value is string, then we are going to put this here. Okay, and this should work then. As you can see, no TypeScript errors anymore. So here we have those params then. And what else? Let's see if we can build a URL. So let's do const URL equals, and the URL will be /API/ads, and then a question mark, and then our params. So params to string, and let's see, console log URL. And now let's see if I refresh here. Let's put test. Looks like it didn't work. Let's see. Here, let's do console log of key and value. Let's do refresh test, and as you can see, we don't have what we were looking for here. So form data and this loop will not work. So we cannot do this for loop here. Instead, I think we need to do for each. And so let's do for each with an arrow function. And here we will have key and value. So let's put everything from here inside. And now let's see, we don't need to grab the value because we have it here. And now let's see if I save it. Let's refresh, let's put test, enter. Now we have correct URL here. I can zoom in a little bit more. And yeah, now let's see what's the problem here. Looks like this will always, the value will always be a string. Redundant type of check value always has type string. Okay, then we can get rid of this. We can just put this here, and we don't need this console log. And let's see what's the problem here. Let's see what we have inside for each callback. And first we have a value, then we have a key. So value, and here we have key. And looks like the key is still a problem. Okay, so the URL wasn't correct then because it was test equals phrase instead of phrase equals test. So we need to put back this if type of value is string, then we put this param like this, right? And then if I hit enter here, now we have this API adds phrase equals test. So that's nice. All right, so we have the correct URL. Now let's just do the fetch, and we could just copy this, but instead of copy pasting code, I will fix this. I'll put this in one function to fetch the adds So instead of this, I'm going to put this in a function. Let's put a function here, function fetch adds, and let's put this here. And here I'm going just to call it fetch adds like this. And now here we want to do the same, but we want to change the URL. So we can put this as a param here, the whole URL, or we can put here any extra params that we may want to add. And I think it will be better to have it as params. So let's do params, and it will be always URL search params. And let's grab this. Let's put this as URL. URL equals this. Oops, not like this. We want to do like this, but without those then. Here we put URL. And well, for the params, it will be always URL search params. And maybe let's change this URL to let. And then this loop through, we can grab this. We can put this here. And if we have params here, params, we can for each through those. And let's see if we for each params. Well, no, this will not work. Here we were for eaching through form data. But here we want to have the ready params. Okay, that's fine. So we can just put back here const, and we can just print those params here, params to string. And here, instead of building this URL, we can just do fetch adds with our params. So params, all right, and this should work. So now let's go to network. Let's clear everything. Let's see if I hit enter. It just did fetch those adds, and nothing have changed here because the endpoint is not fixed yet. But let's see, we are sending this phrase. So now we need to go to the endpoint and fix it. So API, and let's see, we have adds route, and here we just find everything, and we don't check for any search. Let's try to grab request here, request, and as the request and response. Yes, and now let's see. We have here request object. Let's try to console log request to see if we will get anything here. So back to here, and let's see if I hit enter here. As you can see, we get some stuff here. We have the URL, and inside the URL, you can see that we have those adds. So how we can grab it? First, I prefer to do this like this. URL equals new URL, and here I will just put request URL, and then let's do URL and search params, and let's just console log those. Console log, and now let's see if I hit test. You can see we have search params where phrase is test. Okay, so let's see if we can grab a search from URL search params. Can we do like this? Let's see if this will work. Now we have an error here. Property search does not exist there. Okay, and then we can do something like this. And get, and let's do search. Or otherwise empty string or maybe null. So here we can see that search will be either string or null. That is nice. Now inside console log, let's just put search, and let's see if we will have anything. If I hit enter, let's open terminal here. We have search null. Okay, that's weird. Let's see if I remove this null, what we will have then. So still search null. Let's see. Okay, wrong thing here. Should be phrase. And here Let's rename it as well. Whoops, back here, here just phrase, and same here, phrase. And here, if it's the empty, let's do just null. So if I hit enter, I open terminal here, we have phrase test. Okay, and now here we have filter, that is an empty object. But what we can do something like this. Const filter equals empty object here. And here we can replace this with just filter. And then we can do something like this. If we have phrase, then we can search where the title, for example, is something like the phrase that we have here. So let's do, if we have phrase, then filter, inside filter, we want to check if title is, we can do title is, but we don't want to search for exact name. We want to search for, let's do filter title like this. And then we want to check if we have, let's put an object here. Let's put regex and then the phrase. But inside this, on the sides of this phrase, I want to put something like this. So it will be a true regex. Let's see what's the problem here. Property title does not exist on type this. Okay, we need to type our filter then. So let's type it with, well, let's see if we have any typing generic thing here. Filter query. Let's try to use this filter query of add. So let's use filter query of add. And now as you can see, it looks fine. So let's see what will happen if I put test enter. We don't have any products. That's okay. It's because we don't have any product with test inside. But if I put Toyota, still nothing. If I put Toyota, then we have something. Okay, so it makes difference if it's capital T or lowercase. So if I put Toyota, it will not find it. We can change it. Let's see if I add, we can change it. Let's go, let's do Mongo regex case insensitive. So here we have manual for regex, and we have regex and then options. And for the options, we can do case insensitivity with I. So something like this, regex and then options. So let me just copy this options because this is exactly what we need. Let's add a comma here, options I. And now if I search for Toyota, enter, we get Toyota. Same for Yaris, still works. And even with capital Yaris, it should also work. Okay, if I put just empty field here, we get all of the cars. Let's try with jacket, and we have jacket. Okay, so that works really nicely. And basically we are done with the search input here, but maybe we can style our code a little bit. So we connect to the database, we grab the URL. Here we do this check for the phrase. Here we fetch our ads, but here we can maybe clean up a little bit first. Let's put this filter here on the top. And now here we are grabbing phrase, or if it can be null. And then if we have anything here, then we put it here. What we could do is actually maybe grab only search params. So instead of the whole URL, we can just grab search params, and then we don't need this URL. And instead of assigning this here, we can just put this here, and then same thing here, and then we don't need this line. All right, but maybe it would be cleaner with just phrase like this. Let's see also what this returns. It returns null, so we don't need to do this extra if. And let's just use here phrase here instead. And I think this is the cleanest code we can have right now. So yeah, maybe we can move this filter here. So first we will get all of the options, then we will create empty filter, then we check if we have phrase, then we add the phrase to the filter, and so on with other stuff. So for example, later we will have like price filters and so on, and category filter and others. So I think the next will be to actually fix price filter and category filter. So let's do this. Let's go to our page here, not here. Let's see, let's open sidebar. Inside our app, we have our main page here, and looks fine. We have small error here. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, we need, this requires a param, but we don't give any params. Okay, let's just do that this is optional. And here, this for each, we will only do if we have form data. So if we have form data, and then we will do for each. Okay, so let's see what's the issue. It still requires a param. Okay, it shouldn't. Okay, this is the wrong thing. Yeah, it shouldn't be on the handle search. Here we need to have form data, but here for the fetch adds, we will add that question mark here, and those params, we will do toString, and if it's empty, let's just do empty string. Okay, and this will work. We don't have any errors or warnings anymore. Let's get rid of this unused import, and let's scroll down. We have our input for search here. Let's add category select. So let's put select, and basically I would like to have the same categories as we have for add text inputs. So as you can see, we have categories. I added one more, I think it was for clothes. And what I want to do here, I want to create a constant out of this. So we have cars. I'm going to just copy all of the options. So let's copy the options, and now let's see, let's put it somewhere, maybe inside the libs. Inside helpers, I'm going to do just export const categories, and it will be an object where the keys will be like just regular cars, electronics, and so on, and the names, the values will be those pretty names with emojis. So first I'm going to get rid of this select category. Then let me just select all of those here. Let's get rid of, whoops, back here. And now let's see, let's jump to the next word, how we can do this. Let's get rid of this option here. And now let's select all of those. Let's put colon here, start string, end string, and colon, not colon. Yes, colon. All right, and this will work as an object. So let's go back now to add text inputs. And instead of those four, we can do categories from helpers. We can we need to grab the keys first. So let's do object keys from those categories, map through, and category key, a parenthesis, and then let's put option where the value will be a category key, and here we will put just our categories of category key. And this should work. As you can see, we have Typescript error because, let's see why. What's this? This looks fine. What's the issue here? What's the issue here? It's a string. We need to type this thing, I think. So let's do that. This is key of and categories. Okay, doesn't work. So we cannot do like this, but we know that this is a string, right? And what happens if we just do like this? Still something wrong. Let's see. Element implicitly has any type because expression of type string can be used to index type. This. No index signature with a parameter of type string was found in this. Okay, what happens if we go here and we type this? Let's try to type this, that this is a record of just string to string. If we go back, then it's fine. Maybe we can remove those. Yes, we can. Okay, so that was it. Let's now go back to helpers, no, to our homepage. And for this select, I just want to have the same inputs we have here, even for this category, select category thing that is disabled. Now let's see, we have cars. Okay, I don't know why cars is selected. Let's refresh. Category key, why is it selected? Okay, because we don't have any default value. That should be actually 0. Now let's see, we have select category. So that is really nice. Maybe we can put here filter by category. Yes, and now maybe some spacing here between those. So we have this form here that is parent for both input and select. We can put flex and flex column, and now gap of, let's do 4. Let's see, yeah, we have some spacing here. That looks nice. Maybe instead of having the select, we can have like buttons or radio buttons with all of the categories. That would be nice, right? So let's get rid of this select. And let's put a div instead. And we want to have radio buttons. So let's put a button that will say all, maybe not a button. Let's put a label that will have an input of type radio, and here all categories. And now for each category I want to do the same. So let's do object keys of categories. Let's map through those, and for each category key let's do parentheses, and let's do basically the same, but instead of all categories I want to put here categories of category key, and here of course the value needs to be category key, and we need to have a name for our input here, type radio. Let's say category. Let's put this label down here. Same thing here. Name will be category. Value, let's say it will be empty string for now. Here we have all categories. So now we have something like this. This should be selected by default. So let's do selected or checked. Yeah, let's do checked. And let's see if we can uncheck others. No, we cannot. Let's see if we have any default checked. Yeah, let's do default checked instead of just checked. So now we can change to those. And this looks fine. Here we have those empty HTML4s. Let's see if we can just remove those. If this will work, that we can, let's see, if I click on cars, electronics, okay, seems to work. Now I want to style it a little bit. So for those labels, the label here and the label for each category. Let's style this one first. Let's do class name, and I want a little bit of background gray 200 maybe, or no, only the selected one should have this background. Let's do maybe blue. Let's see, we have 200. Let's do rounded medium. Let's add padding of 4, and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, almost there. Let's make it brighter, 100, and let's put flex, items center. Let's put gap of 2 between the items. Yeah, all categories, and I think it looks fine. Now, I would like to do almost the same thing for those others, except the background. So let's see if I just copy all of those to this label here, class name. Let's put those. Yes, kinda. And let's see what happens if we add border, how this will look like. Okay, this is too much space between those. And let's see why. Let's go to this one. Let's add the flex column. Let's add gap of 0. And now let's see, still too much space. Okay, I think this spacing comes from this label default styling. So if we add margin bottom of 0, then it should be fixed, or margin top actually. So let's go to those. Margin top will be 0. Let's see. Yeah, that's much better. Now I want to make the border disappear. I want to make the spacing a little smaller, and only selected should have this blue color, right? So how we can style it? We can style it with state, but then we would need to get rid of this checked, and we would need to have state for which one is checked, and I would prefer for now to keep those inputs uncontrolled, and just use this form data for now. So let's style it other way. I think that in Tailwind there is something called has checked, and let's see, change label when radio is checked. Yeah, in this latest version we can do something like pure checked, and let's see here. So we can do something like this, pure checked, and can we do like child checked? Let's see if child or maybe has checked. Let's see if child checked, then we will have this. So now let's go here. No, this will not work. So it looks like there is something called like has, and we can do something like this, has checked, and it will check that this is an example what we actually need. So if it has a child that is checked, so we can actually do just something like this. So let me put this here, and now let's see if it's checked, then it's blue. All right, that is nice. So let's put the same thing here instead of this border. We don't need the border. Let's put this blue color if it's checked, and that looks really nice. I would like to remove the spacing between those. So we have this margin top of 0. I want to change the margin top and the bottom to 0, and let's put the same thing here. So now they are a little bit closer to each other, still not that close. So maybe we can decrease the padding. We have padding of 4 on all sides. Let's do maybe padding of 2, and let's see how this will look like. Well, it's fine, but it's not that good as it was with 4. Yeah, this is better, but I don't like that we don't have any nice looking icons, and we have emojis instead. For the categories, I think we could find icons in font awesome. So we could have like clothes, or maybe clove, yeah, t-shirt. Do we have a car? Yes, we should have car. Yeah, I think we should put it like this. So for the cars, I want to do not only, I don't want categories to be records of strings and strings, where the keys are strings and the values are strings. Instead, I want this to be an array. So let me see, I will get rid of this, and categories will be an array. And now let's put those values here. And what I will do is I will create here, it will be an array of objects, and each object will have a key. That will be, for example, this. And then we also need to have like labels. So let's see, let's put label and then this, and we need to close it like this. And we also need, let's put some spacing here so it will look better. And I think this looks nice. Now, instead of those weird emojis, I want to have icons. So for each, I will put an icon. Here I'm going to take FA car. Let's import this one. Here for the icon, I want to have FA mobile. And here let's do icon will be FA t-shirt. And for the property, let's do icon of FA, and let's do home, house, home. Yeah, home will work. Now let's go back to our app here. And now this this loop will not work because it's not an object anymore. It's this is actually an array, so we can just put categories like this. And here we can just grab the key, the label, and the icon. And here let's just put the key. Here we can put the label, and we can also grab and do icon. So it's the font awesome icon, and the icon will be just icon. Now let's see if this will render. Yeah, it does render. So well, it looks it doesn't look bad, but what I want to do is to hide those radio icons. So let's see what happens if I add class name hidden to this radio buttons. Yeah, so I can just select those like this. And yeah, and now let's do the same for this one. Class name hidden. Let's see. Yeah, for all categories, we could do just let's see, font awesome icon of FA store. I think there is such thing. Let's import. Let's see. Yeah, all categories. And now maybe we can decrease the spacing between those. Let's change this to 3. And yeah, I think this is good enough. Yeah, I think this will work. Those are a little too bright. We could style it a little better. I think we can maybe put those into one styling inside globals. So let's say that label with class name line button. I don't know the better name. Or maybe radio button. We'll have some apply the classes. Let's go back here and let's just grab everything from here and let's put this here. And now we can just get rid of this and put here radio button. Or maybe let's, yeah, radio button sounds fine. Same here, radio button. So now looks fine. Now I would like to style those icons, I think. So and those yeah, let's style the icons. So we have font awesome icon here. Let's see how we can style those, what they are actually. Let's see. So those are SVGs. Let's put those SVGs into span.icon. So let's put this here. Same thing here, span.icon. Let's put this here. And now we can do something like this. Let's go to globals, label radio button, span icon. And let's do that. We will apply some classes like size of 12. And let's do background of gray 300. Let's do rounded full, and let's see how this will look like. Okay, almost there. Let's add the flex, items center, justify center, so it will be centered. Yes, it's fine. And now I want those to be a little bigger, and this should be brighter. Let's do maybe just 200. Yes, and the icons should be brighter, bigger. So let's do label, radio button, span icon SVG, or we could just do SVG, and we can just do apply, and we want to do, let's do height of 12, and let's see how big this will be. That's too big. Let's do maybe just 8. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's still too big. Let's do only 6. Yeah, I think that's still too big. Even this circle is too big. So let's do here size of 8. Let's see. Yeah, now the icons should be smaller. Let's do 4 for the icons. Yeah, now the icons are fine. Yeah, the icons are fine. But what I would like to add is that if this is selected, then I want this circle to be not gray, but blue, darker blue. So let's see, we can make a group out of those. So we can add a group to this. We can add the group, and it cannot be used with group utility. Okay, can we put a group here, group, and let's do the same thing, group here, and let's see if we can do something like this with the span group, group, and the group is what? Group has something that is checked. Then we can do something like this. If group has something that is checked, then we can do background blue 500. Let's see if this will work. Sounds crazy, and it doesn't work. Let's see. I think there can be another way. I can check if a peer is selected, because this span is next to an input. So I can do peer, peer checked. Can we do like this? Yeah, peer checked. Then we'll have background blue. Let's see, will this work? No. Let's see, span icon. Let's see here. What happens if we move this here? Still nothing. Let's see, pure checked. Then we will have background blue 500. Otherwise we will have, let's see, no, let's move this background gray to the beginning. And now let's see, let's get rid of maybe this background blue. Then we don't have any background at all. I think this will not work because our peers are invisible. So if we comment out this, no, it still doesn't work. Let's see if this will work if we will put this here. If I put this here, no, still doesn't work. Let's go back to this icon. Let's put pure checked. Okay, here we have input type file, and that's not good. It should be hidden. But here where we have let's go to our page here, and those are hidden. Let's remove this hidden class, and looks like it still doesn't work. If pure is checked, then we should get background blue 500, and it should go first. So we need to put our input first before the icons, and they are there. So this should work. Let's see. We have this has checked. Let's try with the pure. And let's do those, and let's try with checked. Now let's see. No, nothing. Maybe we need a name. Let's see. Peer checked, and then we can do the name of the peer, and it will be category. Let's see. No, this doesn't change anything, but let's see if the CSS is generated. So here we have this icon, and well, this doesn't seem to work here. It's not applied, but let's see if we can put this here. I refresh, and let's do inspect here. Here we have this span icon, and I don't see any styling for the peer thing. Even if I remove this slash category, no, only the default styling. If I remove the group, this doesn't change anything. Okay, let's try another way. So let's put, okay, it shouldn't be here on pure checked. It should be here on the icon. So that's why maybe we had those problems. No, we still have the problem, but let's see if I do inspect, if this will change anything. No, we don't have any styling for those. So if the pair is checked, we should get the background blue. If we add the category name, does it help? No, it doesn't. Let's see. No, it doesn't work like this. Right, so let's test something else. Let's test also the thing with group. So if I put group here, and I will put group has, and checked here, then let's see. Okay, we have this blue thing here. So that is nice. And let's see if I can put this inside this icon thing, inside globals. Let's put it here, and here, as you can see, it doesn't work. So let's get this back to here, and let's do the same, but with the fill color to be white. So almost, it's probably not fill, but maybe it's text. Yeah, it's text. We need to add it also here, and probably we can put this back to be hidden, and same thing here, hidden. And now let's grab those two, and let's put this here. Now let's see, this one doesn't seem to work. We have a group. Okay, this shouldn't go here, it should go to the icon. It should go to here, and yeah, it works fine. We could probably decrease the spacing for those that are not selected. So we will have more spacing. Let's see, this looks fine. Let's decrease some spacing in here. So we have padding on the top and the bottom. Let's do just maybe 2. And on the sides, let's do also 2. And I think this looks fine. We could maybe make it even smaller. I think 1 will be good enough here and here. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah. Now those spans inside could be smaller. And radio button. And let's apply that. We want the text normal. So normal case like this, and we want this to be not bold, so regular font normal. And let's see, yeah, so we have all categories like this. Maybe it was better when it was actually bold. Yeah. And well, this looks fine. The icons could be lighter color, right? So here for the SVG, let's put text gray of 600. Let's see, didn't work. Let's put fill color to gray 600. Still nothing. SVG fill gray 600. Maybe we need to put this here. Text gray 600. No, span icon text gray 600. Then we need to do fill. I think it worked here for the text white. For the icon. Yeah, so it should work here as well for the fill. Not for the fill, it should be text gray. Let's do maybe 200 to see a difference. Yeah, so it works, but we need to make it a little bit darker. Let's do 400. That's too bright. Let's do 500. Yeah, I think this will work. So yeah, I think I would prefer padding of 2, and then we also need to have like price here. But first, let's fix this so we can send this to the search, right? So let me see if we go back to here and let's see. Here we have all of those labels. And the thing is that when we click on one of those, I want to submit the form. So let's change those labels to actually buttons. Let's put button, and then it looks like this and doesn't work. Let's put back to labels, because we need labels to select the radio buttons inside. And but what I want to do is I want to submit the form when we click on those. So how we can submit the form? Well, we can fix the reference to the form. So we can do something that's const reference equals use ref, and then let's call it maybe form reference ref, and then we can assign it to the form. Reference equals form ref, and let's see what's the problem here. Okay, we need to type it here, HTML form element, and let's see what's the issue here. Okay, so it looks like it can be undefined. So let's see if we put undefined here. Will it help? No. Looks like it's a different type of reference. Let's see. I will get rid of this. And there's still an issue. Type undefined is not assignable to type HTML form element or null. Okay, maybe we just need to put this here. So let's put this here, null. Let's put that default will be null, and then it's fixed. All right, so that is really nice. Now let's fix that we will submit the form when we click on those labels. So for those labels, we want to add on click, and on click we will do form reference current, and whoops, let's do arrow function. So let's do on click form reference arrow functions. I forgot on click arrow function, and then let's do form reference and current and submit. Right, and we need to probably add the question marks here in case current is empty. This will work. We can also make this shorter to get rid of those arrow functions and those parentheses here. And now let's see if this will work. We have an error, of course. Let's see what's the error. Illegal invocation. That's funny. Why is it illegal? HTML unknown element callback. Okay, let's try to put back those arrow functions. Let's click here, and a React form was unexpectedly submitted. If you called a form submit manually, consider using form request submit instead. Okay, so let's do this. Instead of submit, let's do request submit. Okay, now let's see if this will work. Yeah, I can select stuff. I don't get any errors. Let's see if we have requests. Yes, we do. If I click on cars, we actually get 2 requests. Phrase empty category electronics and phrase empty category cars. So if I change from cars to electronics, we get 2 requests. And that's because even if I click on one, the other one is clicked as well. Something like this. So that is not good. And I think an easier way would be to just use a state for those. Or we could actually have a submit button somewhere here. Let's do button type submit. And let's change the reference. Let's add a reference to this button. Const submit reference equals use ref. And here let's do HTML button button element or null. Default will be null. And here let's add reference submit reference. And let's see what happens if we, instead of doing this, we will do submit reference current, and let's do click. Can we do like this? Let's see, clear this. Electronics, we still do 2 requests. So let's see if I remove one of those. I'll remove it from here. And let's see, if I click here, nothing happens. If I click here, we still get 2 requests. So that's not good. I can get rid of this button. We don't need this. Same with those 2 references. We don't need those. We don't need this. Or actually, let's put this back with this button because we were using, we were using submit reference. So that was fine. All right, let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this submit reference and form reference. And we don't need this form reference. And now, what we need to do is that when those changes, we want to call the form. But as you could see, if we add on click here, let's do console log on those labels, we will get 2 console logs. So let's click here, 2 console logs. Let's see if this is also an issue for those inputs. Let's do on, I think we can do on click. Let's do console log and let's see, refresh, clear. No, we get only 1. Right, so let's put back our reference for the form. Const form reference equals use ref, and here will be null by default, but we also need the form element or null typing. Let's put the for reference back here, and thanks to this on click, we can do our form submit or form request submit. So let's do form reference current and request submit like this. And let's see what's the issue here. Okay, so it's right. We need to probably do arrow functions so we don't pass anything that is not needed. And let's do the same thing for this one. And now let's see if I clear everything. Let's go to network. Let's go to clear cars and only 1 request. And we are sending category cars. Now let's go back to our API and let's fix that we can actually filter. So here we do const category. We grab category, and then if we have category, we want to do filter for category to be category. Let's see if this will work. If I close this, if I close, I get only close. Electronics, nothing, cars, this. So it works, and for all categories I get everything. Cars, electronics, clothes. Yeah, seems to work. And I can do like cars, and I search for Volvo, and I will get only one. For clothes I will get nothing, because I need to clear this first. Okay, so this works, and the next thing will be to get our pricing filter here, and then maybe range for how far away do you want to go to find the products. All right, so the next part will be to have those price filters, and I think we can do just 2 inputs, and the left will be minimum price and then maximum price. So let's go to our page here, and it started growing because of those labels and categories, and I think maybe we can make a component out of those. So those are basically the same, this part and this part. So maybe let's call it label radio button. Let's go to components, and here new component, and let's do radio label. Let's do label radio button. Yes, and here inside I'm going to put the whole thing, so we don't need to have this React fragment. And I need to have a key. So let's see, what data do we need to have here? Properties. We need to have the value. So let's grab value like this, value. I also need to have icon, and I also need to have what else? Reference or on click. So let's do on click, and label. As you can see here, we need label. So let's do label, and now let's define this as props. So let's type it, type props equals, and let's put here value will be just string, and then we will have icon. I don't know what's actually this icon. Let's see. It's icon definition. Okay, let's put icon is icon definition. Yeah, and then let's do on click will be just a function, and label will be React node, and I think that will be it for now. Here I'm going to change this to on click, and here we have key. We need to replace it to value, and let's format this thing, and looks now fine. Maybe we should also replace this category to a key. So let's do key, and here let's replace this with key, and let's add key to be string, and this looks fine. Now let's go back to here, and let's get rid of this, and let's do label radio button, and now we have a lot of stuff to add here. The key will be category, the value will be, let's maybe rename those. Here we have category key, here we have label key, and the value will be our category key. Let me maybe put this under each other. So for icon we are going to put icon. For on click and label, let's see. For on click we need to do form reference current, and then request submit. For the label we want to have label, and this should work. Let's see if it looks fine. Almost. The key looks fine. Here the value should be category key. Okay, and let's see. We have input type radio. The name will come from the key. But why can we select several of those? The value will be value. Let's see. The value will be category key. Let's maybe also get rid of this one. And let's do the same thing. Let's put this one here. And now for the category key, let's put empty. For the icon, I think we can do store, or let's see, what icon was it? Yeah, FA store. FA store. And for the label, all categories. Yeah, now let's see. Yeah, but we can select all of those. So something is wrong here. Let's see here inside our HTML. So we have a label with an input type radio value. We don't have any name inside those inputs. Let's see. We have a name, but as you can see, it's a key. Looks like it's empty. Let's do key, and I'm going to do JSON stringify on this key to see how it looks like. So, well, I don't see anything. Let's do null to, and let's put this inside the pre. So let's see here, label, let's see, it's just empty. So something's wrong here. Okay, I know. Key is only something that we can use within React. So we need to change this to name. So let's change this to name, and let's get rid of this. And let's change here to name. And now let's go back here. We need to change this to name. Same thing here, name. And now let's see. Can I select this one? Yes. But still we have the same problem with that our name is not visible here, as you can see here. So let's try to do again pre. Let's do JSON stringify, and let's do name, null to, and let's see how this will look like. So as you see, we have some stuff inside name, and now it actually works. So I think it was only problem that I had to refresh. So yeah, now it works, but this one should be selected by default. So let's see, can we add something like default checked? Yes, it can be true or false. Let's add it here, default checked, and it will be, yeah, it will be just default checked. Let's add default checked here. It will be Boolean, optional, and let's do that the default will be false. And let's do default checked will be default checked. And now we have a lot of params here, so I can just maybe move those here, this here, and now we have something like this. All right, so now let's go back here, and here on the first one, let's do default checked to true. So the first one should be selected by default. Yes, if I refresh, all categories is selected. Now let's go to prices. So now this is a little shorter, still kind of big, but we can live with this. Let's get another div with for prices. So let's do maybe here flex gap of 4, and let's put 2 inputs. The first will have placeholder minimum, and another will be actually we should have number here, and here a number as well. Let's add a placeholder. Here we'll have max. Now let's see, we have minimum and maximum, and now as you can see, the first takes all of the space, and maybe we can fix it by doing 2 divs, the first for the first input and the second for the second input. So let's see now. No, we still they still look weird. Let's see why. I'm going to inspect here, and let's see. Here we have flex. Let's change that both of those divs will grow. Class name, maybe instead of grow, I can change this flex to grid and grid columns too. So now we have 50-50. Here we have the first one, here we have the second one, and this one is, it has wrong type, number should be, yeah, and now they look fine. Maybe we could put here a label, filter by price, something like this. So let's see, I would like to put it here, but then it will be affected by this grid. So I will move those grid and gaps here, and let me put those two inside. And here I will do a label, and that will just say filter by price. And this looks fine. We have minimum and maximum, and it looks fine. Let's say that we need to have names for those, of course, minimum, and here name will be max. And let's go to our route, ads route, and let's see if we can actually grab those. Let's const minimum, search params get minimum, const max, search params get max. And now if we have minimum, then let's do filter and the price equals, and now we want to do an object. Here we want to do greater than or equal minimum. And now the problem that we will have here, if maximum we want to do something like less or equal, and the problem is that if we have both minimum and maximum, then we will only apply this and not this, because we will override this filter price. We need to have an additional if for both of those. So here let's maybe do if we have minimum or maximum, and then we will do those two. And but if we have both minimum and maximum, we want to do something like this: filter price, and now both, and greater than minimum and max this. All right, this could be probably simplified a little bit. We could maybe do something like this. We don't need those curly brackets here, and let's see if we have minimum and maximum. Let's do those. Yeah, this looks fine. If we have minimum and maximum, we do this. And if we have minimum or maximum, so we should probably get this one first. So let's put this one here. If we have minimum or maximum, no, we will do this another way around. Let's get rid of this if, and we will check it separately. So if we have minimum and don't have maximum, and here if we have maximum but don't have minimum, and here if we have both minimum and maximum. And yeah, I think this looks clean. So now let's see. Let's search for staff.r at least $1,000. Enter, nothing happens. Let's see why. If I go to network, hit enter, nothing happens. Do I need to do command enter? No. Nothing happens. Let's see if I go to my page here. We have inputs here. They look fine. Maybe let's add for a while our submit button that will say search. Let's see if we can submit this then. If I click here, yeah, then it works. But we cannot submit from the input. All right, I think that's fine. So if I do just one here, we should have everything. And if I do like 400 search, and only close. Okay, that looks really nice. And let's go to cars. Okay, and let's maybe increase this to, I don't know, 10,000. Okay, and let's go to close and let's do max $60. Search. This didn't work. Let's see why. We should have few close here, so max 60. This didn't work. Let's see why. Network, search. Minimum is empty, but maximum is 60. Let's see. If we have maximum but don't have minimum, let's maybe print here our filter to see how it looks like. So if I click search, filter, category, close, price. Hey, looks like this value is empty. So search params get max. Okay, I see what's the problem here. Here we should do max. Okay. If we have minimum but not maximum, we do that should be bigger or the same as minimum. If we have maximum but don't have minimum, we say that the price should be max this, so smaller or equal. And then if we have both minimum and maximum, then we say that price should be between those two. So greater or equal than minimum, and smaller, so lower or equal than maximum. So if I hit search, I have free clothes, free items, and let's see if this is inclusive as it should be. So let's do max 30. Yeah, I get only one. And if I do 30 even here, yeah. If I do 99, let's see. Yeah, let's do for up to 55. And yeah, only those three. So looks fine. And yeah, I think those look fine now. What I would like to see next is, can I use all of those three? So let's see. I can search for example, let's see cars. Let's see cars that have letter A. So we have Amarok, Range Rover, Toyota. Which one doesn't have any? Volvo. Okay, this Volvo doesn't have any A in the title. That's correct. Now, for the minimum price, I will do, let's say, $8,000. Yeah. And for the maximum price, I will do $20,000. And we have only one car. Yeah, so everything seems to work. If I put minimum to 20,000, I get only this car. Yeah, everything seems to work, and I can do many different searches here, and everything seems to work. Now, this is fine, works fine, and so on. So looks like we are done with this price filter. And let's see how the code looks like here. Yeah, we have some inputs and so on. Here is our main form. And actually, I think that we can maybe put this form somewhere else, because as you can see, it gets bigger. So let's get rid of this form from here, and let's create component. So inside components, I'm going to, I'm always using this template, but I can show you even how to do this without templates. So let's do search form.tsx because it's a component. And what I'm typing now is always auto-generated for me when I do templates. You should also create some templates for you when you create your components, because it makes life a little bit faster. So search form, export default function, search form, return. And if we have several elements, we need to have this React fragment, but here we have just one in its form. So that's good. Now, what do we need here? We see some stuff that are red. And first we need reference, and reference is only used here, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, I think the reference is only used there. So I'm going to grab this reference from here and let's move it here. And then we need to this handle search. I'm going to grab it as an action. And here I will put that action is just a function that returns void. So let's put this action here. And now let's see. Now we can do here, let's import this one. So let's do search form. Action will be handle search. And now we have an issue here because we have form data that is passed here, right? And so we can maybe ignore this form data and just call it action. Call this action like this. No, we cannot, because this form data is used here. So we need to go back here and well, we need to call this action like this. And now this means that here we'll have data that is form data. And now everything should be fine, and it is. The only problem is that this starts to grow. So first let's put space here, and we can either do something like this, that we have properties first and then we have typings for those properties, or we can also do that we can type those properties here above. Like props, and here you can put this action to be this, and this will help us to make it prettier by doing just props like this, and we can even make it shorter like this, and all of the types are properties types are here on the top. There are many ways of doing this. Sometimes I do just keys and then everything in line, but here, and sometimes if it grows too much, I put props and I just put props typings here. All right, so let me see, this looks fine. Now we can get rid of those unused imports like this. Now let's see, our home page is only this small, the JSX part of it, so it's fine. Now we don't need this useref here, and now it will be nice to go to the next part, and the next part will be, I think, a cool functionality of applying the distance between you, so the current GPS coordinates, and how far you want to see those ads. So for example, some of those ads are many kilometers from my current location, and I want to exclude them. So I'm in Stockholm, so I don't want to see products listings ads from other cities. I want to apply distance like only 10 kilometers from me, something like this. I think we can put something like this here, like have a square that will do max 5 kilometers from me, or something like this. So this will be the next part. All right, so to build this map selector or the distance selector, we first need to go to our search form, and let's maybe put this before the submit button. So I'll put the div, and here I would like to put our maps thing. And well, we used Google Maps before, we use it here. Okay, here we have an error, and it's because of the categories. So let's fix it. Let's go to add text input, and as you can see, we have a problem here. So first we can just loop categories like this, and here we need to grab the key. We can rename it to category key. Then we also need label, And let's put this as category label. So here we'll have category label, and that's it. Okay, so it's fixed. Here we have our map. So let's go back to our add form. No, we don't have such thing. It's a page. So let's go to app, add, no, let's go to new and then page. And we have all of the stuff here. All right, so we have this, let's see, we have location picker. And here inside we are loading a map, and then we do stuff. So let's do the same thing. So let's go to our search form, and we want to have a component called distance picker. We have a location picker. Now we want to have distance picker. So let's go to components, and I'm going to create a new component called distance picker. All right. And let's see. Inside this distance picker, I will have a use effect that will run here. No dependencies. So it will run my function called load map. And I will define this function below, actually below. So let's do function load map, and let's see function. And now let's see, I'm going to put some spacing here. Now, first let's initiate the loader, but we can just copy a few things from here. We need a loader, we need to have a map. So let's do this, let's copy those. Let's put this here, and this will be an async function. And let's see, what else do we need to have here? Then we can initiate the map. So let's initiate the map like this. We don't have any default location, but we can fix it in a moment. Let's put this default location like this for now. We also need to have a reference to a div. So let's put a div here with some class names like width of 12. Maybe we can do size of 12 and background gray 200 so we can see this. And we need a reference for this. Const maps div equals use reference, and it will be a div. So let's put HTML div element or null. Default will be null, and here let's put this reference to be maps div, and here we have reference. So let's use it, maps div current, and yeah. So let's create a map with latitude of 0 and the longitude of 0. Let's see if this will render. Let's go here. We are not using this component yet, so let's see. Let's go to search form. We have maps here. Let's put this component here. I think it was distance picker, like this. Let's go here. No, not here, distance picker. Let's see if it renders. Yeah, it renders. It's small, but it renders. Let's put now width to full and height to 24. Let's see now. Yeah, seems to work. I can zoom out to see more. Let's maybe zoom to 1 so we can see more stuff. Yeah, seems to work. Now, yeah. Now, what I want to do now with this, I want to print a circle. I want to make it a little bigger. So let's do maybe here 36. Let's refresh. Yeah, and I want to print a circle and make it maybe even bigger. Let's do 48. And now I want to do a circle. So let's see, what do we have? Maybe we do import map. But let's see what else do we have here. So let's do console log rest, and let's see the rest of the tools we can grab from there. Let's do console, and let's refresh rest. Let's see how it looks like. We have circle here, so let's try to use it. Let's grab circle, and we have a map. Now let's create a circle. Circle equals new circle with capital C, and I guess we will need, or let's don't guess, let's see. No, we need to put the map thing, I guess, and it will be our map. And let's find the documentation. So Google Maps JavaScript API circle, yes, circles. So let's see, what do we need for each circle? We need stuff like this, radius. Let's put this here. We don't need map, we already have this. Center of a circle, okay. Let's put for now same thing as we have center for the map. So like this, and then we have radius here, and here I will just put, I think we can, here you put meters. So let's try with 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers. Let's do 100 kilometers. Let's see if this will work. If I close this thing, refresh. Yeah, we have a circle here. I don't know if it's 100 kilometers. Maybe it is. I will try on my location. So here we have for now 0 and 0. But for location picker, our default location comes from, let's see, comes from this page. Let's see how it looks like. And it's actually somewhere in Stockholm. I'm going to copy this and let me put this, the same thing for distance picker. Let's put this here, and I'm going to put this location picker instead of those zeros, which was somewhere on the ocean. So refresh, and let's zoom in. Okay, so Stockholm is selected, and yeah, I think it is 100 kilometers in radius, because it's from Stockholm to Västerås, it's like 100 kilometers. So it's fine. Now this, what we want to do now is, let's see, we want to make this location from the user. So we grab GPS coordinates, and then we do what? Then we change the position of the map and the circle to the user position, so from your browser. And then for the circle we will have buttons. Or let's see if maybe we can if we can drag the border of this circle. So here we have circle, documentation. Let's see, I will do something like circle handle. Can we do on? No, let's see, how is it called here? Location picker. We have some events here. On click, add the listener on, and then click. Add listener, click, and then let's do console log so we can see what's happening. So let me open inspect here, console. Let's scroll, and let's see if I can click on the circle. No, nothing happens. No console logs here. So let's see, can we do something else? Google Maps JavaScript API circle events handlers events. Let's see. Here we will have some events. We have click, drag, drag end. So let's see. Instead of this, let's refresh. Let's zoom in. Now, can we go back to circles, and we can see if those will be what will be the documentation for the circles and what are the options. So here we have bounds, and here we have editable to true, but this is a rectangle. Okay, let's see. if we add this to our circle, what will happen? And let's also make this zoom to, I know, 5. Let's refresh and let's see. Okay, so we can do like this and we can even move the circle around. So that is really nice. Let's see if we have anything inside console after we do drag end. So let's clear. No, nothing here. On edit, can we see anything here? Let's see. No, no. On change, can we have anything here? Let's do refresh. No, nothing. Let's see if we have any. Here we have events, center change and radius changed. So we need to have events for both. Let's copy this and let's do also center changed. Now let's see. Let's clear everything, refresh, clear everything once again. I don't see any updates. Circle, add listener, radius change. Can we do something here? No, only set radius. Let's see, shapes. Listen to editing events. When a shape is edited, an event is fired upon completion of the edit. These events are listed below. So for the circle, it should be this. And but they want us to build those listeners like this. So we cannot do circle add listener. Instead, we need to do like event and then add listener. Do we have event here? Event, no. Add listener, no. Zoom change event only. Let's see if we just do, can I do an event like this? Or can I do maybe just here null? No, this null will not work. Let's see why. Here we have add listener. We have event name. Okay, let's try with just an empty string. Let's see if we will have anything. I hope we will get anything. No, I can do stuff, but nothing changes. Nothing is console logged here. So let's see how we can add this event listener. Do we have any extra options here that we could use? Circle. Let's go to import library. And what do we have in core library? Here we have, okay, let's grab this core library as well. Const core equals await loader import library core core library. Now let's see once again, just core with lowercase c. And then let's see, core event add listener. Okay, and this is how they want us to do this. First, the name of the, let's cut this from here, let's put it down here. First what, so it will be circle, then event. Let's get rid of those two. Let's do radius changed, and let's do console log. And now let's see if we will get anything here. So no, looks like we still get nothing. Core event add listener. Let's see here. Event add listener. Bounds change, radius changed. Should work. Center change. Maybe we can try this one as well. Let's see. Center changed. Let's see. We can do stuff, but nothing is fired. Let's see if we can at least get a click. So everything should have a click, right? Let's see if we can click on the circle and do something. So if we click, then it works. But if we clear this and if we change something, then it doesn't work. Maybe this is some kind of old documentation. Let's go to documentation on events. Mouse move. So maybe it's resize. Let's see if we can grab this one. No, Let's see what other events. We have click, of course. Let's test with, okay, I think I would just grab all of those and I would just use all of those like this. I'm going to paste those here and I'm going to, I will put those in an array just to test everything. So const events equals array, and let's close this array here. So it will look like this, and for each let event in events, for each one I'm going to create this thing, and this e will be one of those, every of those, of course. So now let's see, if I refresh, if I click here, if I move, nothing happens. That's weird. Even click doesn't seem to work. Let's do off events. Yeah, because then the e, if we do in, the e would be to only numbers. Now let's see. Okay, now we have stuff that's that are happening. Let's do something like this. Instead of console log, let's do console log event, just event name. So mouse move, bounce changed, and center changed, bounce changed. Okay, so as you can see, the documentation was lying to us, because here they say for the circle you have center change and radius change, but it's actually bounce changed and center changed. So let's see. Now I will comment this, and I will only do bounce changed and the bounce here, or maybe let's do just regular console log to just print the event. And let's also do center changed. Yeah. Let's see. If we change this to this, nothing have changed. Nothing have fired. If we move it, still nothing. Okay, so something is weird. Let's try do this again. Refresh. Let's get rid of this mouse move and mouse out, mouse enter. Mouse out, mouse move, mouse over, and what else? Let's see. Let's save it. Let's see. If we change this, center changed. Those two are fired. Center changed, and bounce changed, and bounce changed. So I don't know why those two are not working, but this one does. Let's see. If I change this one, nothing is happening. Add the listener on the circle. But if I do like this and I register all of those, you can see that we get some events. So bounce changed and center changed. So it looks like for bounce change to work, we need to register some of them that don't do anything as well. So let's see. If I will get rid of those and those and this one and this one as well, maybe let's keep the drag, double click, no context menu click. Let's have only those. Let's see if we will have events. Yes, we do. We get bounce changed and center changed. If I do just this, we get bounce changed only. Bounce changed. Okay. So, but if I remove the drag stuff, let's see if I will get the events. Yeah, bounce changed and center changed, so it works. Let's see if I remove click. Will I get events? Yes, I still get events. So that's weird. So if I have events like this and I register them one by one, they do work. But if I do like this, they don't. Let's see if they will still work if I would just have console log here. Let's do refresh. Let's see. No, they do not work if you have only stuff like this. So this means that I can remove this. I can uncomment those two. And if I would put an arrow function here saying, and here let's do bounds, and here let's do center, and this should work then, right? Yes. So let's grab event here, event there, and let's see what other information we will get here. Let's see. Everything is undefined. Okay, so we don't have any data here, because if I change the center, well, then we don't have any data here. Let's get rid of those then. And well, if we want to have information about the circle, we can just grab it from the circle. We can just grab the new radius, right? So if bounds change, we can do something like this. We can grab the circle and we can do get the radius. Console log radius, and then circle get radius in the console log. Let's see if this will work. Let's do refresh just in case. Yeah, it works. Let's do like a super small, and it works. I can do even smaller to like 1 kilometer or even less. This is 5 kilometers. Let's see. Yeah, 1 kilometer. That's the super small. Yeah, I think this works. Would be nice to automatically zoom out. So let's see. But first we need to fix this mess. So we need to put the radius somewhere in a state. So let's put this state here, const radius, and set radius. I don't know how to pronounce it. Use state. Let's say the default will be 10 kilometers. 10 times 1000 meters. 1000 meters. Okay, and here we have radius, and so we can do just like this. And well, if the radius change, we want to do just set the radius, and we want to do circle get radius. Okay, so we want to know what the new radius is, and we want to save it to our state, right? So now for the center change, we want to just grab the center. So let's do arrow function here, and let's do console log, and let's do circle get center, and let's see how this will look like. Let's see. Let's change this to this. Okay, so we get this object. Let's see if we can do to JSON like this. Refresh. And let's move it. Let's zoom in. Okay, and this looks fine. So we also need to have like circle location. So let's do const center, set center, use state. The default will be location default, and here we will do just set center. And this one looks like it doesn't look like this, so we need to tell to Typescript that it actually does. So we will need type for this location default, or maybe we can import it from other file. Let's see. Location, no, let's see, location from components location picker. Okay, and here let's do as location, and now it works. All right, and this location has been imported for me here, as you can see. All right, so this works. We can change, and this is saved to the state. We can also print this if we want. So I can do center to be this, And we probably need also to JSON stringify center. Let's do BR and radius, and let's do JSON stringify radius, and let's see if this will show stuff. Okay, we can make it bigger, we can change stuff here. Yeah, so this works and the state is updated. So what do we want to do now? Well, let's see if I refresh. Well, first we want to zoom in like a lot. Let's do maybe 8 here. And I also want to show zoom in and zoom out buttons. So zoom control, let's do true here. So we have those zoom in and zoom out buttons. Yeah. And now a cool thing would be that if the circle is bigger than the map, or if a circle is outside of the map, it will zoom out automatically. And we could do this here when the bounds change. And we could also do this, the center change. We can change the center of the map. So we can do map set center to circle, not circle, yes, circle, get center. Let's see if this will do anything. If I do here, yeah, it centers the map. So that is cool. What's the problem here? Because this can be null. So let's see if we have anything here, then let's do this. And this doesn't help. Argument of type latitude, longitude, or null is not assignable to type latitude. It's not assignable to parameter of type latitude, longitude, and let's see, latitude, longitude, literal. Type null is not assignable to this. Okay, does it mean can we do just like to JSON here and to JSON here? Will it help? No, it will not. And but why? Let's see why. This will not work because let's assign it here. Const center equals, maybe let's do circle center, so we will have a better name. And let's put this like this, and we know that this will be always a location. So we can put like this, and but this can be also undefined. So it's location or undefined. Okay, and now we can do something like this. If circle center, so we know it's not undefined, we will do this. We will do set center, and let's see why we have an error here. Okay, we just need to replace this with circle center, and we can just set the map center to the same thing using our circle center. All right, now let's see if I refresh, the map should center automatically. Yes. And now with the radius, I want to do something like this. If it will be this big, it will zoom out. But how we can know this? We need to read about zoom. So let's search for zoom level, or maybe let's use Google for this. Google Maps API map class, something like this. And here we'll have reference. Let's search for zoom. Let's see. Let's get zoom and let's see what we'll have here. Returns the zoom of the map. But what is zoom? Let's see if we have any more information about zoom. No. Let's see if we can just do zoom. Reference. Controlling zoom and pan. Okay. So zoom is from 1 to 10, but it can be different distances. So zoom 5 can show more of here Australia than we would show if you would do the same thing with another place, I think, because Earth is a globe. So, but let's try to do something with this anyway. So I want to have first zoom. The initial zoom will be like this. It's fine. But if you change the radius here, so bounds changed. Let's grab the radius. Const radius equals circle and get the radius. And here let's just set it radius. And let's do something like this. If radius is bigger than and do smaller. I don't know. We need to do if it's bigger than 0 and the radius is smaller than. Now we can do like bigger than this. Then zoom should be this. So let's do map set zoom to be 1. Okay. So let's see if we can get this functionality to work. We need to have super big radius of many kilometers, I guess, or this just doesn't work. It should be 10 meters, 100 kilometer. If it's bigger than 10 kilometers, then it should zoom out. Let's see. Let's refresh and let's see. Bigger. Okay, then it worked. So let's see. Let's just copy the same thing with else if, then do this. And we need to have all of the zooms, from 1 to 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And the last one, 10, will be if the radius is smaller than 100 meters. So if I zoom in and I make this radius super small, let's see if I make it super small, even smaller. Okay, even smaller, like this small. No, even smaller. It needs to be 100 meters or smaller. Okay, let's see. Didn't help. Let's see, 100 meters. Now let's do 10 kilometers. And now let's see. Okay, now it's zoomed in. Let's maybe do, I think this will work. And now if it's bigger than 1 kilometer, if it's smaller or equal, here we'll have 9. Let's see. This. No. Let's start with the smallest ones. So let's start with the zoom of being 10. Let's see. And the default radius should be, let's say, 5 kilometers only. And I want to print the radius so I know when I should make the changes. Radius here, divided by 10,000. Okay, so now it's 5 and the zoom is 10. I want to do that if it's this big. Okay, this worked, but this didn't. Let's see once again. So 5 is fine, but I think the default should be 10 anyway, and the default zoom should be 9. And let's refresh, and 10 zoom should be only if the radius will be smaller than 10 kilometers. So I think we have it here. So if I make this smaller, yeah, but if I make it bigger, yeah, so this works. Now for 14, it should zoom out even more. So if it's bigger than, let's say, 14, we should have 8. Let's see, then let's do maybe 20, we should have 7. Let's print all of this information, radius, and let's do BR. Let's do BR. Here we have radius, and here let's do zoom. But we don't have any information about zoom. Let's have a state for this. Const zoom, set zoom use state, default will be 0, and it will be a number. And we have map set zoom here. Let's do here on the end, let's do set zoom to map get zoom. Okay, get zoom as a function, and here as number. Let's say it will always be a number. Let's do refresh. Radius is 10. Let's see. Radius is 10 kilometers, and the zoom is 9. Why the zoom is not displayed? I don't know. Zoom. Okay, now let's see. Let's refresh. The default zoom is not 0, it's 9. And now let's see. So if I make it smaller, we have zoom 10. Now let's see. For the radius, I think for the radius bigger than 6, we should have zoom 9. Where is this for the radius bigger than, we should have zoom 9. Let's see. Let's do smaller, and let's go bigger than 5, 6. Okay. Now for the 8, I think that, let's see, 14, bigger than 14 should be 8. 1, 0 too much. Let's see, 12, 14. Okay. And then let's do maybe 30. 30 here for 7. Let's see, 30. Maybe let's do 28. 28, and here let's do 13 or maybe 12. So if I do this, okay, that's really cool. 8 and 17, 28. We should have 7, yes, and then for the 6, I think we should have, if it's bigger than 50. So let's do here 50. Let's do refresh. Let's do smaller, works fine. Here maybe let's do 5 instead of 6. So smaller works, bigger works, 11, 12, 24, yeah, 50 works. Then we have 400. We should have, let's get rid of those. Let's put the big number here. Now let's see, this works. Let's get 10, 12. Maybe we can put smaller, like 11. So it will increase faster. 25. Let's do 25 here. I don't want to put it next to the border. 25, yes. 40, 50, and 90, 100. And I think that the next part should be 100. Here should be 180 for the zoom 4. So let's see. And yeah, and then 400 for the zoom 3. 400 for the zoom 3. Let's see. And 400. Let's go to 400. Yeah, and then maybe let's make it smaller, and maybe let's do 800 for the zoom 2. Now let's see. Let's make this bigger, 200, 500, 750, 800. And now let's see. Let's make it smaller. Let's make it in the center, smaller in the center. Yeah, maybe something like this. So let's make it center so I can put the numbers here. Yeah, I think this will be correct. I think it's 1,500,000. Now let's see if this will work. So bigger, smaller. Can't we zoom in even more? Yes, we could. Okay, but we will check this later. Let's get bigger, 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 bigger. Okay, everything seems to work. And if I make it small, yeah, and seems to work. Zoom 10, seems to work. So let's refresh once again. I want to test it to know that it works nicely. I think it works really nice. Let's make it super huge, super huge. Yeah, seems to work really nicely. You can adjust the numbers if you want, but I think this works really, really good. So let's get rid of those. We don't need to print those numbers anymore. And maybe we could show the number somewhere, or maybe we could add a label here. Yeah, a label would be nice. So label, where, let's see, no HTML4, not needed. Let's see, refresh, where, okay, I think it looks fine. But now, this is not where I'm located. I don't live here in Täby. And actually, I need to have my GPS location first. So how can I do this? Well, you remember we have this location picker, and then we have this, let's see. No, I think it was on this page, new page. We have this navigator, geolocation, get current position. This is the function that returns the stuff that we need. So on load, we will also run this to get location. And what else do we want to do? When we get event cohorts, we want to use them to set to our state. Where do we want to set them? We want to set them to our default location, right? Or not? Our default location is used here. But this is location picker, so it shouldn't be here. No, not here. I want to go to my distance picker. I want to put this here. So let's put this, let's close this. And now, if I get my event coordinates, I want to put this to the center. So let's do set center and this. Let's see what's wrong with this geolocation coordinates. Okay, can I do to JSON? No, but I can extract latitude and longitude from event coords. So let's put those latitude, longitude here, and then it should work, right? Or maybe not. Let's see why it doesn't exist here. Why? Let's see on the location picker, or actually on the page. Okay, it's called like this, latitude and longitude. So let's go to distance picker, and let's do like this. Latitude will be event coords latitude, and longitude will be event coords longitude. Okay, and now because we know that we will set the center, we will remove this default location. We don't want this one, and we say that it can be null. And we don't want to load the map until we know where is the center. So here we have somewhere our use effect. Here we have it. Let's also add this as a dependency. Here we have our load map. And well, actually, we want to put this separately because we don't want to run this again if center changes. So let's put another use effect. Let's put this here, and then when this component renders, we grab the user GPS location, then we update center. When center changes, we check if we actually have a center, then we load the map. Okay, so now let's see. Refresh, And well, it didn't work. Let's see why. We set the center, and here we should use the center, and here we should use the center and not the default location. Location default is not needed anymore. Let's refresh, and now it works because I live here in the middle of the circle. And yeah, so let's make this bigger. Yeah, I think it works really nicely. All right, so we have default radius. Maybe we can make it bigger to 100 kilometers, but then we need to change the default zoom to, where is this zoom? Let's put this zoom to, default zoom will be, I don't know, like 7. Let's see if I refresh. And now it should be like 5 or 6. Maybe let's change it to 50 kilometers. And let's change this to 6. And let's refresh. And yeah, I think this looks fine. We could zoom in a little bit like this. So maybe let's do 7. And when this thing is loading, we can do maybe something like here. If we don't have center, let's do a text loading ... and loading ... and maybe we can say loading map, and let's add padding for this thing. So let's do parentheses, let's do div like this. Let's put loading map ... and some class names like text gray, 600, padding of 4. And let's see, loading map. Let's make it smaller and less visible. 400, loading map. Yeah, I think it looks really nice, loading map. And what happens if I block this location thing? Done. It will say always loading map. And the thing is that this, let's see, get current position. We should have like console error here as a second callback, and it will be called, I think. Yeah. Here we have error, user denied geolocation. So we can maybe set this here if we have an error. Const, let's do geo error, set geo error, use state and empty string. And here if we have an error, let's do something like this, error, and let's do set geo error, and let's do error of message. And now here we will do, if we don't have a center, let's do here parentheses, if we don't have a center or we have an error, geo error, then we will print this. We'll print geo error, or we will print loading map ... So now let's see if I refresh, user denied geolocation. Yeah, but if I change this to done, change this to sure, continue, and I will refresh my page, then it will show them up. It should show them up. Yeah, it did. So this works really nice. But now the most important thing is, well, if I make this small circle, I should see no products here. So now what I want to do is that when something changes, I want to notify the parent component. So here, let's add on change as a property, and this will be on change will be a function where we will have radius as a param, that is a number. Okay, and now let's add here use effect for radius. Where is radius? Here is radius, and now let's do something like this. I will put this here to make a place for more stuff, And I want to also have something like, maybe not now, but now if radius changes, I want to notify with onChange with this radius, but not when it's not loaded. So how do we know that it's loaded? We know that because we have center. So if center, then let's do this onChange with the radius. And let's go to our search forms. And here we need to add onChange. And let's do console log just to see if we will get anything here. So if I change something here, then we will get this. I want also to tell what is the default here. So default radius will be, and I want to grab this and I want to put this here. And whoops, and back to this one. I will grab the default radius and it will be a number. And when you want to put this here, default radius, and here I will do something like this, because we know when it changes, we can have it inside our state, right? So let's put this into a state. Const radius set radius equals use state, and here I want to have my default radius actually. So this radius we can put this, well, let's put default radius here above. Const default radius equals this, not this, equals this. Here let's put our default radius, and the same thing here, let's put default radius, and then on change we will just do set radius, and that's all. Maybe we can do like new radius, and here new radius. Okay, this should work. And then we can do here an onChange function. We can call this action thing, or we can actually we can grab the form reference and we can request submit when the radius changes. So let's do use effect, and when radius changes, and if it's different than the default one, radius is different than default radius, then we will grab the form reference, current, and request submit. Okay, so let's see. If I just refer the page, we just grab the ads this way, the regular way. Let's clear everything. Let's make the radius smaller. We don't pass information about our radius anywhere. So let's put an invisible input with our radius, and the value will be radius. Okay, so now if I refresh, we grab the ads here, as you can see. Let's get preview here, headers, no stuff here. Okay, and let's see if I make this smaller. We do category and we pass radius. Okay, so that is cool. We should also pass the, let's see, let's go to our, where are we now? Form here, and we do request submit when the radius changes and when it's default, when it's not default. And we should put this default radius somewhere else. Let's put this one on libs here and export default radius. And let's get rid of this one here. And now we want to import it. Okay, and now I also need to go to this page. And here, as you can see, we are not this page. We want to go to the main page, app page. And here we are fetching ads. And here we are fetching as well. We are passing params. Yeah, so this looks fine, but we should see here if params has radius, or if it doesn't have any radius. Let's see, it's optional. So if we have, or maybe not if we have, let's maybe do something else. If params, if there are no params here, we want to create it. If no params, then params equal new URL search params. Okay, and then if params don't have radius, we want to add the default one. Params set radius and default radius. And let's import this one and let's put to string. All right. So if I refresh, we get default radius of 50 kilometers. So that is nice. And yeah, we could also have a slider here for the distance, but I don't know if it's needed. No, this seems to work. And if I change it, we get another request. And as you can see, we get this radius and whoops, and it works fine. Maybe I can round this. So because as you can see, it can be like we have like a lot of decimals here. So we can do maybe math round first on this and then to string. So let's see if I make it smaller, we get another request. I probably need to refresh the page. So loading map, and let's see here. It's not rounded. Why isn't this rounded? Default radius. Okay, because we do this only on the default radius and not here on the when it changes. Search form, where when it changes, we want to do request submit. Okay, let's see, let's go back to this new page, not new page, the index page. And here, if we want to round this, we can do something like this. But do we really want to round it? It's not really needed. Let's remove this rounding thing. It's not that necessary. We can have like 0.5.0083 kilometers. It doesn't hurt. Right, but now the most important thing is that we need to make it work, right? So when we change this, we want to refresh the results. So how can we do this? We know it's being sent, so we can go to our app API adds and here, and we can just start by grabbing the radius like this. And then the next part is we need to go to our database and we need to add an index. So let's go to search indexes. I probably need to reload because I need to log in again. And let's go to my database overview, database, browse collections. And let's go to ads, search indexes. No, not this, collections, ads, and then search indexes here. Okay, create search index. Let's do visual editor. Name will be location, and we want to make it on ads. Let's go next. Let's see, let's do view JSON. Now, this is not the type I want to use. Let's go back. Okay, index name is correct. Here is the correct thing. And let's go back. And JSON editor. And or do I want to do this way? Maybe not. Let's go back to database, browse collections. Let's go to, maybe let's create this index here inside our models. So models, add, And we probably can create indexes here. Let's check our schema. We can probably do something like this inside the model. We can do this on the schema, so let's do add schema. And let's see, index. We can do just index, and the fields will be location. And now the index itself. Let's see, what do we need to put here? Index options. Index options. Here we have only expires and waits, so that's not the thing we want. Let's check this index. Index definition, how it looks like. So it's a record where we have string and index direction. So here we put an object, and we want to use this to the sphere. So let's go back to here, and here we just put location to the sphere as a string, and this should work. I just need to restart my environment, and we will see if this works by refreshing the page. Let's go to my database. We can probably close all those other tabs and indexes. Here we have location sphere, so that is nice. Even if I drop this, let me drop this one. I will restart my environment. I will refresh the page, and the indexes should be registered here. No, they are not. Let me refresh the page once again. Let's refresh here, and now we have both of those. Now we should be able to do something with those ads. So let's see, how many ads do we have? Let's go back. We have collections, and let's do find. Let's see, we have 14 ads. And now I want to find ads that are in my area. So what I can do is, let me grab one location, for example, this one, and let me go to aggregation, and here we add stages. So I will add a first stage that will be, I think it was called something like near, yeah, geo near. And then I will also add a stage for count. Count here will be just C, so we'll know what is the count, or maybe count. But for this first stage, geo near, let me fix some options. So maybe I will make this bigger, and let's see. This thing will be true. We can get rid of this, we can get rid of this. For the max number, I think it's meters, so let's put 1 kilometer. Distance field, I think here we need to put location. And now coordinates, let me just paste those, but needs to be an array, so like this. And let's get rid of this. Let's put this here, let's put this here. And I'm also going to put this here, enter, so it will be easier to read. And well, it looks fine. I don't know how to close this, but well, let's see. Escape worked. Now stage value is invalid. Where do we have stage value? Let's see, nothing here. Coordinates near. Here we have number. I don't know what it means. Optional, the maximum number of documents to return. We don't need this. So now we have some documents here, and we can see the count is 1. But if we increase the max distance, the count is 14. Let's make it smaller, 12, even smaller, 8. So this works really nicely. Now I want to copy this thing because we want to use it inside our ads route. And here we can do something like this. If we have radius, which we well always have, but just in case, we want to do we want to make this how is it called, aggregation. So we need to do something, this add model, we need to do aggregate, and here we need to put all of the pipelines. The first pipeline will be then this thing that we have just copied. So we have this near. I think it should be called something else. It's not called near, it's geonear. So we need to put this into like an object with geonear, geonear, and here I'm going to put this, and we probably don't need those. Let's see, let's add indentation here, and I think this should work. But now, as you can see, we need to assign this to a variable, and basically we need to add all of those steps to a variable, those aggregation steps. So let's see, here maybe I will do a const aggregation ag steps. It will be, or maybe aggregation, let's use the proper names, aggregation steps equals empty array. And here, instead of doing this aggregate, I'm going to just push it. So let's do aggregation steps push, and I'm adding this array. And we also would need to have another step for query. I think it's query. No, it's not query. Is it where? No. Is it search? No, it's not search. Let's see. Mongo aggregate where condition. Okay, it's called match. So after we do this, we need to add all of the filter stuff. So we do aggregation steps, and we push another one. And here we probably don't need this array. We just push one object. And here we push another one that is called match like this. And it will be all of those filters, right? And now, instead of this find, what we want to do is we want to do this aggregate. And now the first param is pipeline. So it's actually, so pipeline and aggregation steps is the same. Let's see, we have Typescript error because I guess this one wants a pipeline stages, but this thing is just a regular array of anything. So let's type this, that this is actually pipeline stages, an array of pipeline stages. Now this will work nicely. We have also other options here. Here options and like sort. So I'm going to add this. I think it's like this. No, we cannot put sort here anymore. I think we need to put this for the aggregation. Yeah, it's another step for sort. So let's do aggregation steps push, and we want to push for sort, and it's with this sort, and we want to sort by created at -1, so the latest one will be at the top. Let's refresh and let's see if it works. Well, it actually does. And as you can see now, we have much less products or ads. But if we make this bigger and bigger and bigger, okay, Let's hit search. Nothing have changed. Yeah, okay, I know why, because we don't update this max distance. So let's put this radius here, and let's put parse. This needs to be meters, right? Yeah, so let's do parse int on the radius. Or maybe we don't need to, we can just do parse float. All right, now let's see. And we get only 4, okay. But if I make this bigger, you can see that we get more and more products. So that works really nice. Now, this works nicely that you can make this smaller and bigger and everything updates. But I think people would prefer to hit search first, right? So I'm going to change it like this. Let's see why this one doesn't disappear. That's weird that we always have this. Let's see, inspect network, and if I move here, okay, nothing is called. Let's see, all requests, clear, change here. Okay, we don't even call any ads. Let's see, preview, we get this ad. Okay, location is 0. So something is broken with this product. Let's maybe fix this one. So let's go to ads, and let's do, I'm going to pick this location, and let's find the one that is broken. Location, that is 0. Let's apply. Okay, that is really weird. Let's do apply. Nothing found. Okay, let's see, location here is okay. Here is fine. Okay, this one looks nice. So there's a location somewhere that is broken. And I guess knowing my luck, I will not be able to find it. That's correct. But I can open this and I can copy the ID. So, and I can do like ID equals object ID, and let's search for this thing. So here we have location and it looks fine. So I don't know what was the issue. Let's do refresh, and we are loading the map, and looks like this one is always visible, but it doesn't have this. Let's do, if I hit search, we get this one always, and the location is 0. Maybe because distance field, I want here to change this to distance, because we'll get their distance in meters. So if I clear here, hit search, we get 1, and here's the location, the correct location. We should also get distance 0. Well, I don't know why we get this way. Let's hit search. Let's make it super small, so it's not possible that we have something here. And let's see, we get distance 0, and location is this. Something is off with this item. I'm going to remove it to see if this will do anything. So this document, lace blouse, let's remove it. Will we get another one? Let's see. If I just make it this small, no. So something was wrong with that product. Now let's make this big so I can see some products. Yeah, now this is really nice. And now I would also want to make this huge so I can get as many products as possible, and everything seems to work. One thing that you may want to implement is, for example, that it will refresh only when you hit enter or hit search. So let's see, we had this, where is this? It's ads route, no, it's not here. And search form, we do this request submit, but if we change this if we remove this use effect with request submit for the radius, let me refresh, we get only 3. And let's make this super huge, and as you can see, it doesn't update until we click this search. So I don't know, how do you want to have it? I will have it that I need to click the search, because I think this is how people would like to have it, that you can first adjust this without changing the content and then hit search and see what have changed. But you can keep the use effect if you want. It's up to you, up to how do you want the functionality to work. I think that now we are actually done with this part. We can get rid of this use effect. I'm not using this use effect here anymore. So here everything looks nice. The search form is 60 lines, so it's fine. Let's go and see the page. So our app page, main page here, it's also small because we have search form here, and then we have this all of the items only here. And well, one more thing I would like to add is that if we don't have any products, like now, I would like to do something like if ads length is 0, let's do end, and let's do div with class name text gray 400, no, and no products found, ... Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. And if I make, for example, this big, click search, we have products. If I move here, we still have products. If I move here, we still have products. Okay, I think that one thing that doesn't work here yet is when I move the circle. Yeah, so let's do, for example, electronics, nothing found. Clothes, we have those. Cars, we have those. But if I move the circle, nothing happens. So we should also pass it. Let's see, we have search form, and then we have state for radius, but we don't have the state for center. So let's do center and set center, use state. And here we want to have this default, not the default, but here I'm going to put no, but actually it's location or no. And now what I want to do is that we have this distance picker, and I want this distance picker that it will call this onChange with the both radius and the center. So here we will add also center as a use effect if it changes. Here, if we have center and radius, then we will send both of those. So center and radius. And this one doesn't work. We have an error, as you can see, but we can fix it here. So here we have two props, or an object of props, object of arguments, radius and center. And what is center actually? Center is any for now. But it's actually not. Center is, let's see, center is a location. So let's put here location. And let's see here. Let's see, onChange. What is the problem here with this number? Okay, and this is not the way of typing this, I think. So let's do like this. Radius and is a number, and then center is a location. Okay, we could probably make this prettier, but doesn't really matter. I think as long as it fits in one line, it's fine. All right, so we have this here. Now we need to adjust this onChange color here, because as you can see, this thing is not actually new radius, it's both new radius and the new center. So I want to grab both radius and center, and here I will do arrow function like this, and I will do set radius to radius and set center to center. And let's see what's wrong with center. Center is a location, and here we have location or null. So what's the problem? Argument of type location is not assignable to parameter of type set state. Let's see how it looks like. Location or null. So location, okay, this is not the location I wanted. I wanted this location from my components here, right? So now let's see. And maybe I should rename this location to geolocation or something like this. Doesn't matter. Now it works, no errors. And now we have something like this. We have also center that we are not using, but we should. And we need to put the same invisible input for our center. And we can put center like this, but the problem is that the center is an object with latitude and longitude. So I will put this in another way. I'm going to put latitude here, and then I will add a semicolon like this, and then let's do center longitude. Okay, and now let's see if this will work. Let's do inspect here, and well, it actually does. It's divided by semicolon, and if I change this, you can see that the value here changed as well. So now we need to send it. Let's see. Let's go to our page. Distance, or maybe it's already sent because it's form data. So let's go network, and let's clear here. Let's send, and here we have some weird stuff. Okay, I need to hit search. I forgot. So let's hit search, and let's go headers, and we have center, and it looks fine. Only the semicolon work looks weird, but maybe we can change it to like dash. Let's see now. Loading map. Okay, let's make this smaller. Let's put this here. Let's clear. Let's search. And the center looks fine with this dash. Okay, so now we can go to our route. And here, as you can see, we have hard-coded those coordinates, and we'll want them this way. Instead, we want to grab our center, and well, we want to do something like this. If we have radius and we have center, then we want to do this aggregations step. And for the center, we want to do something like this. We will have cohorts inside the center. We want to split this with this semicolon, and yes, and then the first one will go here with parse float with cohorts of 0, and here we will do parse float cohorts of 1, and this should work. Let's see now. And let's see, I will close this thing. The map is loading. Let's hit search, and well, let's see, the default center is not sent. Okay, that's fine for now. Let's see, let's go here, let's go here. So on the beginning you have all of everything, and then you can filter by your location if you want. Let's hit search, and if I move this circle here, I have no products because I haven't added any products here. But if I move to maybe here, no, nothing. Maybe let's see if I added something here. Yeah, only one. So this looks well, fine. But small issue is that when you see this, you would think, and the map is still loading, you would think that this represents those products, and basically you still see all of the products. So let's go to search form, and well, let's see, we have center here, and I think we would need to have use effect. Whoops, not use effect, at least for the center. And maybe I will do both for the center and the radius. I will put this back. So I would not need to click the search if we have this initial. Maybe let's fix it that we don't need to. So when I load this page, I get all of the products. But then we wait for the map to load and for the GPS coordinates. So let's see what is the center. Let's do JSON stringify, and let's put center here, and let's see, center null, and then we wait, and then we have latitude and longitude. Maybe we shouldn't show the products when we don't have the center. So let's get rid of this. We don't need this use effect here. Let's get rid of this use effect import. And let's go to our page, index page. Here we have this handle search. And if in form data doesn't has the center, I will not search for anything. So I will just stop here. So for example here, no products found on the beginning. And then we have center, and we are sending those. Instead of center, I will, because null is still okay here. So I will do here get instead. Now let's see, refresh, map still loading. That's not good. Let's do here console logs and params. I want to see everything here. So let's do console log, refresh, and okay, I know why it didn't work, because it's not loaded by this. It's loaded by this initial fetch adds. So instead of doing this here, I will do this here, fetch adds, and we have params here, and I will check if we don't have params and get center. I don't want to do anything. I will just do return nothing here. And because we always await for the center, we can get rid of this one, initial, because this is the one that we will call from the form. So let's refresh, and as you can see, we have no products found, and still no products found. Let's see what's the issue. Refresh. Okay, so we should add use effect actually to search form. So use effect center. If it changes, so if we get a center and then and the previous center was null, so how can we know what was the previous value? We can do something like this: previous center, set previous center, use state null, or maybe we can do, yeah, let's do previous center. And this can be either location or null. And now here, if we get a center and the previous center is null, so we can just do exclamation mark here, we will do form reference current request submit, and we will do set previous center to our new center, like this. So now if I refresh, I should get, yeah, those products. And if I want to update, I need to click here, search. So yeah, this is the behavior I wanted. So let me refresh, no products found, ... Well, it's not correct because we are waiting for the center. So let's go to the main page here, and we know that it's 0. We can maybe change this, that ads can be either null or array of ads. At the beginning it will be null, and here we will change if we have ads, and then we will map through those. Here we will check if we have ads, so it's not null and the length is 0. And but I want to do also like this. It's if ads is null, then I want to display something like this with text loading. So now if I refresh, loading ... and because it's null, then we get our ads. And if I make this circle here and super small, search, no products found. So that works now really nicely. Let me make this bigger. Let's search. Okay, even bigger, and maybe somewhere here. Search, nothing found. Okay, search. Okay, we get this. If I change to cars, nothing. Electronics, clothes works. Okay, let's do all categories, and let's do this big. We should get a car somewhere here, right? Yes, now we do. If I filter to cars, yeah, everything seems to work really nicely. So yeah, and electronics empty, properties empty, but close, we have one. Okay, so this filter for the place seems to work, and it's a really nice feature. So I think we are done with the home page, where we can just display all of the products and do the search by filter the price, text, and so on. And here I can search for example, Toyota. And if I move the circle here and hit search, I will have no products found. Maybe I will remove those dots here. Okay, and I think that the next part will be, because we are done with this aside thing, and we can open products, then I think the next part will be so you can see your ads, and so you can edit them and maybe even remove. All right, so now first I would want to fix the location for the product. So we know that those products here are somewhere in my area. One small thing is that sometimes you need to wait like many seconds until you will get this location thing from the browser. And maybe before we will do this location on the product, we will do that, we will cache the location. So let me go to the distance picker, and here we have those use effects. Here we have use effect for center, and here when we get center, I will also save it. So let's do if we have window, and window we have local storage, then I will do window local storage, set item, and let's do center, and let's do here JSON stringify center here. And then what I also would like to do is when this thing loads, I want to do that if we don't have a center, so if no center yet, then I can set the center from the cache, so it will be faster. So here I will also check if we have window, and we have window local storage, and window local storage get item center. Then I want to do set center, and I want to set center from let's see, I want to set center from the local storage. So let's do window local storage get item center. And yeah, I forgot that we need to JSON parse this first. JSON parse, and let's put here as location. Or not, this will not work like this. So let's see. Looks like this will be let's see, something's wrong here. Let's define a constant first here, a center from local storage, and this will be this. And let's put this here, center from local storage, and we can see the error here. Argument of type string or null is not assignable to parameter of type string. Okay, so let's put here or empty string, and then it will work. So now if I refresh, we still have this loading thing, but now if I refresh, it's instant because we are using the cached center. When we save the center, we should maybe also save when it was saved. So let's do window local storage set item center JSON stringify, and let's do maybe, or how do we want to update this? We want to update this way, that when we got this, we will update the center as we do. So we don't need to forget this, because if we have something in local storage, then we use it while we wait for the actual place. So I can do something like this, refresh, and everything is super fast. I can go here, maybe I can type here console log using center from local storage. It's actually S, not C. Local storage. Let's put S here, and let's save, and let's see if I do inspect here, console refresh using center from local storage. Yeah, so that's really nice. So now it should be faster. So yeah, I think it is faster, because before I had something like this, that I opened a product, I went back and it took like several seconds. But now I can go back and everything it's just milliseconds. So that's much better. Now let's go back here and let's put this location for our product. So let's go to the product page, and it's inside app. Then we have add and ID and directory, and then page. So here we have this paragraph for the contact information, and here I want to have a text area, not the text area, sorry, a div with the point, with the pin where it is, right? So I want to have a component for this, of course. So I will create a new component here, and it will be just called location map. Let's do here location map. Let's do OK, and here I'm going to do something like this. We will have some kind of props here, and here I will just print div. And because we are using let's get rid of those props for now. Because we are using maps, we need to have this use effect, And let's do load map function here, a function that we are going to call when this component renders. And here we have this load map, and now we want to do a few things that we did with, for example, location picker. So let me see. We will need to have a reference for the div. So let me put this here. Maybe let's do this load map functionality under the use effect. I always try to put hooks above custom functions. Right now, let's see. We have reference here, div reference. Maybe we should call it something else, like maps div reference. Now let's see. For this load map functionality, I want to copy a few things like loader and map thing. Let's put this here, and this is of course async function. And now I also want to have this advanced marker, and let's put this here. And now I want to print a map with a pin, and let's print those here. And we need to have first here a div maps div reference. Then for the location, we need to have it from the properties here, right? So let's do here we'll have an object of properties, and I'm going to type those this time. So let's do type props equals, and then let's see. First we will need, of course, our location, and we can type here that location is just a location, but don't do this location. This location is a URL interface. I made this mistake. We need to do location. I need to import location, this one, from components location picker. Right, so we have location that we are going to use here on the center of the map and the position of the pin. We don't need to put this into a constant. We are not going to use the pin later on. So no click events and so on. Then let's see, what else do we need? Well, print the map and that's it. And I want to show this plus and minus. So zoom control, let's do this to true. And well, now we have this div here. I also want to put like class names and so on. Let's see if I can do like rest or maybe div props, and here I will do that all of the props are div. Well, I want the props to be HTML. No, it's not HTML div elements. It's attributes. Can we do something like this? No, I don't think so. HTML attributes from React. For I guess here we put HTML div element. Let's do end those. And okay, now we can put div props to our div. So let's spread them here, and this should work fine. And now let's go to our ID page. So source app add and then ID. And now here let's do how was it called? Location map. Location map, and we need a location, and it's inside our add document location, and that's it. Let's see. You're importing a component that needs use effect. Okay. We need to add here that this component is client component. Use client. And now let's see. Nothing here. And this is because we need to add the class names. We need to make this div visible. So we need to make width full and height like maybe 64. So something like this. And above this thing, I want to put location label location. So something like this. maybe I will make this smaller, like 24. That's too small. Let's do 32. Yeah, maybe this will work. Now, as you can see, we have a problem with spacing here. I'm going to put 2 maps so we can see the problem. And now I think that to fix this scroll, I will do I will put some more classes on this one. So let's try with putting here overflow scroll, overflow Y scroll. Okay, then we can scroll here and it works really nicely. So I can get rid of this map here and let's see, yeah, and we can scroll and this works nicely. And yeah, so this thing is fine. We can maybe make do the map a little bigger, 48. Yes, this looks fine. So we have a map. We don't have a price here. So let's also put a price, label of price, and let's do paragraph, add document price, and we don't need this HTML4. We have price here. Let's put the $sign here on the beginning. Yeah. We could probably also do this ENTL thing and do format, number format. And then I think this is, here we have options to format first the local. So let's do US here. Let's see what are the locals. Argument, local. Let's see what are those. Local options, base name. And here we have the options. So let's see what are the options. What is the problem here? Number format is not assignable to React Node. Okay, it's because we want to do format and then the price. So let's do add document and then the price. And here we want to put currency to true. No, currency to USD. And now let's see. So now it adds this comma here. So that is nice. We should probably use this as a helper. So here inside helpers, export function format money, and here I will take amount, that is a number, and we'll get string, of course, return. And let's put all of this here inside. So we will have like this, this $sign, and then plus and this, and here we put our amount. And this looks fine, format money, and then we can do here just format money and add document price. Right, and this looks fine. Now let's see, we have I think all the information here right now, so we can go and fix edit and edit buttons. So if it's your ad here, we want to have an edit button. So how can we know it? First, we can get rid of those two because those are not used anymore. And now, because this is server component, we can actually grab a session here as well. So the const session, await, and I will need session to check if the ad we are watching is created by the logged in user. So get server session, get server session of options, and we have our session. And now where do we want to have the buttons? Maybe here on the right side, or maybe here. Yeah, so under here. So if we have session and session user email, let's add question marks here just in case if it's empty, is the same as document user email. Then parenthesis, let's put a div and let's put edit here. So yeah, now instead of this, let's put a button that will say edit, and another that will say button that will say, because we have two buttons, we will need to have a div here. So let's put those two buttons here, or React fragment. But I think with div it will be easier to style it later. And let's put delete. So we have two buttons here. And well, for those buttons, I would like to style them a little bit. First, this div, let's put maybe margin top of 2. Let's add flex, and let's put gap of 2 between the buttons. Now for those buttons, I want to add some class names, like let's maybe do border, rounded medium, something like this. Let's add padding on the top and the bottom of 1, on the sides of 4. And yeah, now would be nice to have, well, one of those. I want to make this, so for editing. So let's do border blue, 600, and same with text blue, 600. Yeah, this one looks nice. And for the delete, I want to do border red 600 and text red 600. And for the edit, we are going to have not this text, we are going to have this text, but inside a span element, and font awesome icon FA pencil, I think. Let's import this one. Yes, and for this button, that is delete, let's put this inside a span. Let's put font awesome icon FA trash. I think it's the name of the icon we are looking for. Yeah, that is really nice. But now for both of those buttons, we want to make inline flex and gap of 1. So we'll have some spacing here between the icons. Also items center to make it centered. And I think this looks nice. So now let's see, the buttons work nicely, and the buttons look nicely, but they don't do anything. Now the next part will be actually so we can do and edit those buttons, right? So when I click on the edit, it should open like this form for creating new, but like this form with this data. I'm wondering what should be the URL, and I think the URL can be even the same. It doesn't matter that much. But maybe we better to have a separate page for this. So I think we can have a page that is like, let's go to app, we have add, we have a new, maybe we can have edit. So let's do new file, and I will create directories, and let's see, I will do edit, and then slash, I will have ID, and then slash, and the page.tsx. Now let's do export default function edit page, and I will put here use server for now. And now let's see, let's fix this button. So let's go here to the buttons, and let's add pointer, cursor pointer, and also instead of the button for the edit, I will change this to a link, and I'll put ref. The ref will be /edit/ and then the ID. So let me use those, and let's put here the ID. So add document dot underscore ID. And now let's see if I click here. This doesn't work yet. I need to put some stuff here. So let's do return parentheses div edit page, and let's see, edit page, export default function, edit page, use server actions must be async. Okay, default async function, and now it works. And we have this add page as well, and it will be a really new page, and it will be really similar new add page because we will use the same form, right? So we can just grab this form and let's copy, and let's put this into a component called add form. So not add with 2Ds, add with 1D, add form.tsx, export default function add form, and let's do return here, and let's paste all of this. And now, as you can see, we have a lot of data here that we need to pass along. So we need to have here different props, and I'm going to type them. So let's do type props, and let's do like this. First, we need to have handle submit. So let's do handle submit will be an arrow function, I guess. Let's see. No, it will not be an arrow function. Just arrow function. It will, here we will have a form data, that is form data, right? And we also will have files. So let's do or maybe let's don't do files. Instead, let's do let's make this form uncontrolled. So let's do default files, and also I will put this everything here, because if you put like files, then it should always mirror what is passed here, and we don't want to mirror. We want to we want to make this uncontrolled. So let's put default files, and because we copied all of this, we would need also state for this. So let's get those three states, and let's put this somewhere here before the return. So let's put this here, default files, and we will put this here. Maybe let's put that default files will be empty array by default, and let's put here default files. Now what else? We need to type those. Default files will be an array, will be optional, and it will be array of upload response. So let's do this. And what else? We have location default. Location default, or maybe we can call it default location. Default location optional, and it will be a location. Now this looks fine. Now let's put here default default location. Let's see, default location. Why can't I find this here? Okay, because I haven't defined default location. And here let's do default location. And let's see, something's wrong here because it can be undefined. Okay, so let's do that. Default here will be is there inside helpers, do we have like default location here? No, we don't. Let's put that the default will be null, and this can be null as well. And let's see, Now we have those functionalities: handle, find my position, click. So we need those functions from here, not from helpers, from this page. So let's see, we have handle, my position, click. Let's get rid of this from here and let's put this here. And yes, location default, we don't have it, but we can grab it from here like this. And this should work nicely. Now let's see. Let's see, this is null by default. What's the error here? Okay, it cannot be null. So let's get rid of this null for now. And it's not optional, it's required. Now this looks fine, we don't have any errors. The only problem is that we don't have this use the location, and that's because we don't do this handle submit. Instead, let's put this component form, add form. We can put default location here, and for this handle submit we can do, well, we can do this, or we can get rid of this and handle this here. So instead of doing this handle submit here, we can get rid of this. And let's see, and even from props, and we can just place, whoops, not this one. I want to take this handle submit from here. I want to put this here, and I want to use this handle submit here. Right, and it uses this create add for now. That's cool. Now let's go to new page. We don't need those states anymore, and we don't need those imports. We don't need this import. Yeah, now we have this new other page that is really small. Let's go here, really small page. And if we go to here, I can edit this one. We have edit page, and we can use this form. We can use this big component. Let's go to edit page, and now I can do something like this. First, I will connect to the database and I will grab the ID from the URL. So how can we do this? We do the same thing for this add, where we display the add. So single add page. And here we have those props, and you can see we have defined the props like this, that we have the params with the ID. So we can put this here, and we can define that those are props here, and we can grab ID like this. No, not like this. We can grab ID from params like this. No, we need to put parentheses on those. No, let's make it simpler, less hacky. So let's do that. Here we will just have props. How do we do this here? Arguments, okay, but those are really props, so it should be called props. And the const ID equals props and params ID. Right, and now I have the ID. Now I want to connect to the database. Connect from my helpers, and let's add a wait here, and that will do. Now I want to grab the session, so let's do session equals await get server session with auth options. That should work. Now I want to grab this add, so let's do const add document equals await, and add model. Add model. Let's find by ID with this ID, and then I can do something like this. I can check if you are the owner of this. So if session user email is different, so doesn't equal add document user email. Then let's add a question mark here. Then let's do return, not yours, not yours. Okay, and we can also do that if we don't have the add document. So if it's not found, we can do return for not found. Something like this, just a simple string. And now, if we have everything, we can do something better. We can display the form. So here, let's do return, parenthesis, and let's do add form. And here we can pass more information about this. So we can pass, for example, default files. And let's pass this, add document, and let's do default, and let's do files. And I want to pass more information, default location, add document location, and there are more things I want to pass. We have only files and locations, so the stuff that are on the left side. And I also want to pass everything for the right side, so for the text inputs. So let's put here default values equals, and here I want to define them. So let's go maybe here, and let's define them. Default text, default texts, and let's make this optional, and this will be a record where we have a string that is a key, and here we will have what do we have here? We will have a string here as well, or a number. Right, and now let's grab this from here. Let's see what's the issue here. Okay, the issue was that here we need to have default texts, but let's fix them here. Default text, yes, let's align it here. Default will be empty object, and let's add them here, default texts. And now, as you can see, the problem is that you're importing a component that needs to use state in add form. So let's put here use client, and now let's see, we need to define this inside here, default values. So let's do here default values, and let's put this as props here. So type props equals here default values, and well, let's see, all of those are strings. So let's do record where we have string, and that's all. But this string is actually one of title, price, category, description, or contact. So let's do type field, and it's one of those. So it's title, or it's price, or it's a category, or it can be description, or contact. And here we need to put field, right? And this looks fine. Now we can use those default values. So for the title, let's put default value, default values dot title, and this should work. Now let's see just that we don't break this one. Yeah, I think it will work. Now for the price, I should probably also make this into several lines so we can see other stuff. Let's see, let's put this into separate lines, and this thing as well. Now for this, let's do the same, and let's put this here, And now default value will be here, default values dot price. And let's see, what do we have here? Here we have select. Here I'm going to put default values dot category or 0. Okay, here description. Let's maybe also fix this those select properties. Default value here, closing tag here. And now the text area. Let's put those into separate lines and this thing here. And now here default value will be default values dot description. And yes, and I think this one is the last one. So let's see. The last text area here, default value will be default values dot contact. All right. And let's see. Let's go to add form. We have default values that are default texts, and it's an empty object. And we don't like this. Instead, it should be a record. And not like record of any string. Here we should have this field. But let me rename this first so we can export this. Export. And here let's do add text field. And let's do add text field. And we can now reuse it. So let's do here add text field. Okay. And default text cannot be empty like this. Let's go here and let's see. Let's make this thing optional. And now let's see if this will disappear. No, it doesn't. So let's remove that. It's not optional anymore. And let's see what's the issue. Okay, let's maybe change this from, let's go to this thing and let's change this from record to like a regular object. Object here, key of add text field, and here we'll have string. Now let's see what's the issue here. An index signature parameter cannot be a literal type of generic type. Consider using a mapped object instead. Okay, so what they mean is that I should take those and I should put them here one by one. And let me see. I will try to do this. Pick. Let's put enters here. And now let's remove those, and let's put colons here. And all of them will be optional. And everything will be a string. So we can just put string here. And we don't need those anymore. And here we have props, but we can rename this to be, or maybe this, we can put this somewhere else. So let's grab it from here and let's put a separate type called add texts for now. Let's put this here. Whoops, not like this, as one object. And here add texts like this. Now let's go back here, and this doesn't exist anymore, so let's get rid of this. Here default texts will be add texts. Add texts, let's see if they are exported. No, now they are. So let's see, add texts, let's import this. And now everything should look fine. Yes, it does. Now let's go back to our edit page. And here we can put default texts. And let's just put our add document. And I think the problem is that we are putting too many information. Like, for example, we are putting price. No, the problem is that here we have the price can be either number or a string. I don't know in which one, but let's do something like this. Here we will do, that can be number. Now let's go back to edit page, and this looks fine. So everything looks fine. Now let's see if I can edit, for example, this one. Yeah, this looks really nice. Now we have this edit page here. We have this form here. I want to also pass the ID, add document underscore ID, and let's add this ID here. ID, it will be by default null, and we'll put this here as optional string. But this ID will help us know will help us know if we edit something or if we want to create new. So here, for example, when we save, we can know if we want to use create add or if we want to save add, update add. And now let's see something else. Yeah, for example, this publish. We can do something like this. If we have ID, then we know it's save. Otherwise, we know it's publish. So for example, now I have save, but if I go here, I have publish. Now let's go back here, edit. And what I want to do here is I also want to make an if here. If we have ID, then I want to do another action here. So I went here to add actions. We have this create add, and I would just copy paste this here below to do update add. So let's do update add, but here inside form data, I will also grab underscore ID. And then we connect, of course, then we get the session, and we don't need the session, and we don't need to update user email. Instead, we want to first find using this ID. So let's do const, let's do add document equals await and add model find one by ID. Here let's put the ID, and now let's check if you are not an owner. So if add document user email is not the same as session, I need to grab the session. So let's do here const session equals, or we have the session here, so I can just copy paste session if you are not an owner. So session user email. If you are not an owner, so if this user email is different than this, or if we don't have document, or let's put or, then return nothing. Okay. Here we collect the add data, and here we need to update. So let's do maybe something like this. Let's do something like this. Add model and find by ID and update. So let's put the filter, the ID here. So underscore ID, and here we will have the update. So it's add data, right? And this should do the trick. So update add should work. And yeah, so now let's see. Let's go back to our edit page, and let's see. We have this add form. Here we have this ID. Let's see what's the problem here, because it's red. Type null is not assignable to string. Okay, let's say it can be string or null. Right, and here we are saving. We check if we have ID, then let's do await and update add with form data. Otherwise, if we don't have an ID, we put this result here. We do create add, and yeah, now let's see. we have this result here. But well, the problem is that we should probably have it in both of those, and then it works. We could simplify this a little bit. So they would give the same results, so we can put this here. The only difference is that if we have ID, then we do update add. Otherwise, we do await create add with form data, and then we do the same redirection. So let's put this here, and we don't need those anymore. Now we can make this look better like this. If we have ID, we do await update add, but we need to add the ID. Because as you remember, we are grabbing this underscore ID from here. So let's do something like this. If we have ID, we do form data set underscore ID, and let's do ID here. Okay, and the rest should work. So let's try if I can change something with this car here, Skoda Fabia. Let's change this to 2016. Let's hit save. It's 2018. If I refresh, it's 2016. So this worked really nicely. If I click edit, it's 2016. Everything seems to work. And let's see if I can change the number, hit save, refresh, and the number is refreshed here. So this works. I can now update my items. Let's also try with this one. Maybe I will do something funny, like I will take this one and I will change this to properties. Let's hit save. Let's go here. Let's go to properties. Yeah, it worked. It still says close because I need to refresh. Now it's properties, but we can go and change it back to not electronics to clothes, and this works really good. And now it's close. Right, so this works nicely. When you could do the clean the cache if you really want for your own app when you update something, but it's not that really important. It can be cached for a while until you refresh. So for example, when you change this to, let's say, 510, for a while it will be 500, and here, as you can see now, it's 510. And here, because it's the same request as before, it has been cached and it's still 500. But if you refresh, it's not 500 anymore. So maybe we can try to get rid of the cache after we update. So after we update here, we can do, if we have an ID, and then we know it was something that was updated, we can do, I think it was revalidate path, and let's do those, and let's do add, and then, well, actually the same URL that we have here. So let me just copy this and paste here, and now let's see. So it's 510. If I change to 520, let's save, and the static generation store missing. Let's see, revalidate path. Well, maybe we need to do this another way. Let's see, revalidate path. It's missing type page. Let's remove this thing from here, and let's try again. 330. Okay, I think it's because we cannot put this in a client component, and instead we need to put this inside our actions. So let's remove it from here, and for the update add, let's put this here, revalidate path, and let's put here add slash and then the ID. So let's put ID here, and let's see, underscore ID. Okay, and now let's see if this will work. Let's get rid of this unused import from here. Now let's see, 530, 540, and it's 540. Let's do 550, and let's do here 400 for the 4 number, 550 and 400 here, 550 and 400 here. Everything works. So yeah, this worked really nicely, and here is 550 as it should be. So we fixed even this small caching issue, and it seems to work that we can now edit our ads. So the next part will be fixing that we can delete them as well, right? And so let's go to the page. So it's add the page. It's not this one. This one is edit. Let's go to app, then add, ID, and then page. We have this delete button, and we want to add an on click on this button, right? What do we want to happen when we click on this one? Well, we don't want to delete it right away. We want to ask, are you sure? Or something like this, in case of a misclick. So I think an easiest way would be to display this message here. So let's say that when you click on this delete button, we will update a state of something like delete mode. But we cannot do this here because this is a server component. And so to do this, I'm going to put this as a separate component, a client component that will be like a delete button. So let's put this here inside components, and let's do delete button, and let's paste this here. Maybe for the classes, class names, I will put those here, class name, or maybe not. Now here I will put use client, and I will have state for this. So let's put here the name show delete question, set show delete question equals use state default will be false. And now here on click, we want to do arrow function set show delete question to true, and this main button will be only visible if we don't have this delete question. But if we have this delete question, if show delete question, then we will return something else. We will return a div. Maybe we can do even like a pop-up. Let's do pop-up here. So if then we will do like background black here, 90%, and it will be fixed, and it will be inset 0. So it takes like, if I click here, nothing happens. I probably need to refresh. Let's see. No. Show delete question. If I click on delete, I will do show delete question to true. Okay, let's see. Inset 0 fixed, and that's weird. Okay, I think we are not using this component yet. So here, delete button like this, and now if I click, I get something like this. I need to update Z index. So let's do Z of, I don't know, 50 at least. So those thumbnails will not be above. And now let's put a flex here, and items center, justify center, and here we will put a div that will be a white background, and let's add a padding of 4. Let's put test here for now. It should be centered. Yeah, and now inside I will put a question like inside the label, or maybe let's put like H2. Do you really want to delete this ad? Let's see how it looks like. And yeah, And then I will have a div, and that will be flex, and it will have 2 buttons. The first we'll do no, and it will have this on click that will just reset this set show delete question to false. And the other one will be yes, and it should be red or something. Let's add on click, and here we will have on delete, and we need to type it that on delete will be an arrow function for now, just a function that returns nothing. So here we will do on delete, or maybe even more. We can on delete, we can do here arrow function, we can do on delete, and we can also do set show, but maybe after on delete, set show delete question to false, because we don't need to show it anymore. Now this is really long, so let's do something like this. Let's put this here, this here, this here, and this here, not here, here, and this here. Right, we have on click, but I also want to have some class names, because now we have no and yes buttons here. Let's put here justify center, and let's put gap of 2, margin top of 2, and now for those buttons, we want them to be styled somehow, right? So first let's do the this one that deletes stuff. We want this to be padding 1 on the sides. Let's do 2. Let's do border. Let's make it full red. Let's do background red 600 and text white. And it should say yes, yes, delete. Yes, something like this. And no cancel here. So let me see. Yeah, something like this. For this one, I will put also some class names. And the class name, I want to do this on the sides 2, on the top and the bottom 1. And let's add a small border, and they should be rounded. So let's do rounded here, rounded here, and even the white pop-up here, that is white, should be rounded large. So we have something like this, and maybe not large, but let's do at least medium. Yeah, so we have something like this. Is it zoomed in? Yes, it is. If I zoom out, it looks like this. We should make this h2 bigger. Class name, let's do text large. Let's see. This looks fine. And now we need to handle this on delete, because let's see, on delete prop must be serializable for components in the use client entry file. On delete is invalid. So basically we need to rename this to delete add button. So let's see, rename delete add button, and we cannot have this on delete, because if we would have this on delete, we would need to put this function on a server component. So instead I will do something else. I will do here a fetch request, and well, maybe it should be here instead, function handle delete. And I'm going to put those 2 things there. Here, handle delete. I can also put this like this, handle delete without parentheses. Here, let's paste this, and let's do a request to /API/adds, and it will be, I think, type, no, method. Yeah, I think it's method. Method will be delete. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's method. And then we need to send the ID. So let's send it like this. ID equals, and we need to put the ID here as a property. ID, let's put ID is a string. So here let's just add ID, or it's backticks, so we can put like this. Method delete. Then when it's done, we can do this, and we can do also redirect to the home page. And yeah, so now let's fix this endpoint for delete. Let's go to API, adds, route. Here we have get only. Yeah, we have get only here, and we need also how is it called, delete. So export async function delete, and we will grab request here, that is a request, and then let's grab URL equals or maybe we can do, yeah, let's do URL, new URL, request URL, and then we can do grab search params from URL, and or we can just do const ID equals URL search params get ID, and then we can do something like this if it's yours. So we first need to grab this document. So let's do add document equals await. Of course, I need to connect to the database first and add await here. Add document and add model. Let's do find by ID, this ID. Then I need to have session. So let's do const session equals, and let's do await get server session of options. And now I need to check if you are not an owner. So if we don't have add document, or add document user email is different than your session user email, let's add the question marks here in case session is empty. Then let's just do return here, return response JSON false, and then here we know you are the owner. If you are the owner, then we should be able to delete this. So let's do await, and let's do something like this, add model and delete one, or is it remove? What can we do by ID? Find by ID and delete. Let's do this. Let's put the ID here, and it's done. We can just do return true. Here is route, so we need to do response JSON true, and that's enough. So let's go to delete add button, and now let's see. I will delete this Toyota Yaris, and delete, yes, delete. We have an error. So let's see what's the error. Network console next redirect will not work here, and we get 500 error. So let's see what's this 500 error. Cast to object ID failed for value undefined. All right. So where was it? Was it in Mongoose? Okay, but where the request was it? Let's try again. Let's do refresh. Let's do network. Let's do delete. Yes. Okay, it's the delete request. Okay, the ID is undefined. So let's go to, okay, I think I know why. Because on this page, for the single add page, we don't pass the ID. And we need to add document underscore ID. And now let's see if I will clear here. Let's delete this one. Yes, delete. We still get an error. Let's see. The previous said true, but the error said, okay, there's something wrong with this redirect thing. But if I refresh, not found. So Yaris is not here anymore. Let's see. Delete add. We have this redirect. But well, it doesn't work anymore, so it doesn't work. So I think I can get use router. Const router equals use router, router from navigation. Let's try navigation. Here, let's do router push to homepage. We don't need redirect anymore. Let's see. I would delete Skoda Fabia. Yes, delete. And then now it works. So now I have much less cars, but I can do something like this. I can make the circle super big and I have more cars. All right, but as we can see, we can delete and edit. Let me, for example, add 500 here, and it's 34,500. And everything seems to work. So now we can also delete and edit our products or ads. So that is nice. And now what else do we need to do? Now the last important thing for this app will be really required is that you can see your own ads. So we should have some kind of logout profile page or account page where we can see all of our ads, because maybe here where we are on the homepage now, I can check some clothes and I can see ads that are not mine. So I want to have like an account page where I can see my ads. And we also need to have like a drop down maybe for like your ads, and maybe also logout, because there's no logout button. So we need to fix those two things, like a profile page where you can see your ads and edit them, and then also a logout button. Right, so as for now, we have this avatar here if we are logged in, and when we click on it, it's a link just to /account. And I was thinking that maybe a better solution would be to have some kind of drop down here. So let me see, instead of being this a link, we could make this a drop down. So let me see, here we have this link to account, and I will change this to a button. And for this drop down, I want to have two options, my ads and the logout. So for now it's a button here, and I will put this inside a div. Let's put this here, and this div will have a class name relative, and here I will have two links or two buttons or two elements. The first one will be a link to my maybe we don't need this ULI. Instead, I will just have a div with two elements here. So the first will be a link to my ads, and it will tell my ads, and the second will be a button to logout. And here we can just do on click, and on click we will do sign out, and that's it. All right, so now we have this my ads and logout here, but it doesn't look good. So let's fix it. Let's add a class name here. It will be absolute, and let's do here right 0, top, and bottom 0, I think. No, it will be top 0. Yeah, and I think this will be more. I think we need here like top 8. Yeah, let's add the border for this div. Yeah, let's put more here. Let's put top 10. Let's put less top 9. Yeah, this will work. Now let's put a width of like 64. I think that's too much. Let's do 24. This will be good. Now let's put a background. Instead of this border, let's do background white. Let's do rounded medium. Let's add now some padding. So let's do padding of 2. And for both of those elements here, maybe I will not do padding here. Instead, I will do padding here for those elements. So the first class name, first link will have padding of 2, and we'll do the same for the button here below, class name, and let's do padding of 2. All right, now I will add the border just for a second to see how it looks like, and well, it looks a little bit off, but we will fix it. Let me add border here and also border here for the button to see how it looks like. And it looks a little bit off, so I think we need to put block here and also block here. Let's do wave full, yes, and let's do here as well text center, yes, that's better. Now we can get rid of those borders for those elements, and now let's see. Now we have a nice looking drop down. What we would need now is a backdrop. So I want to have like a div with a background black of like 90%, fixed inset 0, and that index of like 50 without index, just like this. And now here I will add that index of 60. Let's see, it should be above this backdrop. Let's see, 90, 60, maybe we need to do like 75. Let's see, is that of no, 50 is the biggest value we can have here, so let's do 40 here and 50 here, yeah, and 50 also here, so it will be above like this, and we need to do here relative, so it will work, yes. And now this should look like this only if this has been clicked. So I will create a state for this called show dropdown, and set show dropdown equals use state. Default will be false. And let me see now. Now we have this button, and on click we will just toggle the dropdown. So do set show dropdown previous value, and we change the previous value to the opposite. All right, and now let's see. First we have here this Z50. Let's add here parentheses. If show dropdown, then we add this, otherwise nothing. Now let's see. Now this backdrop, let's do that when we want to show dropdown, we will render, of course, this backdrop. So let's render this backdrop, and of course also this dropdown. So we will need a React fragment here. Let's put dropdown here, and also this backdrop here. Now let's see if this will work. If I click here, yeah, it works. What doesn't work is that when I click somewhere here, I want this to be closed. So let me see here. If I click on the backdrop, it should close. So let's do on click, it should close. So let's do set show and drop down to false. All right. So if I click here, it will be closed. Now, this looks like this thing is not centered here. So I want this to be centered. Let's see how we can do this. Everything is inside this flex, so I guess we just need to put times center, item center. So now we can see that this is centered. Let's see if our image is centered. Well, almost. Let's see what's wrong here. So here we have our navigation. Here is our post add button. Here is our, let me see. Here is our div with the button. And this one needs to have flex thing. So let me see here. Let's do flex and items center. Yes, now I think it's centered. So now it looks nice. Now, this button doesn't look good. So let me see, sign up, post and add. Let's fix this one. Link. We have padding on the sides of 4. Let's add padding on the bottom and the top of 2. So now it looks fine. Maybe we can decrease it to just 1. Let's see. I think this is good. Now we have here my ads and logout. And well, the logout should work. So if I click here, yeah, I need to log in again. And I need to fix this login button. So let's add this. Here we have login. Let's add the padding on the top and the bottom of at least 1. Yeah, that looks much better. And now let's see if it's aligned with this one. It kinda is. So this looks fine. Now let's click login. And now let's see, I can log in. Looks fine. And I can log out. And it works fine as well. I can check the ads here. And everything seems fine. Now, when I log in, I want to also be able to go to my ads. And this link is 4.4 for now. So to fix this, we need to create this page. Inside app, we need to create a directory, my dash ads, and then slash, and the file inside that will be just page.tsx. And here just export default function, my ads page, and let's do return, and inside let's do just my ads. And this will be a server component for now, so let's put use server on the top. Here let's add async function. Let's grab our session, so let's do session equals await get server session of options here. And now we can grab email, so let's do user email equals, and maybe we don't need to grab the email, we can just grab it from the session. But we need to connect to the database, so we can do here await to connect. And then what we want to do, we want to grab all of the ads. So let's do add model, and let's do find. We want to find all where user email is email from session user email, right? And let's see, why is this red? Okay, because this can be undefined, I think. So let's see, let's first grab the email then. Email equals session user email, and if we don't have an email, let's just do return no email found. That's a weird error. But then let's see what's the problem here. Find. The expected type comes from property user email, which is declared here on type filter query add. And what else? Type string null or undefined is not assignable to condition string undefined. So let's see. Okay, I guess we just need to change this to email. Yeah. And now here await, because it's an async request to the database. And now let's see, const ads equals this, or maybe ads documents to call it, to have a better name for this. And now let's see, let's put a div here, and let's add some styling. Let's put a container, margin top and bottom of 8. Let's put an h1 with some class names like text, like extra large, your ads. And here I would like to list all of my ads. So basically I want to take ads documents, and I want to map through them, and for each ad I want to, for each ad I want to do parentheses, and I want to print add item with this ad. Okay, so let's see. On click, target blank, event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. Where is the issue? So I guess the issue is with the add item, because here we have some on click. Yeah, so here use client and the problem is fixed. So now we have your ads here, but I want to have a grid of this. So here let's do div grid. Let's add a gap of 2, gap x of 2, and gap y of 4. And let's put those ads here inside. And let's see, let's refresh. This didn't do much. Let's see, we have a grid. We need grid columns of, let's do 6 maybe. Yeah, and well, let's see, it needs to be centered, so let's do MX auto. Yes, that's much better. And now for this your ads, I think would be nice to have something make this title look better. So let's maybe change this to just 2XL. Let's make this thing bold. Let's add margin bottom of 4. And let's see now. Yeah, I think this looks good enough. Let's see here. Here we have only 4, but here we have 6. Yeah, I don't know if maybe that's too much, but then we can do like, we can change this to 4 if we want, and have it like this. And maybe that's better, I don't know. But well, another problem I see here is that if I'm on the home page and I click my ads, it doesn't close. So I need to fix it. Let's go back to header. And here we have this link somewhere. Let me see. Here we have this link. And I think instead I will put this as a button, and I will add an on click here. And for this on click I will put arrow function. Let's put this on click here, class names here. Now for the on click I want to first of course close this thing, so set show drop down to false, and I want to redirect. And I think the easiest way to redirect is just to use router, const router equals use router. And let's do here router push, and let's go to my ads. All right, now let's see, let's go here, my ads, looks fine. I need to add width of full here, with full, so it will be centered. Yes, it works nicely, and it closes automatically, so that's nice. And here everything seems to work. Yeah, so let's see my ads, everything seems to work. So I see my ads and I can log out, and everything seems to work. Maybe we could add more information here, like when this has been posted. So let's go to the add page. So let's go to app, add, and ID and page. Let's scroll to the bottom. Let's add a paragraph, and let's do posted colon and then the date. So we can do add document created at, and let's see. This will not work because it's a date format. So let's try to do something like this. New date and like this, and then let's do format or to ISO string. And let's see, created at doesn't seem to be defined on our add model. Let's see, here we need to define created at, that is a date, and updated add is also a date. So now let's see. Now it looks fine. So let's see, posted, and we have a date. I will add a little bit of styling. Let's add margin top of 8, maybe just 4, and let's make this more gray. So text gray, 600, maybe just 400, yeah. And we can make it even smaller, text XS. And I don't like this date format. Let's see, can we do two, let's see, two local date string, and what about time string? Yeah, I think those look nice, but I'm going to put this inside helpers. So let's see, libs helpers, and here export the export function, format date. Here we put date, that is a date, and it will return a string. And now let's go here, and let's see, this is a date, or I think it's a date. So let's do add document, and let's do created at, and collection of children, use an array instead. Objects are not okay. Let's try to print this JSON stringify, and let's see. This looks like a date. So let's see. If we have a date, then we want to do something like this: date to local date string plus, and let's add a space here, and date to local time string, something like this. Here we add return. Let's add the missing space here. Now let's see. Let's put here format date, import, and now let's see, add document, created at, and let's see. Yeah, and we have this date format. I think it works fine. If you don't like this, you can modify the function to have something else. And we can also add last update. So we can do like BR here, and here last update, and do the same but with the updated at. So let's do here updated at. Let's see, last update. Yeah, and the time is the same. But if we go, for example, here, the dates should be different. Yeah, even the days are different. So yeah, you get the idea. And if I change this to, let's say 0, we should have the current date. And yes, that's correct. Right, so now everything seems to work just fine. We can now also check if we have any warnings here. And of course we do. For example, here, add text inputs. We have some looping here without key property, so let's add it. Let's put here just key, but I think instead it should be, let's see, I cannot find name key, okay, because it's category key. And let's see here. I think this is the same error because I tend to forget about this. Looping problems, upload area. Okay, inside upload area, I want to search for here. Let's add a key and file ID. File ID. Okay, anything more? Search form. Let's go to search form. Let's search for map and let's add the key of category key. And do we have more? No, this is the only one. And here, this is the only one. Here, this is the only one here. You don't need this import here. Now let's see, refresh. This is just from my browser, an extension. I don't know which one, but I know it's from an extension. All right, so this seems to work just fine. Let's see that this also works. I can click here and no products found. If I extend this, still nothing, a little bit bigger, and no products. Okay, this, still no products. Let's see here. Okay, now I have products. If I make it this big, okay. So yeah, everything seems to work, and I like to play with all those features. So let's see, cars, electronics, clothes, everything seems to work, all categories. Let's make this bigger. Yeah, everything seems to work. One small thing I see here is this latest products. Well, it's not latest products anymore, and instead it's the products in the area. So well, here we have latest products, and it's not this. So let's search for this latest products. And here we have it. Let's put this here. Let's put an if, and I want to first know if we have, let's remove this use effect, it's unused. And what do we want to put here? I want to know what options have been chosen here to show this. So to know this, I need to go to this fetch ads, and I need to know how many params, what params we have to receive those ads. So after we set the ads, I want to save the params. So let's call those params maybe ads params. Set ads params, use state, and default will be null. And well, basically I want this to be URL search params or null. And here we will do set ads params to params. Or maybe the default can be not null, but just new URL search params. And we don't need this to be or null. And now we can go to here and we can check if we have any params, like how can we know that we search for something, or is it or if it has been loaded by default. How can we know this? We can know by checking if we have any category, or we have any price filter or phrase filter, or if this has been changed. So let's do something like this. I will define this constant here, and it will be a form dirty. And dirty means that something has been changed there. So if we have, let's see, adds params, if we has, or just let's do get phrase, or we have adds params get category is different, or it just exists. Let's see, category, or minimum or maximum. So let's see. I think I need to put those here. So let's do adds params, and here get minimum, or adds params and get maximum. And now let's see if this will work. I will just put those next to under each other. And if we have, let's do JSON stringify form dirty, just like this. And form dirty is empty. It's null, now it's empty. Form dirty, let's see. Yeah, now if I change to cars, yeah, electronics, yeah, let's refresh, let's put 10 here. Okay, and if I change this, then nothing happens. That's okay. How can I know if this has been changed? I can know by checking the difference, or I don't have to. Let's see, instead of doing this form dirty, I can do something like this form. If the form is dirty, I want to show search results as a text. Otherwise, I will show latest ads, something like this. Now let's see. Now we have here latest ads. Let's see. Let's refresh. Latest ads, and let's see. And I can also change those, and it will show search results. That's all for this video. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.